Come on, y'all!
I feel like we're all warmed up here in Leipzig. I hope the teams are warmed up enough. I cannot wait for this grand final series. I think EG is warmed up, obviously, and hyped up from winning against Vici earlier today. Team Secret, I'm sure they're looking forward to getting some revenge because it was Evil Geniuses 2 years in a row now that knocked them to the lower bracket at TI. Like, every time. In the first round, it's like, welcome to TI playoff bracket. Made it to the upper bracket? Great. You're down. And I think they're looking for some revenge. Obviously, though, Team Secret does have 2 major titles under their belt from last year. They played in 3 grand finals, 1, 2, and EG, they did not.
They did not.
They did not play in the finals.
Top 4s here, but yeah, didn't make it up.
No. All right, so I need to hear from you guys. What are we thinking? Do we think that Secret is just the upper hand, or does Evil Geniuses and their run that they've had with just the more Dota that they've played, do they have the better shot here?
I think, I mean, it's tough, because Secret has to just be the favorite going in. They're in the grand finals. They didn't drop a game in the main stage yet. They look so good, and as we said, it was the same with EG versus Vici. We got to see the adaptation and how they do it. That's what I'm looking for.
I think EG's leveled up throughout their tournament run, right? Puppy said in the interview that drafting is like more important now than it ever has been before. There's new stuff that EG's learned, right? As an example, AA. It went from, hey, why is no one picking this, to, okay, yeah, this hero is actually really, really good. How does this affect the meta? Because everything just does go in cycles.
But don't you think Secret just has like a bigger hero pool, like on all their players?
Arguably, but we don't know what EG might have. You know, I know Arteezy or Abed could just bust out a Meepo, for all we know. They can run a Huskar. They could steal some drafts from Liquid, right? Yep. We haven't seen a Lone Druid from either of these teams on the main stage. I haven't seen Oracle Huskar from either team. These are still game-winning lineups that you can just steal the game off of. Yeah, the meta is very different. It's very much now a series meta. 5 game sets are very different from 3, and it's really anyone's match.
To what Kyle's saying, there's actually a pretty big discrepancy in just the number of heroes these 2 teams have played. You've got Evil Geniuses who have gone through the lower bracket, have to play a lot more matches, but as a result have played 19 more heroes than Team Secret has. It's easier when you go through the upper bracket. You've found a winning formula, but in a best of 5, EG has plenty time to be able to break that formula.
I think something for me, when I look at these 2 teams, something to keep in mind is it's not only the scoreline, has Secret looked like they could lose, is my question, on the main stage. I don't think, there's been games that EG has won, or series that they have won, where it has been close, but they've edged it out in the end. They've got the little bit that they needed. Secret hasn't really ever been in a very bad spot, I think, in a game. The closest was Vici in that game yesterday, where they had a 5K gold lead, but Secret were still very calm, collected.
They had the team fight. Like, you knew if they just individually played well, I
mean, they almost went 2-0 to Fnatic. Remember? I mean, I know that was early on in the tournament, but that was still a very close call.
Because that's the debate here, right? Is that, yes, EG has grown a lot, but you could argue the same for Secret. They dropped games in the group stage. On the main stage, they haven't, like, it's not really been close to them losing a single game. So I think both teams have grown.
And at the same time, Evil Geniuses, every time that they did win, like before last year, they had a lot of victories. But wasn't it every single game that EG played that they made it even? Like, doesn't matter if they're playing against a tier 2, tier 3 team, they'll still make it feel like we're watching an evenly matched teams. I don't know, I feel like that's just EG's play style. Like, it doesn't matter how, they'll win, even if they make it difficult for themselves.
And I think that, especially before this tournament, you make a good point. It's they played the same drafts every single time. You could put like a hero here or a hero here, but they played the same things. So they just played down to their opponents. They played up to their opponents. They just played their own draft. And now, as Kyle said, a little more versatile, which is good going into a grand final.
And I like to see them keep the draft archetype they had, and I think the lineups they were most successful with, notably the one Ramses was on Veno. I like him on 3s that shade towards 2, but that means Fly might be forced onto heroes that effectively have 0 farm priority, which I'm okay with. Have him play AA, maybe bring out the Bane, Oracle. Like, these are, let him just sort of focus on backing up his allies and let his 1 through 4 position just farm.
All right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We're in the draft of game number 1 of the grand finals here in Leipzig. We're gonna have on the Radiant side, Evil Geniuses, Team Secret on the Dire side. The bans have begun. Talk Dota to me.
And Chan's gonna be permabanned, I think, this series. Yep. We saw it get through once yesterday, and it just dominated the game. No more.
Yep. If I'm EG, I'm getting rid of Puppy's Lich 100% as well. I think Doom is gonna be hotly contested along with Wyvern. And the AA versus Wisp relationship is also going to be very important.
Same goes with the Disruptor Naga Siren. I anticipate on the Enchantress side of things, it's just going to be permit banned, as we've seen towards these last 2 days, basically.
There you go.
And we didn't even mention the Disruptor yet, but it is still probably one of those heroes that has like the highest win rate, despite being like, I think it's been
70% plus.
30% or 30 games picked this tournament, which is crazy high already, and then a 70% win rate on top of that.
Very high.
There's been a lot of strategies built with Disruptor where it's something truly unique to have a hero that has such a long-range catch that you can technically build a lineup without any stuns, as long as you can run at the enemy and feel strong. Usually that's the downfall of, for example, Shadow Fiend strategies or whatever, that you start taking the fight with the enemy, well, what if they just run away, right? But you always have the glimpse.
100% agree. I like the tiny ban from Secret as well. It feels like a lot of times Crit is the primary playmaker for his team, and outside of the tiny, I haven't really seen him as effective on like any of these other roaming 4 positions. He's not, or at least EG hasn't been willing to give him Shaker like Secret is Yapzor, and Crit's just not the same player on heroes like Wyvern or the ones that I want him in the fights.
I love that that was the one you had to mention, the Crit Wyvern.
It's just historically not gone well.
Meme hero. Oh, she's single. Let's hook her up with Rich after. All right. Lich ban, you called it. It was going to come out from EG.
It's just too value to give Puppey that hero.
Is it just like, is Puppey just the only one who's like playing it right? No one else is getting it first banned against him.
I think it's just what it allows Secret to do. It gives them a very formidable laning phase, and it's versatile in the sense that they could tri-lane with it, they can still dual lane. They get rid of the AA on Secret, so this means, you know, if you want to leave us Wisp, you better have an answer for it.
So this is Secret's way of setting up for a guaranteed Doom pick, basically. Unless, like, if you... It's a best of 5, right? And what I love in best of 5s is that you usually see whatever is considered the broken hero or heroes of the patch, they get through at least one game. Like, there will be something. There's a high chance if we go 5 games that EG will get an Enchantress, for example. It's probably going to happen. There will be adaptation throughout the series. I wouldn't be surprised to see EG honestly letting the IO through. Be
and
like,
then
you know what?
Force them to pick one.
We're trading. We'll trade IO for Doom instead of just banning IO and giving you a Doom that we don't really feel like we get a good response to. They won't even get the Lich counter, or take a Lich rather. They banned that themselves. So then what do you get if you give Doom here? Treant? Wyvern?
Slark is also still out there, a hero that has been banned in the first phase, but whether or not you want to take it in the first phase against one of the best teams in the world is a little difficult, right? It's like, yeah, it feels like the best carry of right now, but it still has some answers to it.
So now that they banned Magnus, I think they made IO even better, and Secret needs to choose.
Is it between Doom and IO? Do you think there's anyone else, or probably those two?
You could possibly go for a Treant.
Yes, I was going to say that as well, because I don't think they're going to go IO plus Doom on EG, but it doesn't matter.
Is the IO?
This makes sense, though, if you consider like the tournament. EG have not really demonstrated they can beat Wisp. No team has really demonstrated they can beat Wisp without Ancient Apparition. So you remove that, you pick Wisp. It's a nice way to start off a series because we're Secret to win this game. It effectively guarantees EG just have to keep Wisp out of the pool from now on.
And I think it makes Doom a more difficult hero for EG to pick because both IO Gyrocopter and IO Slark, because of the IO's presence and the regen he provides in lane, is actually very effective against that hero.
Should
Some
do it.
good base. I love when this hero gets picked. Shoot base. Wyvern's in. I think EG are on the Kyle train of we hate Crit Wyvern. Let's get something else. I honestly think Crit has been playing well on Wyvern this tournament. Arguably one of his worst games was just now on the Wyvern. He went 1-9-9 in that game. And
Can you not 5 it?
Game.
Why not?
I still
play on why you just don't like it?
He's had other games where I think he's been playing fine on the Wyvern.
EG just play best when all 3 of their cores are free to shove lanes and play their own games. They function best when they're somewhat independent, and then Crit is fighting, Fly is ready to TP, warding, and backing up
So I pick
one
Puck
of his
then?
cores. Huh?
Puck.
Wouldn't mind Puck.
They just
It's
pick
the
the
Wyvern
Wyvern.
anyway.
Oh, God. I'm just not a huge fan, I'll be honest. Well, we'll see. We'll see. It's just something EG, they've already tried this out. Secret certainly will be prepared for this Wyvern.
What would you pick now as Secret? Do you take Slark, Gyro,
Just
or
take the
neither?
gyro. Just take the gyro.
What about Treant?
I'm okay with not getting your partner right now and just leaving it a little bit more open.
If they're willing to pick something like a Huskar later on, I'd be okay. But I just think Gyrocopter Wisp is such an insane duo that you need to have something pocketed that you're just as comfortable with. In the past, you know, used to be Tinies or Svens. These heroes are no longer able to be ran with Wisp in the same way.
Who plays the IO for Secret? Is it only Yapzor, or does Puppy play it now as well a bit?
I know Puppy does play it. I just don't know if he's willing to.
It will be their first IO of the tournament in this game, because they have not been able, or have not been wanting to play it before.
I guess it's a secret then too.
Oh, that reminds me of, was it the Shanghai Major, where Puppy had not played Earth Spirit the whole tournament, and he pulled it out in the final, and he missed like 10 rolls in a row. I was like, all right, I'm not playing that anymore. I doubt the IO will be the same thing, but it's cool to see, right, that they've not used it the whole tournament, now it's the time. There's something they've learned here. I personally think it will be Yapzor playing.
Ooh, okay.
Oh,
Different approach.
Yep. And speaking of heroes that they haven't played yet this tournament, OD is another one of those.
Yeah.
Damn.
Puppy has a history of loving to pick these heroes together. IO keeping OD sustained, giving attack speed is exceptionally powerful. You basically have now a hero that can save IO as well.
Yeah.
But it's really cool when one of the cores can protect the IO.
It's really good against the Wyvern as well. You have an insta put down for anyone that gets cursed out of position.
You need Axe, I think, to do that. The cast range on Astral is not high enough until you have Axe. I'm pretty sure. Maybe.
But you do have to
Astral
build
got
up on
nerfed, right? It used to have much higher cast range, and now it's shorter. But when you get the action.
Everyone's gotten Ags except I think Arteezy didn't get it one game, and there was another game it wasn't got, so more than likely.
Yeah, there was that Moonshard.
The Vici one, yeah.
There is the damage you can lay into the Cold Embrace, and I think, honestly, like, stat stealers are just insane right now because of all the sustain that happens to the game, all these defensive supports that save somebody. Cold Embrace just turns into an opportunity for this OD to steal. Get a bunch of orb charges, rather.
Yep, and I like it because it kind of just denies the Timbersaw, right? They don't have to ban it out now, and I don't think you feel comfortable playing it into the OD.
That's a really good point. I think that the concept most fleshed out thus far at the tournament is these strength heroes that just abuse sustain mechanics. OD is arguably the best hero against them because it doesn't matter what your armor is, physical or magical, like you're dealing pure damage, and the hammer just hits unbelievably hard. Wyvern now is kind of removed as a save as well because you just beat into the Cold Embrace anyway. Doom also can have a lot of trouble against the OD for the same reasons.
They do take out the Monkey King. We've seen it. I think Team Secret, they like only third pick it. Just get rid of it. Don't let him move around the map and just dominate you.
Yeah, it's the kind of core that Secret is probably the only team in the world right now that would pick it together with IO. I just think Matoma Man plays very aggressively. He's very confident, and it's nice to have that kind of the reach. I think they take huge advantage of when they have the Monkey King is their reach in fights, being able to start from a long distance.
I really like that Drow ban. That to me is like how Secret would lose up against EG is if they give away some sort of gotcha and or just a hero like Drow that just provides such a it fits the need for EG. It allows them to play the way they want and then translate kills into objectives, which typically their drafts have trouble with.
Yes.
What do you guys think about Leshrac for EG? We've seen a lot of Leshrac picked up against the OD. A high mana pool allows you to be able to ignore the Senni's Eclipse, and I don't think it's a bad option against IO lineups either. Kyle, you really like that whole EG, the lane shove, and that's what Leshrac does.
I love
really
it against Wisp too. Yeah, it would be solid here. I think that I want something like a Leshrac or a Venno for EG in the third or fourth pick here because of the tower pressure and also just because it makes it more difficult for Secret to control areas of the map. Tools to provide vision are really effective against Wisp lineups.
Who would play it?
For EG, the Venno.
The Leshrac for EG.
Oh, any of them. I'd be confident with Abed or Ramses specifically. I think it's best for Ramses. That's the sort of three that I think this team will thrive with him on because he can play a lot more aggressive. And they just straight up third pick TA. I'm a little concerned because Secret saw this, right? Yesterday, EG leaned on the TA to take down Alliance, and there's no way they came into this game without an answer. And already I'm thinking Huskar fourth pick for Secret.
Huskar is definitely very possible here. You see, a hero that could have played against the TA as well for Secret if it were to come down to that. It could have been the Monkey King. I think Monkey can play that lane just fine. But now that you remove both of these into the TA doesn't only have 2 lane counters. There's more options that you can play There's even the possibility, I don't know how cute they want to get. We've seen some mid Bat Riders this tournament as well.
Yeah. That's another really good point. A Bat Rider, we saw it against, it's just one of those hard counters to Wyvern as well. Both, you have no real answer to it in the laning phase thus far for EG either. Now
Hero's still in the pool.
Yep, and this is so, the new tree is much better against the TA because you just provide so much armor. Even, especially in the mid matchup, you're just not going to die. And it's also AoE, BKB piercing root, very effective against TA Doom. You know that they're going to be going for it. And TA is not the typical ranged Agi hero. You don't want to buy a Manta, so it's just very easy. Oh, BKB rooted immediately. Yep.
Now, I remember sitting in a room with Mind Control watching the grand finals at ESL Birmingham with these two teams. And I remember Mind Control saying, Secret shouldn't pick IO, because that means you have YapzOr on IO, and YapzOr can do so many more things on other heroes.
Whoa.
Dude.
Okay.
Nyx Assassin coming out.
Now this is cool as well, because I'm still thinking Huskar for Secret, but the new Nyx ultimate does apply break on attack. So it's a little more effective than it was in the past. It's a very good hero against the OD.
It's a very short
slow.
duration break, though.
True.
Is it 4 seconds, I think? So you negate that with an Astral or relocate. I mean, it's still something. I think the Huskar pick was still an awesome suggestion, honestly. I think it looks really good.
Because right now all Secret need is that hero that they just make indestructible that does either spread damage or can kill towers and be a massive threat and provide its own catch, which Huskar does. Is there anything else we're forgetting? I mean, Gyrocopter's obviously still in the pool.
This Nyx Assassin pick, we haven't really seen too much of it. Is it not too slow of a hero? Like how quick we've been seeing all these games go?
I fear that it is. If you look at the EG lineup, like really, where's their tempo going to come from, right? You now have a Wyvern, Nyx, Doom as your 3-4-5 and a TA. Like, you're going to need a lot of space, and they actually just go straight for the Slark.
The space creating Slark, right? While this OD farms, I think is how they've played it before.
But you just don't really, picking it into Doom. It's quite brave.
It's scary.
Something I like about EG's draft, though, is they have good ways of getting information. They have the Vendetta, they have TA traps. And if they get the jump, you have multiple ways of starting a fight. You can start it with Nyx himself. You can start with a Doom Blink Dagger into Doom. You can start it with a Curse. If Nyx at any point sees IO plus Core next to each other, that could be the setup for a fight. It's very easy for their whole lineup to follow up. They all naturally want to get mobility as part of their hero builds. So
I think Slark only really fits into this lineup super well because of the fact they have both the IO to be able to allow the lane find that's against the Doom, but then on top of that, this Treant Protector allows this greediness of Secret to work in the first place, right? There's just so much side lane pressure from IO and Treant Protector, the way you're able to keep the lanes always pushed in, but still have the catch of the tree to defend towers and be able to set up relocates.
And this is actually a new synergy. I just want to quickly mention, Treant Slark in the past didn't really work that well together because when you living armored him, he would remove it with Dark Pact because you take damage, right? So now you can actually make Slark a lot tankier.
And the Nyx pick also denies what I would say are the best two heroes for Zai to complete this lineup for Secret, which are Bat and Darkseer. You've also now banned Centaur. So his hero pool is a bit more limited. You could theoretically go for a Pango, but if you look at the Secret lineup, all of a sudden they're without any real stuns. So you need Zai on something that provides catch. Again, Bat Rider would be so sick here, but against Nyx, where you can just walk into the Firefly and pop Carapace, it's not really a playable hero.
Yeah.
So you're quite limited. I'm curious to see.
There's the Lesh, man.
Clockwork is a possibility, but
I like Clock.
I don't like it too much with Slark, but I like it a lot with OD. So it's about what they think is more important. The reason it's not that cool with Slark is even if you can pounce into the cogs, well, your two heroes next to each other, you're going to get cursed, right? So it needs to be...
You can get a sustain hero. There's still Abaddon and Omni you can pick up against the Doom.
But then you just don't have any stuns. I don't want to play this EG lineup. As Sin said, they have so many tools to provide vision and acquire map control. You can't beat them if you can't stun them and find kills. It's going to allow EG to just play the map at all times. And inevitably, a Doom Nyx TA will pick you off no matter how well you're playing Dota.
I don't think there is a perfect pick here. So now you need to choose. I think there's going to be a weakness no matter what. All right, they're going to go Timber. That's very different from what I thought. I was thinking both Puck and Bat Rider. You don't like the Nyx matchup, but you're awesome against the rest. So, you know, maybe you could have build your lineup in that way.
They're just trying to bully lanes, right? And become unkillable with their Slark Timber. It's just required that Secret win their lanes and take towers earlier on. They need to kill 2 or 3 tier 1s before EG touch 1, and then just try and take over map control, force EG inside their own woods until the Slark's online and able to try and hunt around the map.
How's Razor here?
Not a huge fan. I'd rather a Pugna.
Why?
I just burst damage. I want an anti-magic against the OD. I think that that's your big concern at the moment, is a BKB timing on the OD.
Man, these two supports do nothing to this Timber, so he is going to have a real good game. There's the Razor. Nice call, Sin. Why'd you like it?
So they're going to put the TA mid, right? And you're looking for a hero that can sustainably do well against both Timbersaw and Slark in the laning stage. Even if Slark can pounce out of the static link, then that's a done deal. It's an Arteezy hero. He's played it a lot in the past. It has the tempo, it has the team fight, the mid game. I think it fits the bill. It frees up their supports to do a lot more of what they want to do, because he can play alone against Timber.
It is time.
It's time.
Game 1, Dream League, Season 13, Leipzig Major, Evil Geniuses, and Team Secret with, of course, OD Pixel and Fog.
Ladies and gentlemen, Evil Geniuses versus Secret, a best-of-5 grand finals about to unfold here in Leipzig, and boy, what a grand finals this should be, Vogt.
Yeah, we've got an IO in the grand finals. Good fun coming out here, and a hero that we do not see Secret play too often.
No, but obviously a hero that has proven to be very strong here. We have seen EG, they have won games against the IO, they've had plans against it before. The question is, do they have a good plan against it this time? What do you think about EG's response to Secret's opening?
It's definitely very mid-gamey type lineup, especially with this Razor pick. They're looking to do well in their lanes and also just come out of that one with an advantage versus this Secret draft. It's a Slark, right? This hero started to fall off pretty hard, I feel like, in this tournament, but it does make sense them picking up here. I look at the Secret draft and I'm seeing a lot of different ways of sustain and a lot of ways of protecting each other, right? We have living armor, we have the IO tether with your overcharge coming in. Timbersaw got reactive armor charges built up. Then you have your Slark, if he gets out of combat, he gets a lot of regen. OD as an Astral. A lot of different ways to kind of protect each other if they do get targeted, let's say, by that Doom in particular.
And do you sort of agree with what the panel was saying about the fact that this draft, you look and you say Secret's heroes, if they do have a good laning stage, they get through to sort of the mid-game onwards, they're just going to be very hard for EG to take down, whereas EG's strengths are going to be in the lanes. They can try and get this dominant lead from the start.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's why they like double down with this Razor pick, especially too. And he does have, I think especially what Sin was pointing out, is you look at the lanes, and wherever Razor's going to be, he's going to have a good lane in the side lanes. Because he's not going to be versus the OD. We know that the OD is going to be in the mid lane, so no matter what, he'll be versus either Timber or Slark on the side lane. So great link targets to be able to get a good start for Arteezy.
And is this sort of the best of a bad lane for Secret to have Slark in that lane, or do you think they're going to want to adjust and make sure that Matu does have a good time on the other side?
I think they just want to make sure that Zai doesn't get absolutely nothing. If a Timbersaw is left alone versus a Razor down bottom or something along those lines, he literally will just have to, like, he can't even cut creep waves is the problem, and he just gets linked, and you won't get your reactive armor sex built up. So I like this. I also think it just throws a little bit of wrench in this, wrench into the works, and it ensures that Matumba Man will get free farm, and that's kind of the name of the game that I think Secret wants to have.
Oh, well, definitely a lot of focus will be there on that bottom lane with, at the moment, the trio of Secret ready to go head-to-head with what will be the tri-lane of EG, with Crit heading down there to join his teammates. As we'll see if they can make the space for Matu, or if EG are able to push their power and use this Razor advantage to ensure that Arteezy has the better lane.
Love me a good tri-lane versus tri-lane. Means the top side will be able to get a decent amount, but Ramses also will be able to get himself good free farm up there too. Once Doom starts getting some levels, can be a bit scary though. Then once you get like level 3, of course, as we see, you get your reactive armor. Doom can get punished a bit by it, but we'll see Ramsey. He'll manipulate. You know, you won't actually just like play inside the lane. You'll start pulling the creep waves a lot, so you don't eat too many of those whirling deaths. But Zai, he's gonna have a good time up here.
And in the mid lane, do you expect to see any sort of action? I mean, looking at sort of the supports on both sides, is there going to be the chance for a support to stray away from that bottom lane, or will they be kept down there for the most part of the early lanes?
I think we're probably going to see some just lanes just static, honestly. I don't really see any big rotations coming in, like Tree and Io ganking for an OD. Maybe if he, like, TA steps way too far up and gets astraled in a very disadvantageous position, but I don't think so. The mid matchup is also a pretty fun one. I think the OD does pretty well for the first few levels, but then, Ramsey's dropping low. But then as the TA starts to build up those levels, the refraction is very annoying, as you do have a damage disadvantage on OD.
Already Yapsot and Puppey just trying to sort of mess with the...
No pulls
whether
allowed.
they're trying to. Indeed, both of the camps will be blocked up here.
Oh, yeah, you did not get the other one.
Yeah, they'll leave the large one up, but they get that small one, so won't have any chance for an easy pull for EG to make to the small camp.
This looks good, though. Like, RTZ's getting full free. I mean, they're still level 1. The Tubman.
It's a lot of burst. Puppey's going to try and come in with a heal, and Matu still has the pounce available, so he'll be okay.
Like that he goes for that, too. You see level 1, he's not versus this melee hero that he can traditionally just beat on to get those stacks up. He saves the point, gets the pounce just in case of that. EG almost with a heads-up play there as soon as they hit 2. And now we're seeing what we were talking about. You know, you don't, as a Doom, you don't want to lane 1v1 versus Timbersaw. You're going to manipulate. And mid is actually dead even. 8-8, 9-8. Oh, sorry, 8-8 and then 8-3, sorry. But they were pretty close, like, just in those last hits anyway, even though Nisha now does have a DD.
Yeah, just about half a level advantage with the way that Nisha's been able to play with the denies, using that Astral to his advantage. Really messing with what Arbeck can get from the dire creeps. And in that bottom lane, as the levels start to come in, do you see EG's lineup, you know, when they get like the level 2s, level 3s, will they be able to do more damage than the Secret's able to sort of sustain through?
Every time I felt like one lineup would do better, then I see the other lineup with a tree in the lane, and the tree always ends up just turning the lane for some reason. So we'll see. I think it's a lot depending on the positioning too, but Nyx looks pretty good in this lane. Like, he can just kind of walk up and bully them away, and we're actually seeing that start to happen. Matumba's actually like, I'm out of here. I'm not getting free farm at all. I'm not getting Lineage anything. Razor 11 denies. They're switching lanes.
I mean, they need to. As you say, Matu are having pretty much no chance to look at the creep wave. That top lane has actually been set up, so he has got a juicy double wave coming into him.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks to the way that Zai pulled in. So Zai, being a bro and keeping that set up for Matu, and should be able to farm it without any looking from EG. He's going to try and get in on top of Zai, but a quick Timber Chain will break him away from the static link. And we'll see if EG remain down here, or if they do decide that they need to send more attention up to top to ensure that Matu doesn't get that space.
This is a great lane setup for EG. Immediately, RTZ, he sees Slark top. He's going to port up there as well to keep that pressure going. Yeah, this is really nicely set up here for EG in the start.
The supports start to move from Secret as well. Puppey will head up, so there's that safety for Slark as soon as they see RTZ.
Where'd he go? Nice little high five there. Still, look at the denies on Nisha. I mean the DD definitely makes a big, you know, argument to see why he has so many of them, but he's playing really well around those Astrals. He's actually got almost, he's gonna have, what, 3/4 of a level advantage on top of this TA.
You'd imagine so. You know, Nisha, as you say, just masterful with the timings on these Astrals, making sure that he's getting the maximum amount of denies possible. Setting up the creeps as such, though. Arbed is struggling in the levels. Obviously, Arbed, with the farm that he's getting, he's still going to hit the timings for those sort of early items that will allow him to turn to the jungle and start to work towards those bigger mid-game item timings. So, won't be too...
Really well around those Astrals. He's actually got almost, he's gonna have, what, 3/4 of a level advantage on top of this TA.
You'd imagine so. You know, Nisha, as you say, just masterful with the timings on these Astrals, making sure that he's getting the maximum amount of denies possible, setting up the creeps as such, though Arbed is struggling in the levels. Obviously, Arbed, with the farm that he's getting, he's still going to hit the timings for those sort of early items that will allow him to turn to the jungle and start to work towards those bigger mid-game item timings. So, won't be too fussed about the way that he's falling behind in lane, as there's always a comeback chance with the TA.
Matumba's much happier up here. Even though he's still versus the Razor, it's because it's in his safe lane. It's not as long as this chase, but he still is going to get linked up and have to deal with that most of the times here, as it's a big link. 50, 60 damage for RTZ.
And that will mean it's just sort of another wave and a half that Matu's going to struggle to CS against Artesian.
I'm really happy we're going to see a Nyx. I think this is another hero that it's a weird one, because sometimes it can look super bad, but in some games, like, you just have so many different ways to set up. There's so many different things that he can carapace play in this game. And it's a lot of information. I think that's the other thing that Synderen was talking about, the TA traps plus that Nyx Assassin. You can really just start to get so much info on the map to make choices.
He stepped forward, but he's dead!
He was so low!
Did he not look at his health? He just walked in range of a pounce, and Matu, I mean, there's no counter play. There's no way you can start stealing damage at a rate that's going to stop Matu from getting away with that.
He was sitting at what? He was like 168. I thought he was going to back up and heal up a little bit more.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay there from Arteezy, giving up a very important kill, of course, for Matu. You know, he'd moved intentionally to that lane to continue to pressure Matu's slot, and he ends up feeding a kill to him.
3 runes for Nisha. I believe that is why we see the tip coming out there. He actually been pre-checking the runes, and he has gotten all 3 of them. DD, regen, as well as a haste.
Arteezy will, of course, return to that top lane, as that is the best place for him to play. Well, in theory, he's just got to make sure he doesn't go down again. Bottom lane, Ramses here goes under the tower, and some nice outplay with the blast. Gets the courier. We'll see if Zai can find him. Comes in with the timber chain, the chakram he's hunting, and he will find. So Zai does manage to get back in, get a bit of revenge up top. This time, Arteezy getting aggressive onto the eye. Arteezy the distance, and Arteezy is falling low. Pounce has already been used, so Matu's got no further way to close the gap. Arteezy will live. Also at the TP up from Yapzor to make sure that they couldn't go for anything more. Grasp is thrown down. It won't quite catch the Wyvern. Still though, Secret they're starting to set things up for Matu. Matu's now in a much better spot considering how the first few minutes went from down on the bottom lane. They've adapted, and it's just improved the state of the game for Matu tenfold now.
Yeah, it's the positioning of where it is. Like, even though he had the tri-lane bottom, it's just because he is in the off lane. So it just allows Razor to get that link in a much better position. So when you're in your safe lane as a Slark, you actually can like turn back and hit much easier than if you were down bottom. And we're seeing now TA jungling a little bit, Crit trying to find his levels as a support scorer, suffering a little bit on the side of EG.
Yeah, Crit's going to want to get that 6 online as soon as he can, so he can start setting up for the rest of his team, make aggressive moves that Arteezy's going to be able to get behind. Even Ramses, as now level 7, he's ready to make plays soon when he skills the Doom.
Yeah, he's holding the skill point. We see Ramses do this quite a lot. He was doing it on his Abaddon. He actually was level 11 last game on Abaddon with only 8 points skilled up, so just deciding if he actually needs it in the moment or if he sees an opportunity with a rotation, if he can.
Oh, they might try and do something down here.
Got a lot of stacks already. They're going to bring 3.
There should be a chance to commit with the Doom. Arteezy and Crit ready to help Ramses out, and here's the commitment.
They're bringing 4.
They've got the static link, and with this sort of control, it's going to be a big build-up. Zai is tanky, of course, early on as the Timber, but surely they have the damage to bring him down. There's no TP backup coming in. I think Secret, no, they cannot save him, as EG will manage to bring down Zai. Takes a lot of resources, but they get the kill done.
I don't think you're too upset with that, even if you're Secret. Like, the thing is that who gets getting the last hit, actually? It's Ramses. I think Arteezy probably likely wanted that one because of that rotation, but he just wanted to get the hell out of top lane with this rotation. So, pretty even.
I mean, as you said, that is the thing. Every time this move's happening down there, Matu continues to have more space on the top lane.
Yep.
And that's sort of an early lane setup where EG had that advantage down bottom. It's just a pipe dream now. It's so long ago, you don't see that being shown at all in how far Matu is right now. He's up there level at the top.
And now you look at EG's lineup and how do they really want to contest and put pressure onto the Slark now? It's not really looking like they have great options to with their heroes. They have to probably bring Ramses up there again, but without Doom, he's not really much of a threat versus this Slark at the moment, especially when he has the backup of the IO. So Matumba, every time he sees the Doom, is like in those situations, he's like, yes, good job, Zai. You ate the Doom instead of me.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Matu not scared to start poking at them. Crit tries to toy around with a stun. Now I'm going to look to go towards the tower, but Matu can easily juke it out. Now he can turn, start to build up some of the stacks. Ramses, he's got the movement speed with the Scorched Earth. Still playing aggressive. Even did step forward there to see if he could try and get away with a courier kill. Won't be the case. Secret's got the micro. And back on the bottom lane, Zai returns to lane, and he's now starting to get some good pressure onto the tier 1 tower. Fry will reveal himself.
without Doom, he can't die, right? He knows how strong he is. Even with the living armor on top, he can just look to take down this tower super easily. 10 minutes hits, outposts.
We'll see Secret able to secure the bottom one up top. EG's looking for a bit of a fight. They brought Arbed in, but Puppey will be able to tether all the way across. And it won't be a kill, but it will be the insurance that EG can head over and secure one of the outposts for themselves. But bottom lane, this tier 1 continues to fall. EG not looking to bring any sort of defense down here. So Zai should be able to take this Radiant safe lane away pretty quickly this game.
Yeah, Arteezy's just trying to find a home. He's actually in the mid lane now versus, he just hit 6 on Razor versus a level 10 OD. Nisha's getting aggressive on him immediately.
Yeah, Arteezy has to be very, very careful. As Nisha will look for the opportunity to burst him. Top lane, EG get in under the tower. They're looking for Puppey. They will burst him. But Ramsey's, he's almost certainly going to lose his life. He's trying to run. Timberchain, no tree to latch onto him. With that in mind, Ramsey's will actually have the movement speed to get away. They have no further catch.
Chakram off the mark there by Zai. Just unable. Even though he was bounced, he did commit it a little bit early. But Ramsey's with that, of course, the faded brooch on top of the drum, plus the drum chart and phase. He is just so speedy to get away from that one there. Nice aggressive move. Arteezy, like we said, he's just trying to find any type of place where he can get this farm, and bottom is a nice one right now. 4 range creeps.
Yeah, this is a very juicy wave, and a couple of waves for Arteezy to soak in. So we'll start to help propel him back into the game as this Razor. So it's all very close. 11 minutes in, 3-2, less than 1k in it. Zai trying to take back the outpost top. Ramses will mess around with him a bit, and we'll see if Ramses can find a chance to make another play. The Doom's back online, and that pretty much is there. That's a big ability for EG to really run down heroes and to set up situations where Arteezy can come in and just lock down onto a target whilst they're disabled and silenced.
I feel like Zai just wants to eat it. I don't think he even cares if he gets doomed in this game, just because he will allow his OD and his Slark not to be doomed. So that's probably going to be the case for Secret, just parking Zai wherever he sees the doom in every single one of these occasions. See some of the items queued up, Nisha. He's got 3 components of the Aghanims pretty much finished up. And we mentioned the save in this game can be really significant, especially versus Doom, especially versus Wyvern. He curses someone if he's in a good position with that increased cast range of the Astral that you get from the Aghs. You can protect people.
That's going to be very important, EG's target priority in these fights.
Yep.
All down to, as you say, the Curse and the Doom. They've got to use them almost simultaneously at the same time, as otherwise a save will be there for the single target that's gone on. They've got to try and split the aggression, get to the supports on the back line, and start to eliminate some of the save and sustain that Secret's lineup can provide.
Quiet game. 3-2 at this 12-minute mark.
Yeah, no teams feeding away any sort of misplay or mistake. They've started to calm it down a little bit. Bottom, Matsu. They're going to poke a little bit at Arteezy. They don't want to fall for the trap. Actually, Nisha, he finds Ramsey's top. They get in, and they're not even able to, they don't need to use the ult. His sanity wasn't there.
Yeah, they grabbed him in place with the overgrowth, and then he rotated forward the curse.
Let's see if they can do something here. Crip is going to line up the follow-up summit, trying to burst down Puppey. With Arteezy in the neighborhood, they will get the IO. See if they can chase down Matsu. The pounce already been used to pop the Shadow Dance. He's trying to get back to the safety of his tower. They're chasing. Crip will have another stun in a second, but doesn't want to dive. So Puppey falls. Matsu is able to escape.
And Matu also builds up some essence shift stacks for himself there too. So, you know, he kills his teammate, but he can go back to the jungle and farm a little bit faster because of it. I like how he doesn't actually use his TP there. He knew he was confident that he could get away. Because he saw Nyx use his stun, Curse was used. He could have just TP'd out, right? But he decides no. He can just drum, he can back up so he can stay, keep his positioning in the bottom lane to keep farming down here. Because I think this is where these two want to play on the side of the map.
Arbed is still farming at a fantastic pace on the TA. We've seen already, like Nisha, he's been getting a little bit involved, as we saw, getting the kill on Ramsey's Doom. But obviously on the side of EG, Arbed, he's just been fully focused on getting these items done. He did pick up the blink, so he is ready to help out the team if they do get dove underneath their towers. But he's going to work towards the death set before he really gets involved. Pounce in. They're looking for Arteezy. The static lane will be broken. Puppey again with the long tether can get himself away. And top Zai, starting to play around with Ramses again. Ramses, he has got that Doom, but as you say, it's so hard for him to go on Zai unless he knows there's going to be a full commitment of backup from the rest of his team coming in. The Kurtz again. To coming in. Kurt's going to be able to find the angle. Puppey's dead. They get on top of Matumba and they kill him off. Arbed gets involved, soaks up some of the XP. As Puppey and Matsu, they've sort of been farming and playing around this area of the map for quite some time, and obviously a little bit too long. The greed gets the better of them, and EG pushed them off their half of the map.
Such good movements by the two supports on the side of EG. Look how they warded their bottom side too. This whole jungle, sentries and wards aplenty for EG. They really wanted to just make sure, because I think they read the movements too. Like Secret, they just, like you said, the IO and that Slark kept going down bottom. So just bring the supports down there. Let RTZ get that farm. So very heads-up plays, and yeah, great movement by Abed. Finally getting involved so he can jump in. Quick explosion with that level 13 plus Blink Dagger.
It's going to be quick iron timings on both mids this game. You know, Nisha and Abed just farming like absolute beasts. Nisha's got the Aghanims complete, and Abed on top of that Blink, only 1,100 gold away from having Blink Deso online. He's going to start pushing it on the mid tower. He's got great levels. You know, you can really feel that this is a game where both mids have the potential to absolutely pop off in the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does seem like Secret, it seems like they actually like willingly chose to do this. Let EG make these last few movements, because I've just seen YapzOr actually farming jungle on tree. YapzOr has Meteor Hammer. That's coming out of the current now. He's got it right now. So he's just been jungling on this Tree Protector for quite a long time rather than applying pressure on the map. And because of that, they actually still are maintaining that gold lead. Well, it's bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, it's so close.
There's two shovels. There's a shovel on each side, so they actually just shoveled a bounty rune from Abed, which allowed them to pull forward in there.
Yeah, so I mean, it's exactly what you want to see here in this grand final. Now, both teams just building up to their own timings. They're playing their own game. Nobody's been thrown entirely off course yet. They both sort of have a route to victory. It's just going to be a question of how they clash. As here we have RTZ. It's going to be out of control now with the tether. Puppey revving up the rear kick to get out of there. He is going to make it away, but of course he's going to be coming back this way, so EG can easily prepare to take him off. Crit's going to force back Matu to make sure that there's no tether opportunities for Puppey. As he comes back in, he will go over towards the creep wave and is going for the 2P. They have the damage though. Abed's in with the mount. Puppey is dead. And that kill, that's pretty much done it for Abed. He's now got Desolator complete.
Super farm TA, but you look at that other side, that OD, same exact net worth as we've been saying. Nisha, he's keeping up. Found himself a nice item as well, as we see how much lifesteal this actually provides for OD is absolutely ridiculous, by the way. This Vampire Fangs on OD is one of my favorite items you can actually pick up on him early, because he actually heals for over 100 something per Arcane Orb. It's pretty insane how much you do. It's level 15 as well. So EG, they want to try to, they want to look to pressure some towers here, because you're playing versus Secret with the Tree Protector, so it is very hard to take down those towers, and you have to take them in one go, otherwise they're just going to get full healed, as we've seen YapzOr doing constantly with his living armor already in this game.
We see Zai still very much the hero that can go to any lane he wants to, even with multiple members of EG around. He knows that EG, they do not want to commit on him. We saw both the supports, Crit and Fire, having a poke. Abed was just watching. He does not want to jump in onto the Timber. He's got to wait for other heroes to reveal themselves so he can get back and get those quick kills. Doing some nice damage, though, with the side blades, lining them up and bringing Zai down to half health. But for the most part, not the kill that Abed's going to be looking for. He'll be looking elsewhere. And he's also happy to continue farming, securing that BKB, making sure that his chances in a fight against this Nisha OD will be even better. Top lane, jump forward, they're trying to commit onto Ramses. Does get stunned up, Matu, but he's going to continue the dive, at least for now. The trap is laid down, and that will be enough to scare Secret away as Abed, he steps in with the overgrowth. Now Hammer's going to be coming down, locks down Abed, but Ramses has got the BKB now. He moves forward onto YapzOr, the tree is dead. Now he's onto Nisha, a huge target to find. The sun as well, Ramses and Crit, they're playing around with the target. Is it so much trouble? Nisha will fall. Double kill for Ramses and no one to die. EG, they'll get the three of them. Two massive kills, both Nisha and Zai taken away. A huge move for EG to make, and not a better time for Abed to turn up and really show his power on the TA. Now they can go for Roche, and I don't know if Secret can do anything about this.
No, they're not up in time. They're going to kind of scout around the area. They will be respawning pretty soon, but such good plays. And also, I don't think they expected Ramses to bust out a first one. I say first item, though. He did have the jumps, but pretty much first item BKB. That just catches you completely off guard as he's able to just run you down on that OD and get a beautiful setup.
I mean, it's a brilliant combo. You know, having the Centaur stomp on Ramses and obviously Crit getting in with the Impale. That's a lot of AoE stun if they can find those angles, and they'll certainly be able to do so. They did it there without the curse, but you got to imagine in the future with the setup as well, there's so much potential for them to just hold Secret in place and allow the potential follow-up from Abed, the angles. You know, Abed, he's always going to get those side blade setups, and you see it here, just Crit and Ramses I mean, they just weren't ready for this Doom. To come out like this, the aggression he comes in with, one of the reasons why Ramses has just been looking so hot in the games that we've seen, his offlane performance in his way, his approach of turning up to these fights around this mid-game 20-minute mark, that it's been impeccable.
Yeah, love the item decision in this game too. This time around, they actually went for the Spirit Vessel as well versus the IO. We did see them in the earlier series today. They actually didn't go for that Vessel. Nyx Assassin already has it. Crit has opted to go for it really early on, which is going to be super nice for him. He's also been blessed. We didn't point it out, but he does have a Philosopher's Stone on the Nyx, plus his GPM talent. So this Nyx is going to get really farmed throughout the game. 150 GPM just static from your hero. Definitely going to be significant to see how much he scales forward. EG now claiming that just because of those last few moments. 5k gold advantage. They're picking up more items as well for initiation. I believe the blink on the Doom is coming out, so those blink centaur stomps from the Doom just become really threatening because it's so hard to avoid them. They're so fast because of that cast.
And look how quick they are to play, EG. As soon as they start to see the Doom ult coming back online, 10 seconds, they immediately look to smoke up. And I don't know if Secret's going to be ready for this. They're split up across the map. EG could find a great opportunity to jump in and claim more kills.
Yeah, it really just feels like the movement is just so limited on the side of Secret to actually set anything up to kill, because EG, they just have the better ones to just chain set up with like multiple heroes with their ganks. As well as that Nyx.
Matsu is trying to go on Arbet. They do have Nisha here as well. But he's there. The blink stun, the Doom. He's locked down Nisha. They're focusing the OD. Poppy, he cannot provide the heals to everyone, can he? Poppy trying to keep him alive. The re-relocate. It will take him back to safety just in time. They will manage to keep Nisha alive.
That's sustain. We did mention it before, there are a lot of different ways to protect each other, and yeah, Puppy did have the mech finished up right before that, really clutch to be able to keep Nisha healed up, and now there's no Doom. Gonna see what Secret decides to do versus that, as it's really just been Secret farming for the most part in the last, what, 18 minutes or so. It's the laning phase. They've just been kind of sitting back and hitting creeps, especially for Yapsor. He's been very quiet in this game as far as kill involvement. He's kind of just meteor hammering waves, nature's grasping inside the trees.
I mean, it has been very passive play from them, but I mean, EG so far, they've done a great job of punishing that. They are coming out on top. They're getting that lead that, you know, we said at the start, you've got to look out for. They've got these strong heroes that can really ramp up at a pace that is going to be hard for Secret to match. Sure, if it goes on and Secret do manage to get this Slark and Nisha into unkillable territory, the game becomes very difficult for EG, but at the moment, EG's hitting their timings perfectly. Job for Ramses will be a little bit trickier in the fights now, as we saw Zai with that Lotus Orb. He's going to be there ready to try and catch him out, make him sort of think twice before he wants to commit with the Doom. As you can expect, that Nisha will be protected by that Lotus Orb every single team fight.
Yeah, in particular versus the Doom and also even the Link, right? Both of these abilities, if he does get that Lotus Orb off, is going to be really important to at least guard him a little bit there in that instance. So. And they will be also going for that Matumba Men Aghanim's on the Slark. Yeah, just a bit of, like we said, farm game for Secret. They're just sitting back. 6k advantage, though, for EG. They're getting a bit more out of the map with these moves, too. And they have the Doom, so the Doom is always going to be farming super hard, even when the game does get passive. And, of course, Abed. 203, 273 last hits on this TA. He's like, oh, you guys want to farm it versus me? Bring it on.
Yeah, Abed, I mean, we've seen so many games where he alone has just provided that star performance that EGs need to get them past some of the tougher opponents, and what a time for him to be fully focused and in the zone up in this final against Team Secret. They need Abed at his best, and he's certainly working to provide that this game. Top net worth, and no one really that close. Now, Nisha already about 2.5k behind the TA, and even in these passive moments where, you know, Secret, they've obviously felt that they can't take fights, they've got to play like this. Abed's able to abuse this sort of slowdown in the game just as much as any of the heroes that EG has. Abed will remain this far ahead.
Trying to take this mid tower now. Like we said, they have to take it in one go, otherwise Living Armor will counteract that. Zai will park his face there, though, and stop it for the time being. Another BKB is finished, of course, on the side of EG. They do have RTZs. So they do have 2 BKBs now.
Abed is committing to take this one, and he'll get it. Tier 1's down, more money for the TA. As he's already well into working towards that Orchid, that extra bit of silence for him to play around and cause issues as he can look to jump on a different target to Ramses on the back line. A lot of ways to sort of focus down individual heroes in Secret and really break the fight up. Makes it a lot harder for Puppy to do his job as well if they can get the jump on his Aya.
Yeah, he's gonna need either a Ghost Scepter or Lincoln's or something like that. Or a Ghost, sorry, apologies. Ghost Scepter or some type of protective item on that IO just to make sure that he doesn't get blown up. He had a Lotus Storm queued up, which I think is a bit of an ambitious one on the IO. Yeah, he switches to the Ghost Scepter. I think you need some way to protect yourself just not to get burst down from the TA in particular. And we saw what DY was able to do with the Ghost Scepter versus that Wyvern as well. Definitely a very good item choice. They're just kind of sticking near each other still.
So down bottom, Nisha and Poppy. They found Crit. Money goes with the TP out. Oh, of course, with the Ags. He's got that second charge of the Astral. So Crit will not escape. Secret find themselves a freebie. That's Crit out on his own. The rest of EG resume business in the mid lane and the top lane, continuing to push. And a beautiful item pickup for Abed. So another way that these backlines are going to have trouble to deal with. He's got the Mindbreaker, so he'll be in with that extra hit and silence that again, is something else that Secret have to worry about. And they don't really have enough dispels to help deal with this.
Yeah, the Mindbreaker is always going to be great also in particular, of course, versus Timber and OD. Until they get there, Timber won't ever really build a BKB, but OD will also get punished by that until he does have one for himself too. So
we do see though, Secret have got, they've just found what has been EG's bit of a kryptonite.
A repair kit.
They've got the repair kit on the Secret.
And it's also just a very good passive item on IO as you pass off that regen. I mean, that 13 HP regen is nothing to joke about.
So we'll see how that comes into play once EG are in a position to try and push to the high ground, as it just got that little bit harder for them.
And they're really just playing that farm game. Look at this, Secret not crossing their side of the map. EG just continuing to farm up on their side too. How's our levels looking? Since we have a 10k gold advantage, game's pretty slow. Experience is pretty much even, as I feel like we might actually expect because of how much Secret's just kind of been sitting back and farming. And we look at this, the win chance. It's only 58% right now for EG, even with a 10k gold lead, so. Secret, they're protecting their side of the map very nicely. They have a Slark, much easier for them to get all those D wards. I think we see 2 Observer wards taken out, so EG with limited information on the map at the moment beside those TA traps. We see Secret's wards, they're covering their side entirely.
And another rather nice item find for Secret, getting that telescope aura inside of the squad for the OD. Nisha's now going to be able to hit a range more, and also another item that will help that inevitable high ground defense that Secret are going to do, allowing Nisha to be a little more defensive with his positioning, having that additional range. And the push to come in, EG, they're now ready to maybe look towards more objectives. They'll secure the outpost back in their favor, make sure there's no chance for any TP wraparounds to come in from Secret. Same time, YapzOr will reclaim the top half of the map for Secret themselves.
Passive DOTA. EG trying to take advantage of this a bit here with these last few item timings that they have picked up. Abed easily able to bring down towers. I say easily, it's versus Living Armor. It's still pretty easy versus Living Armor what he's doing here.
I'll be interested to see how it's going to work against the Living Armor and the repair kit. They know, they're going to see it soon, obviously being carried around by Puppy, so they know that it's coming. They know it's waiting for them when they do look to see GG.
Hey, but they got one themselves too, so.
Okay, there we go. Balancing everything at least. But, it does feel, EG, the importance of them pushing sooner is definitely a little greater than for Secrets. And Secret is able to hold on and take it to the later stages. Sure, Abed's still going to be that beast, but you can maybe argue that the sort of the core basis of the Slark and the OD will be stronger overall in the super late game.
Yes, when they start item upping as well, they can start to protect themselves versus the Doom if they ever do decide to queue up those Lincoln Spheres at some point. But right now, it's not the case. They're still just farming up for like a BKB on Nisha. It looks like an AC was queued up for Matumba Men, so. They still have a lot of things they do have to address. And their support, YapzOr, he's trying to match the farm of Crit. And he's doing a pretty good job. Like Crit, like we said, he has a passive 150 GPM on him. And you see YapzOr is only about 1,000 gold behind him on this Train Protector because how hard he's just been focused on his own farm. Maybe around here, we might see the next fight, but I don't know if Secret's ready in particular. They don't quite have the BKB on the OD, and playing without BKB on OD versus Nyx Assassin is just extremely difficult. You're going to Astral somebody, and he's just going to Carapace it, and then you're stunned, and they can easily jump on top of you. So they're going to let this one go as well. H and Cheese free for EG.
So just play around with RTZ for a little bit, but as you say, just showing in lanes, no intent to fight. A free Roshan, it looks to be Zai will come in. Maybe see if he can get a steal on the kill. He gets the Roshan still with that chakram usage, so a bit of golden XP taken away from EG. He's going to play with his life in they're straight in on top of him. He may have stole the kill, but EG will steal his soul. As Zai dead for 70. A decent amount of timing for EG to now push on with that Aegis and Cheese and continue to take objectives away from Secret.
Yeah, Absor, just gonna keep playing on the tree lines, try to slow down this push as much as possible. 50 seconds, Secret won't fight. Push those lanes in as much as you can before. They will have the BKB now on Nisha finished up. That could be the option that allows them to try to fight, but now they're into Aegis and Cheese. EG just playing around the map much better throughout this game and actually making aggressive moves. Secret just farming.
I mean, this is the thing, and even throughout this farming, EG, they're just doing it that little bit better. Every minute passes, and EG's growth continues to, the lead again continues to grow. So 30 minutes, 14k advantage, and Secret, eventually they are going to have to do something. I imagine, as you say, the plan is going to be until the high ground push comes in. That's what they're waiting for. That's when they're going to try and tackle EG. But EG, they really are that far ahead. It is not going to be easy for Secret.
No, the fights, they have good team fight as well on EG, right? They have the Wyvern Curse, they have the Nyx follow-up stun, and a lot of different ways to look to take that fight.
And so many huge items coming out for EG with the objectives that they're cleaning up, this extra bit of gold that they're picking up. Bloodthorn done on Arbed's TA, so Arteezy with the AC. They are looking very, very scary right now, and Secret obviously just hiding away from any sort of moves that EG make.
They've lost control of the top 3 net worths.
Yeah.
All 3 cores on the side of EG are up there now. And Nisha's also decided, I don't want a BKB either because there's Doom. So he's actually going to be going for a Hex instead of going for BKB. So he's a lot more susceptible to the Nyx as well. Just a super passive game from Secret.
I mean, and so far, this is exactly what EG wanted. The draft plan has been executed to perfection. 32 minutes in, I don't think this could really be going any better for EG. Everything that they needed to go right, it's gone right.
I have to agree.
That's middle. Just a bit of a poke still. And Zai, despite the lead that EG's cores have, he's not the easiest of kills, and EG want to make sure they don't get sidetracked chasing around a Timbersaw, as that's not really that important to the overall objective of them going for the high ground. We're seeing big items. Ramses, he's nearly got the Aghanims done, just needs to pick up the point, but it's there.
And he's got an Arcane Rune too. And this is a scary Aghanims. I mean, Aghanims is just terrifying in this hero anyway because it does apply extra stun and breaks. It's another break mechanic they have on top of the Nyx.
And he does. The Tim's down straight away. He's on top of Nisha. The OD's out. Dead for 75. EG make the quick plays.
He spent his gold. He bought the Hex.
And we'll see if EG do push. I mean, they should. They've got Aegis, they've got Cheese, they've got everything to make plays with. And Secret still seemingly with nothing at all ready to present in response. Puppey, he cannot escape because EG, they're just waiting inside Puppey's own base on the high ground. Puppey's dead as well. EG, they're going to move on and look to take some of these high ground objectives. The tier 3 will be focused. They don't have the creeps with them, though. All 3 layers have been pushed out.
But they're just diving forward for a kill.
Luke comes out onto Zai. Zai has the Lotus. He turns. Yapso revving up the Meteor Hammer. Will catch out easy, but Ramses, he's in. They surround the tree, and Yapso's dead. That's EG. They're getting these kills. They still do not have creep wave inbound, so they'll have to back away and try and get the momentum back over here. So Secret, they are doing their best to keep the pressure outside of the base. Matu split pushing down bottom, but now the wave will follow up in mid. They're going to have the wave to go up to the high ground. They're going to have to consider using some buybacks here. Yapso's still dead for 30 if EG pressure in.
When is Secret going to look to fight? It really is starting to feel like almost like never. Right? They went for Moonshard now on the Slark. The OD, like we said, he stalled out going for like a BKB or any type of protective item for himself, going for the Hex. They just can't fight into what EG has at all. And it's been like that for quite a long time. Yeah, it's going to be a Doom back up in 10 seconds because it was the Arcane Rune Doom that he popped before. And they can just keep their faces parts here, and they just continue to grow the lead.
In the base they are. Zai starting to step out. Doom is back online. So if he does come too far at this point with the 18k lead they have, they can now afford to even just commit onto Zai. They certainly have the damage to do so. Matsu starts ahead, and he's going to try and pounce forward aggressively here. We're going to move it on to Ramses, and Crit does get silenced. He's running away. They'll slow him down. They'll try and turn. Arteezy pops the cheese. Back onto Fulham with a BKB. He'll try and come in onto the two of them.
Ramses on Nisha.
The stuns there. Ramses with a BKB in the Doom. He's caught out the OD. Nisha's in trouble. The damage comes out from Ahmed. Nisha is dead once again. And now towards side they go. The Infernal Blade slammed down. Ramses lining up the stun. Yapso goes for the overgrowth. Tries the beat jammer. Gets forced in though. It gets cancelled. They're trying to go for Crit, but EG, they're just too far ahead. Another Timber Trade across. They're looking to Arbed, but they cannot get on top of this TA. They will lose the Wyvern. Arbed turns, goes to Matsu, but he does go down. They kill the Templar Assassin. They are starting to get out. They're going to get Crit lining up these two-man stuns. The buybacks coming out from Secret. They're throwing everything into this fight to try and repel EG, and it will work. EG will back off for now. Cost them a couple of buybacks here, the big one being Matumba Man, but they do finally manage to take a fight where they get some of the core kills. They are able to kill Arbed's TA.
Ramses is playing this perfectly. Every single time he's just like, okay, I see Nisha. I go on Nisha, gets the Doom off on him right away. The team fight lasts quite a long time there, so we see Matumba, he was starting to build up the stacks there, but overall, fantastic stun from Crit to be able to finish off that Slark. And Crit, 0-1-13 this game. He seems to be almost everywhere and connecting with his stuns perfectly to be able to set up for these kills. He's got 3,000 gold on top of a 4-staff Spirit Vessel. Super farm Nyx, as we kind of expected to with that GPM that was kicking in.
And then, you know, some sort of sign of life from Secret, but definitely not the kickstart they need if they want to try and swing this one around, because now the game in this very precarious position. 7 minutes, Matumba Man has to play incredibly safely. If EG are able to get another sort of jump on him, they're going to have that timing when the Doom's back online. The game's just going to be over. Matu has to be prepared to be entirely defensive, and Secret, they've got to be there ready to protect him from any sort of aggressive move or sweep of the map that EG's almost certainly going to look for when Arbed's back up. That's behind the pit as well. There is that DD rune, and this would be ideal if EG want to take this and try and go for that play, to try and get that all-important jump that could seal the game ender here in game one.
They have no way to peel. I mean, they have the relocate that they can use to kind of peel Nisha away in some instances, but they don't have any. They have no force staffs on their team to actually just like force Nisha out if he does get doomed and jumped on initially. They've all gone for their own type of grittier type of items. Zai, of course, has gone for those items to protect his allies with that Lotus Orb, with that Halberd and Pipe. But yeah, he can't actually go for it, obviously, because he's a Timber Saw. He can't go for the Force. So he's trying to go for that Lincolns to at least guard Nisha somehow on top. They need ways to just ensure that Nisha is not getting doomed, because he is so crucial for their team fight.
I mean, Ramses has just been prioritizing excellently.
Yeah.
The whole game 6-2-7 from the start. That first fight at the top, where after that very sort of even passive laning stage, EG started to take a lead. Ramses, he's just been leading the charge every single move that EG make. Secret, they are stepping out of the base. EG on this high ground. Secret have to be very careful if they head over here. There's no one really showing in the lane, so they're going to suspect that something is up.
They're only showing Zai right now, hiding the other two on the side. That's the target they want EG to go on, so that Nisha can actually get some abilities off for once. How's our buybacks looking? Nisha about 200 away, so that's another thing that they could look to play around. If they do force Nisha in the front lines, he could eat a Doom and then buy back to look to join into the fight. So that's something that we will have to watch out for if it is something that Secret wants to try to do. And they're gonna have to try to do something, because Roche is back up and it has a Refresher Shard. So one Doom was a problem. If he gets it onto two, if he has the Refresher Shard, he gets a secondary one, taking out two of those targets.
And you can only imagine, you know, EG, they're into the pit, it's going to be theirs. There's no way Secret get here in time. It's far too fast, and they don't have any information at all that would indicate this. So EG, again, everything from the Roshan pit will be theirs. And the last few fights have gone excellently because of it. So now not only are you having to fight into this 21k advantage that EG have, you've got to deal with these second lives on heroes, and as you say, that this Refresher Shard, which could ultimately end the game for Secret. Shabsop
Look at the TBs coming in. Crit's probably like, I caught him, you know, but the quick blink away. It's a nice little heads-up play from Yapster to ensure that it doesn't die.
He's got a full Aghanims as well now, Crit, so can even set up base inside Secrets when they do manage to take that tier 3 away mid lane. They get the jump onto Zai. He's got the Lotus Orb upon him. Ramses, he's waiting, he's holding. Avenisha will hold back the Doom, try and give Zai the attempt to get out with a Timber Chain. There's no tree to latch onto. Zai dead, 90 seconds short of the gold as he did go all in on his purchase. For EG, they're going to want to push in and make the most of this. Yapsor's trying to draw some sort of attention away as he continues to push on this bottom lane with the Meteor Hammer. But EG, they're going to be able to push so much quicker than any sort of Soul Tree is going to be able to do down here. As Yapsor will almost certainly have to return if EG do push up to the base. But as it is, EG being a little cautious. They're not running straight for the high ground despite getting that kill on the Timbersaw. And they just look for the kills instead because Secret are stepping outside of the base.
Secret can't fight. Look, Zai is so crucial to their fight just because he's the protection for Nisha at this point. He has to throw that Linken's and Lotus Orb on top of him. We did see Crit, he actually prioritized taking the outpost bottom, so he does deny that experience from Team Secret. And it just continues to grow for EG. 24,000 gold lead. Experience still relatively close. But yeah, EG just having a much firmer grasp as this one, as they just continue to have pretty much free reign on any decisions they want to make in the game. Yapsor's trying his best to do this rat here down bottom to take out this tower, and he's almost got it taken out. But what can they actually gain out of this? It's just going to be a little bit of gold for the time being.
I mean, is there any sort of urgency, do you feel, for EG's lineup to go for this push onto the high ground, or can they sort of play in this relaxed manner where they're just almost waiting for Secret to make mistakes rather than they themselves going for a push that could end up in Secret turning a fight around?
With this lead, I wouldn't say that they're very concerned. If the game was if the game was closer, maybe like 10K or something, then maybe they could start to be a little bit pressured because Secret's lineup does scale very well. But with a 25,000 gold lead, and you're getting Refresher Shard and full map control with the Doom on your lineup, you have to be feeling pretty good. Because this Doom, we said, with the Refresher Shard, he can just take out 2 heroes. Or he can take out 1 hero, they buy back, and he takes them out again, be it Nisha.
I mean, this is just, this is a masterclass from EG, this opening game of the best of 5 so far, and something that's incredibly exciting to see going into the rest of the series, because people wondered, you know, Secret, they have been destroying teams on their upper bracket run, and EG's now come into the grand finals, and they're just making Secret cower. You know, Secret, they're not doing anything in this game because EG, they're entirely controlling them. This whole 41 minutes of the game has been all EG's lead.
And a timeless relic for a Doom, as we saw, of course, picked up earlier as we've hit 40-minute mark. That is, that's actually really scary, especially with the Aghanims. Infernal Blade, when he's getting close to 25 on Doom, a 25 Infernal Blade Doom with Aghanims with a timeless relic, I don't even know how much damage it's going to do. That might actually just take out like 60% of somebody's health in one attack. And break them, of course.
Still playing a bit of the waiting game. I mean, I bet you can feel, you know, EG, they are probably loving this. They know, that, you know, especially in like a game 1, the more sort of damage they can do to sort of Secret's minds in this match, the better it's going to be for them going forward. They want to make this loss for Secret as painful as possible. A real test to see if Secret can keep their cool when they're being dominated in a way that they really haven't been so far this tournament.
And if Secret can even take a fight at all in this game, because it really has seemed like Secret's never really taken a fight. They took that one attempt up top and just got wiped. Besides that, it really has just been EG all over the place throughout this entire game. And all lanes pushing in, so they're just keeping Secret in their base. I feel like Secret's been stuck in here for a long time now.
There's Ramses. Quick look towards side, but nothing more. Still yet to show any intention of trying to push on up to the high ground. They have got the creep waves in position. They've swung all 3 waves momentum round in their favor.
And look at bottom, just in case it does push out at all. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 traps set up to de-push the wave. There's 1. He can easily just clear them out without even being there, get that extra farm. And there's 2. And there goes the wave. And he's going to reset up the traps. Aegis gets reclaimed. Can Secret actually take an advantage of this as they do smoke and look for something now? They do have the timer for that Aegis.
We'll see if they can catch EG apart at the moment. The 4 members of EG here. Even Crit looking to move over and join the rest of them. Could be caught out alone if they do have vision prepared. Sneaking around beside them. They don't have anything down, so Crit will go around and in fact find inside of the trees Yapso. Meanwhile, Matsu gets soloed down by Abed, and in the mid lane, Zai is the timber chain away. Yapso cannot get back up to the base though. A defensive Astral will be used. Do they have the follow control after he comes out? Humilde, it's enough. Abed claims the double, and he's now jumping in for Ramses. He gets it again. He finds his target. He finds the goal. Overgrowth will be in place, but the BKBs from EG allowed to push on. Kill off Nisha. Secret, they're buying back, but can they get any kills out of this? Ramses forced away to safety. The corner press keeps him up, but he finally falls. They've lost Ramses. A second buyback as they bring Ramses back into the fray. EG know this is their chance to close. Oh, he's trying to stay on top of Matsu, but Matsu's into the trees. RTZ's cleaning up Secret inside their base as he finishes off Puppy. Turns over towards Zai. They're down Nisha and Puppy for a full minute as EG they're in. They hold Zai in place. Abed turns back over to Matsu. Another bounce will get him away. Static link onto Zai. They're forcing him back towards the fountain. Can RTZ finish the kill in time? He's disarmed, and that will allow Zai to live. Zai will survive for now. Secret get back in the fountain. Heal up. EG, they've got to turn their attention towards the objectives. The creep wave is moving in top, so the protection will fall. They can go onto the tower. Another jump in from Matsu and a bounce away. They're looking to draw EG's attention away from the objectives. They're in. The jump. Ramses again. Straight in on top of Yapso. The tree's down. Zai, he should fall as well. Matsu cannot help him out. The second is gone. 2 more to Matsu. He's dead for 2 minutes. No buyback. GG is called. And EG, they don't just when they destroy Secret in this game 1. Secret looked at the most loss we've seen in they had no plan for recovery. EG just played around with their food, and they finally went in for the finishing bite.
I want to say Secret got it.
Great Gaming Esports, professional esports housemaker.
I have seen and heard so many people be super confident that this grand finals was going to be a 3-0 in favor of Secret. And I think EG and all their fans are hereby saying, no, that is not what is happening. Evil Geniuses taking that first game in style, making Secret just not being able to do anything. Let's try to break that first game down. And I want to focus first on the mid lane, because actually that made me think that Secret was going to take it, because I thought Nisha had a great lane against Abed, Grant.
Yeah, I think he was like 18-15 against like the 11-3 or something. I mean, it's an OD versus TA thing, but Abed being one of the best in the world, right? The jungle is very powerful. You can just fall back into it, you get some creeps, and simple as that.
It really fits to EG's playstyle, especially in the way that they do sometimes play a little bit of slower role, and they do always give Abed that space. Honestly, just don't give them TA anymore. They've been doing this since One Esports. They literally, EG just ran through the upper bracket by third picking TA every single game they could.
And you didn't really have an answer to the TA. That's the Matumba Man Slark, and that's the tree in theory, but I feel like this is just like a crazy outdraft solely because Secret, after watching the game, Secret's so out of their comfort zone. Like, it just doesn't, they don't have stuns. They're playing incredibly passively against EG, who prefer that game style. And Ramsey's just owned. Like, this to me, when EG looks best, it's because Artur is third in net worth in comparison to his 2 cores. And Crit's Nyx also, just like, they can actually kill things, and they outfarmed and eventually win the game. It's just weird.
Cindy, it felt like a Freaky Friday situation, right? Where the drafts are just swapped around.
Yeah, it's a weird draft to see from Secret, because I've been saying that one of the things that I really liked about them in this tournament is that they seem to have this amazing read on the patch on how to make strong lanes, have team fight, and have a win condition in the game. What they didn't have this game, I didn't really feel their team fight very much. Like,
at all.
You have, what your lineup has is a million ways of sustaining, and your hope is that, well, if we stay alive long enough, OD and Slark are going to get really big, and they're going to kill people eventually by stacking up. But guess what? You can't stay alive that long. When Doom dooms your OD 10 fights in a row, like just jumps and dooms his OD. Nisha did not get to play, actually. Did we see an OD ulti this game? I don't
recall one. It definitely was very sparse.
If we did, it wasn't impactful, because I don't remember it.
Yeah.
If it did, it would have got maximum 1 kill, or it would have been more memorable, right? Yeah, I think Secret, back to the drawing board. If you want to run this IO, it's fine, you can do it. I don't think you give Doom away for it, though. You could even prioritize it over it. And yeah, just get some more team fight again, play your style. This seemed a bit like an experiment to me, almost. I don't know.
Which it could have been, yeah.
It just also, like, not even about the draft, but the people playing those heroes, right? Like, Puppy on the Wisp, Yaps are on the tree end. It's odd. You also have a OD against, like, OD Slark against Doom. Ramses is going to delete one of them from the game. He was doing that consistently. I just don't see their win condition, to your point. And the Nyx pick, I think, is key, because it removes the Bat, it removes the Darkseer, 2 heroes that Secret could have upped the tempo with, made plays around, and instead they're left to last pick a Timbersaw, which just, again, what do you do? Like,
I think something that also showed in that game is maybe Puppy's inexperience with IO. I think if the same play, dooming the same hero works 10 fights in a row, then you're not adjusting correctly, right?
Yeah.
There has to be a way of setting up a fight where, well, this OD is going to get doomed, we'll let it happen, we'll relocate out, reset, and then take the fight. They didn't ever really try to do that, I think. Maybe it was because Abed was super good at getting on top of them quickly with the Bloodthorn, and that's later in the game, right? And the threat of the Nyx could be a factor, but yeah, it was interesting. Who was it did you say it was Mind Control who said you should give Secret IO because...
You should not give, or rather, Secret shouldn't pick IO because
then Yapsor is...
Right.
But this time, it was Puppy playing the IO.
Puppy
but then
playing
they gave Yapsor Trian. And that's also not like a playmaking flashy 4. He got his Meteor Hammer. He had some flashy, almost getting tier 3 bottom because he had nothing to do. I honestly think he was kind of bored. Like, can I kill something, please? You know, that's how I like to play.
To credit EG, though, I felt like they set up for success on all of their players.
For sure,
like
they
the
played
way
awesome.
It crits on a killer, Abed's on TA, Arteezy can win his lane.
You gave Doom up, right? I think Doom, we've been talking about, it's like the first pick here. We thought they might even take the Doom over the IO, and I think after that game, they probably will if they get it.
Yeah, let's find out, by the way, who Twitch have voted as an MVP. I would not be surprised to see Ramses take this one. But drum roll, please. Let's find out what we have for the MVP. Yeah.
Yep.
Ramses takes it on his Doom. It was just a great game. Sure, we were saying like, oh, you can't let him have the Doom, but he also played it really well. Like he crushed it with that. He was left alone, and we talk about offlaners being thrown to the wolves quite a bit, and he's up against Zai in that lane, and he did good.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. We talked about it. Ramses doesn't really like have these off games where he just gets dominated in the lane. He'll always find a way to come back, and if he doesn't have to find a way to come back, he's just going to be the highest on the net worth, which he has. He did on his Veno once. He's done it on his Doom like 3 times.
The key to those two heroes, though, is they also have a way of generating gold. Veno gets a level 10 talent for GPM. Doom has Devour, and then the 15 talent. This is where Ramses thrives, because he's still adjusting to the offlane. I feel like when he's on these heroes that can obtain the #1 net worth spot, it just feels like EG have an extra carry. And that's when I think the team looks best, because Ramses is also incredibly good, much like he was, back when he played Lifestealer, right? He takes the advantage and rams himself down your throat. He's making space for the rest of his team. Abed could just chill because Crit and Ramses are all over the map. It's a very easy game for the 1 and 2 positions of EG.
And now we mentioned, or rather, Sin, you mentioned just now that it almost felt like an experiment. And before the series, we talked about the difference coming into a best of 5 compared to a best of 3. So it could very well be an experiment from the side of Team Secret. Correct?
I mean, it's very clear that they have a theory of what's broken in this patch, right? Yesterday they picked 5 team fighters, today they picked 5 sustainers. I think those are the 2 things that are too strong right now overall. It's about finding a healthy balance. I think if you have to go one of the 2, the team fight is probably the safer option, because then it feels like, okay, if you play well enough, I think Secret played pretty well. I know this might sound weird, but their lineup was in such a bad spot, and they still managed to sustain some sort of glimmer of hope of staying in the game for like 20, 25 minutes after they'd just been dominated throughout the earlier portions of that game. So if you give yourself a chance to have a better opportunity to take fights, I think you can beat this EG lineup even if you fall behind.
There was cool though, like EG, they win that first fight. They really take their game-winning advantage way back around the first Roche, where they take that surprise fight. Ramses has his BKB, and then they actually staggered the purchases, which I really like. About 3-4 minutes later, Artur's got his. Now Abed has the luxury of going for a full Hurricane Pike before he has to go BKB, so they sort of cover each other. You have that team fight edge, but you're not hurting your item progression. And then as a squad, at a point, once you have 3 BKBs, how does Secret actually fight into you? All you have is a little bit of peel. You can Astral defensively, you could root, but there's nothing you can actually do to target EG's heroes once their BKBs are activated.
But you can't Astral defensively, because you're doomed all the time.
All right, well, let's find out if that Doom is going to make it through in the next game. And the next game will come your way after this quick break.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
second game of the grand finals. It is a best of 5. Let's hop right into the draft of this game number 2. Leipzig, I want to hear, I want to see rather, some awesome Dota that is a little bit more even.
Yeah.
Because as much as there were so many tactical plays by Secret to avoid fights, I think we all like the fights.
And we've changed it up. EG's first pick now, sorry.
Yeah. Sheaves, the score was 10-4 at 27 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, I signed up to watch a Dota finals, not League of Legends. I'm really hoping we get some more action.
And honestly, yeah, like just going straight along with that, right? Secret played like EG does when they lose. They tried to farm 3 lanes and they just kind of failed, which is it's just strange.
Again, what are you supposed to do? Like, what is I gonna do? I'm gonna really timber you down. Like, there's no way to make plays. How do you kill Ramses?
Timber you down.
I don't know.
Chop him down.
You could, like, they really were
There was a lot of lumberjack moves you could have gone for there.
They could deal with the forest, you know, they could walk through trees, they could cut them down, but EG's heroes were a different story.
And I think already in this first phase, or that first game, I think Doom might be the overall best hero now. I think it's replaced IO. If you have first pick, you get it. If you don't have first pick, you ban it.
Yeah,
I really think that.
I like what EG's already done, though. Because of that game 1 win, Secret are forced to ban Doom. Now EG with first pick ban AA. So you're ready to Wisp if Secret leave it. And there's no Doom to worry about, to your point, Grant, if that truly is the better hero. And they get rid of the Mag, which I think as second pick is just such an awesome hero to take out.
And heads up,
Enchantress
is still in the pool, and they also banned out Tiny previous game.
Yeah.
Wow.
They do ban out the IO though, so both of those still in the pool.
I actually didn't think this would be the game 2, that the second game would have the Ench. I thought it was going to happen later, but already EG are probably going to grab it, right? You've got to feel super confident. Ramses is on fire.
I feel like it.
Give him one of his best heroes.
Yep. And it's when they look best, too, right? If you think about EG has looked best when Ramses is on a core. And his Ench, as you said, has been nigh unstoppable. There it is.
Also, it can be played in 5. We've seen it this tournament played as a 5. So if you really do need to switch it up, you need that Dispel in lane, it can be traded over.
What I'm thinking here is, did you need to do this? Couldn't you have picked a more contested hero and then got Ench to close the phase? Now you're
Secret could Ench, though. 100%. They can do the exact same with Puppey and Zai.
Do they rate it as high as EG do? I think it's been available to Secret in many games that they haven't taken it. I don't feel like it's been first phase banned against them that much.
But based on the series, though, you don't want to give it away to EG.
Well, what hero would you have wanted then? Like, that Secret's going to get now. They didn't, like a Tiny?
Tiny, Treant. I mean, maybe you're not scared of Treant after last game, but I think you could put it on Puppey instead, and it's a totally different ball game.
Treant's still a very strong hero. I definitely didn't,
Can't Ench just dispel the armor?
Yeah.
Sure, but it's one part of Treant. I think it definitely matters quite a bit, but there's other aspects to it, like
particularly you can't do it against the towers, right? There's still plenty of damage that comes in from Tree that can pressure Enchantress early.
It doesn't exactly counter Ench in lane that much, I would say. It's like, it's okay. It's more just a solid hero overall in the game. It sets you up for something Enchantress likes to do is to take those towers. You can heal those up and protect them maybe. But either way, it's not going to be that for now. It's going to be the Wyvern first. Do they want their Shaker, is the question.
I personally would love a YapzOr Shaker. I don't think there's ever a bad time to pick it. And it seems to make Secret's line up, especially when it's opened, they can go any direction with it.
But isn't it
Do they
YapzOr
rate it
playing
as
Winter
high as
Wyvern
EG
normally
do?
for Team Secret?
I think
More
it's
than
been
likely,
available
yeah.
to Secret in
Probably
many
plays
games,
into
they haven't taken it. It would be a different style. First phase banned against them.
But based on the series, though, you don't want to give it away to EG.
Well, what hero would you have wanted then? Like, that Secret's going to get now. They didn't, like a Tiny?
Tiny, Treant. I mean, maybe you're not scared of Treant after last game, but I think you could put it on Puppey instead, and it's a totally different ball game.
Treant's still a very strong hero. I definitely didn't,
Can't Ench just dispel the armor?
Sure, but it's one part of Treant. I think it definitely matters quite a bit, but there's other aspects to it, like
particularly you can't do it against the towers, right? There's still plenty of damage that comes in from Tree that can pressure Enchantress early.
it doesn't exactly counter Ench in lane that much, I would say. It's like, it's okay. It's more just a solid hero overall in the game. It sets you up for something Enchantress likes to do is to take those towers. You protect them maybe. But either way, it's not going to be that for now. It's going to be the Wyvern first. Did they want their Shaker, is the question.
I personally would love the YapzOr Shaker. I don't think there's ever a bad time to pick it. And it seems to make Secret's line up, especially when it's opened. They can go any direction with it.
But isn't it YapzOr playing Winter Wyvern normally for Team Secret?
More than likely, yeah.
this secondary core kind of.
Get banned out in the second phase.
Okay, well, if you want it, now's the time to get it.
There would just be straight up direct counter to Monkey King. Something that isn't banned.
That Rider as a hero.
Viper as well. To an extent. I really like this against Edge, though, because your Wukong statues aren't affected by Untouchable. So if you just let the Wyvern on the Edge as an example, and Wukong on top, Ramses is most likely dead inside.
We got the Tiny coming out still by EG.
That's what they did last time. They picked Enchantress. You want to be able to have a forward position that starts fighting for you if you're going to have this Ramses Enchantress.
Some added benefits to this hero here. It's good against Cold Embrace. You have a lot of spell burst. You can toss Monkey King out of his ring. You never know. If you have a Blue Tag on Tiny, that's actually not that hard of a play to make. You just need some sort of valid target in the neighborhood, and you can toss Monkey for the cast. Right? It is a long cast. Force not a position. It's a very positional base hero, honestly. So
it's frustrating playing Monkey mid.
Yeah, in many games, if she goes,
you're incredibly strong laner, but you want to be always playing aggressive. So you call the enemy hill and there's crit behind you. It's a no-brainer toss in the tower.
So at this point in the draft, if you're a Team Secret, you're still considering firing as a TA this time around, right?
You should be. I think so.
I think always.
With the previous game, and this time they've been the Drill Ranger as well as the Arc Warden.
Storm has got to be on your mind as well. I think with Wyvern, you're less concerned with the drill. They also really like Monkey against the hero. And okay, see, this is really cool for me, G. This.
Is the Radiant ban?
I'm not sure if, just because I think both of the Heroes Secret have actually fared well against it. I think Wyvern is one of the hands-down best supports in the game against TA. You have a BKB piercing stun, you have Cold Embrace against a strictly physical damage hero. Oh well, you have traps, okay, but come on. Yeah. And Monkey King has been a great hero against TA in many games. If she goes in, gets caught in the Monkey King ring and diffuseled up, you can't reset position. You just get, there's overwhelming amount of damage instances inside that ring that your refraction just can't keep you going. I don't think they're going to ban it at all.
One of the best heroes to invade jungles as well, right? And we know that if they do pick that TA, they're going to be falling back on neutrals quite a bit. Those high grounds are very hard to penetrate, but Matumban has shown that he can lead the way for Secret.
Yeah. I like the Storm ban. I think that was a much more dangerous hero in this game.
I agree. It's one of my favorite heroes against Wyvern. You just find him.
Yeah,
and
it's super.
Monkey, there's no real way to ever guarantee kills on Storm. And
you can also catch in trees.
Yeah.
So.
And it's Abed, right?
And it's Abed, yeah. It's a great ban.
Last time they did Ench Tiny, they ran it in a tri-lane and lost to a tree. And they banned the tree this time, which makes me think they might be going into a tri-lane on EG.
That was my favorite sign of the tournament so far.
I missed.
Just a kick double your face, Doom every game.
Not this game.
Does Doom have a 100% pick ban rate of the main event?
I don't believe so.
Really? I think they're just missing from like one game, basically.
Yeah, they're missing from maybe one or two. And I do also believe we're missing some of the games that, I don't know, that went wrong with the API or whatever.
Oh.
Only 1 minute left. You have the ban in the pick, obviously. And as Kyle always talks about, this third pick right out of the ban, like, it sets up for the rest of the draft. Like, this is pretty much where you have to decide who's doing what.
Yeah, and it's mostly, I think, whether Yaps are on the Wyvern or not. You want to say yes, but the puppy heroes, this is partly why I think they're lich, like the bat coughs in, but when Puppy isn't able to first 2 lich or disruptor for himself, it feels like the secret support duo doesn't feel as clean. Because if Puppy's on lich, Yapsor is on some stun initiator, right? They're confident even to go lich shaker right off the bat, and the rest of the lineup can kind of draft itself. But now you're left with a choice. You could just, I think you might just shake it. I feel like it almost has to be Puppy Wyvern unless there's some support he's been holding. I could see a Lion come out against the Ench.
Oh, they go for a Skywrath.
So it is the
same
Puppy
concept.
Wyvern, yeah.
Hardcore spell burst against Ench.
Yep.
Yeah, they drafted it against that game against Fnatic, and I think they think that was the game they lost to Fnatic, actually.
And now it doesn't see it. They're just going to take LC, right? Fast-paced and versus Enchantress. If you dueled, you're dead.
Centaur as well is an option, especially with that out of the pool. I think it just depends on what EG show here. If they draft like hard save, you're probably leaning Centaur.
That's a good call, yeah.
Could also be a fly Ench, of course, but I think that under the circumstances with the game advantage, you just give Ramses his Enchantress.
Let him do it. Let him prove it, yeah.
At this point, I kind of don't even care what secret pick anymore in this draft. I like it more than the last one. It's just, it's the stuff that I would like to see from them in this tournament, right?
Play fast, yeah. Don't play on the back foot.
Awesome fighters. They have tons of damage. They have strong laning potential. They have a win condition already with the... It might not sound like it with Monkey King, but honestly, Matumbaman's Monkey King has won late games, and you know Nisha will get another one as well.
The Oracle, right? The save, so yeah, it denies the Legion, right? So as you said, maybe they're looking towards the Centaur now.
I like Centaur a lot. I think it sounds super good.
Because now it's the name of the game is getting on top of the Oracle. Centaur definitely allows that.
Taking a page out of Liquid's book, should Secret be worried about the Huskar?
I think you always got to be worried about Huskar with Oracle in the pool. Leshrac also very spooky here when you consider that it just makes your mid game so powerful because you've got an Ench as well, so your lanes are strong. Crit's Tiny is suddenly completely activated. You have an Oracle behind it, and Wyvern and Monkey King just get ran at. Like there's no counterplay from Secret's heroes right now against the 4th pick Lesh from EG, and it would keep open. It doesn't really matter. They don't have last pick, but Abed or Arteezy could play it.
Is there any way they pick? Okay, they did.
Centaur, nice.
Yeah, I think it's super good. The only alternative that came to mind for me off the top of my head was to grab a core silencer for either Zai or for Nisha, just so you have that guaranteed way that when a fight breaks out, you can't save with Oracle. You know, you just get a kill and snowball from there. I think Centaur was a better choice overall, so I'm...
Now we just, I'll tell you, I hope EG doesn't go OD. I don't want him to fall into the same trap as Secret in the previous game. Like, match this tempo from Secret. Give me a Huskar, give me a Leshrac, something that can actually go toe-to-toe in the mid-game. Because late game, to Sin's point, you were fighting against Wyvern Monkey, Matumbaman Monkey King. Like, you will at some point get Wukonged.
None of these dire heroes are good against a late game Monkey King, I think. I mean, Oracle is somewhat okay, like you can save somebody, but Tiny's strength against Monkey King kind of disappears when Monkey gets BKB later on in the game. I don't think Enchantress, maybe with the right items, she can fight from outside the ring and hit Monkey inside it, but it's really positioning dependent. She can't go into the ring.
Yeah,
like
ever.
I said, the Untouchable won't cut it. So... I don't know. I'm struggling to see a really good pick for EG here. They're definitely taking their time as well. I think Huskar might be the best.
There's so much burst that it feels like you need almost a Hector-style hero. You know, some kind of straight carry.
Ooh.
That's scary against Sky.
Yeah.
Wyvern lockdown.
And last time they had this Void and it looked super good, they had the AA with it so that they could chrono Ice Blast. And this time...
What damage do you have?
Who kills in the chrono?
You have the Ench, yeah.
Who kills in chrono?
It's also so slow. It's so slow. This isn't TI6 anymore, and EG's not Wings. Oracle Void is not.
To be fair, they played it pretty fast in the last game. It was against the Timber, and he was just time dilating everyone. But
that AA, it's always a kill. Now, who are you playing with, right? Is it Ramses Enchantress that you're going to be forced to make moves around? You're laning against a Centaur. This is not even a good matchup for Void against Sky Centaur.
That's rough. It seems a little bit like EG are limited to that. I mean, I doubted them in Game 3 against EG as well, so I'm ready to be surprised, but I think the key hero for EG so far in this draft that really needs to put the team on its back is probably the Enchantress. I think we need to see some really good itemization and baits, and they need to win its lane. If Ench loses its lane in this game, there's just so little to work with.
100% agree. And I need a mid hero that the Oracle is willing to play around. I actually think Death Prophet, were this 2018, is like the perfect pick for EG, but I just don't know how good it is in this patch. But you need tower pressure too.
Yeah, there's very little lane shove that's coming out from EG. I want something that runs down lanes a little bit. I mean, there's still that Leshrac you talked about. It's just so much burst. It's scary to play these heroes.
Huskar still? There's nothing in this draft that makes me like really confident, so I think you might need to play some sort of I don't know if you want to call it cheese or whatever.
They did what you didn't want them to.
So how does Monkey King do against OD? And do you now want to put the Monkey King maybe on Matu and put Nisha on something again different against the OD? It's
See you guys in game 3. Let me know when Secret wins.
Is this a good Meepo game, yes or no? That's all I want to know.
Well, according to Kyle, yes.
Void.
Yeah?
It's good. It's definitely very good.
It's very good?
Yeah.
That's all I need to hear, and I'm sure that's all that Leipzig here needs to hear as well. All right, guys, game 2 coming your way. OD picks to Unfogged.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds. What'll it be?
Ladies and gentlemen, time for game 2 now of Evil Geniuses versus Secret. And my goodness, we've ended up with a Meepo pick for Secret against a draft of Evil Geniuses that already the panel wasn't too sure about. Now it's been hit by an incredible closer from Secret.
That looks like a pretty good Meepo game if you ask me, Owen. That's pretty scary. The net especially, I mean, Earthbind looks pretty godly this game too versus Void. They are definitely lacking the damage versus, and besides that, I think Secret had a pretty good draft without the Meepo. Throw that into the works, definitely going to be a concern. Can EG handle it? Because it does look pretty troublesome.
Some sort of power, obviously a lot of pressure is going to be on these chronospheres, as we've talked about many times with the changes. It's such a long cooldown at all levels. You cannot afford to mess up one, and especially in a game where there's going to be these Meepos breathing down your neck. The pressure will be on to a maximum. We'll see if EG can cut it against it, but it is not going to be easy. Everything on paper is set out to make this game look entirely winnable for Meepo within like the first 25 minutes of this game.
I have to agree, and I think the only X factor that maybe you can pull in is Abed. We look at Abed, he knows Meepo, right? This is the Meepo player when you talk about Meepo. It's Abed now that comes to mind for the most part. Sure, there's still a lot of other players that do it, but the big one is, of course, Abed. So can he read? Can he play around it? Can he actually expose Nisha maybe perhaps on this Meepo? We went back and we actually looked at a couple of the past games of Nisha, and he only has one that he's shown of the Meepo at a tournament, and he only had like 4 other games in his pubs. He must be hiding something, playing it on some other account.
Well, that's the thing. You've got to imagine these players, they have their accounts, but they play their heroes to make sure they don't give away anything, and there's every reason to believe that Nisha, he's going to be able to perform very nicely.
For sure.
And you know, as we say, you know, this is a game where you don't really have to be the best Meepo in the world to have a good time against these heroes of EG.
Yep. Should be good for the side of Secret. EG, I think really important for them is just do well in the lanes in particular so that they don't get too far behind, but they're really going to have to play and ramp it up. I'm looking at Crit as well as Abed to really start just looking to put the pressure on and then just shut down this Meepo. So they're going to have to do a lot, and it's going to be hard.
It'll be very interesting to see how well Abed's able to sort of handle the Meepo on the first level or so. See how good he can use those Astrals to make sure that Nisha doesn't get a free few waves to start things off, because obviously as the lane does progress, Nisha as the Meepo, it's going to cause issues for an OD in this 1v1. Abed's going to be heavily pressured after the first few levels.
Yeah, and we see the way that Yaptor started. He not only put a ward down, but he stood on top of that ward because you know that Tiny is going to look to run mid, and he's going to look to toss back that Meepo into an awkward position so that the OD can have a better matchup, but he will not allow that. So we're going to keep watching the movements of Crit, see if he's able to ever find a position to get on top of that Meepo. They're going to leave Zai on island. I don't think it's anything that Zai's not used to.
RTZ trying to trade his best with him, has that level 1 bash to to try and play for the RNG and keep Zai as low as possible. And this mid lane, as we can see, first wave, first level, Abed doing a good job forcing out that regen to be popped by Nisha against this sort of pressure to start things off. And these side lanes, I mean, as you say, you know, any of these side lanes you feel that EG can really make the most of it. Actually, bottom lane, but the toss away from Crit was getting gone on by Matsu. But will be the case, at least able to keep himself and Ramses pretty safe anytime the Monkey King steps forward, as long as they have vision for a target to toss him back to.
That was interesting. Sorry, I was just taking a look at something really quickly as, yeah, I did see that right. I thought I'd seen things, but he did purge off the retaliate stacks. So that's what happened there. Because I saw that Zai was up to 13. I didn't think that he actually used it, but no, he used it, and the Oracle Dispel actually removes all 13 stacks immediately. I had not seen that interaction happen before. A nice little heads-up play to remove Zai's pressure that he could actually put onto the Void. Yeah, like you said, Skyrath went top.
Well, actually, Absol taking quite a bit of harassment here from Fly. Not quite level 2 though, so won't have the nuke potential to kill him off, but being able to push him away and make sure that there is that space for Arteezy to have this free farm lane to start things off. Now in the mid lane with the second meatball out, we'll start to see Nisha catch back up and almost certainly start to take the lead against this OD that Abed's trying his best to match up against the meepo in the mid lane.
Yeah, now that these two are up here, I think this is going to be such a hard lane for Arteezy to actually get farm in. The pressure that does come out from Skyrath and Centaur. Every time you walk up, you're just going to get hit by so many multiple nukes, and even a stun to follow. If you get hit by what? I think it's a level 2 hoof stop once it's available. If you get hit burst immediately down afterwards, it's really difficult for you to backtrack. We're also probably going to see really early point in silence coming out from Yapsor. So yeah, that top lane should be very difficult for EG to secure farm now at this point. He is already off to a good start though, since he was in a 1v1 or a 2v1 versus that Centaur at the start. So lanes, like we said, we want EG to do well right now. Not too shabby.
And that bottom lane, Ramses, we've been talking about him a lot last game and throughout the series we've seen. He really has been this incredible standout player in terms of the increase in how well he's been able to perform on the main stage here at LAN. On the Enchantress this game, is this a sort of hero that he can take over the game on, or is it going to be a little bit harder for him to have anywhere sort of the same impacts as he did in game 1 as a Doom?
I think it'll be pretty hard. You're versus a Meepo. That's always going to be very difficult for you. I think Monkey King also can get on top of you and cause a lot of problems too inside that mid game. And they have a Skyrath, so they have the magical burst to actually bring down this hero quite easily in the mid game too if they do connect to the stun.
You see Abed there toying around with Nisha, dropping some items, trying to bait him away from TPing out, but Nisha's not gonna fall for that sort of a trick. But Abed, he has done an excellent job on those first few waves. He got a fair few denies in against the Meepo, so he's going to get a good XP advantage.
Nisha also missed the stack just now. Abed is running in to try to contest the jungle. He has a haste rune too.
All right, we'll see what he can do to play around with this. Leads him with the Astral. But obviously no chance of trying to force for a kill, just trying his best to slow down Nisha. Make sure that Nisha's kept low, at least on one of the Meepos, so there isn't a chance for him to sort of split attention between the mid lane and the neutral creeps. He has to fully commit to the jungle, and then that space can continue to be there for Abed to soak in the levels in this mid lane, uncontested.
Yapsor will soak experience, though, at least against that, to counteract a bit for Secret. So Nisha, he's going to get full jungle farm, and Yapsor is going to be pretty happy. I mean, Yapsor is always happy when he's able to take a farm lane.
Oh, maybe down bottom. Matsu, they're going on him. He has the cold embrace back up from Puppey, so the burst of Crit won't bring him down immediately. Nice dodge off the impetus hit, and now Matsu's even looking to try and turn and run down. Crit spells, they are on call out. He gets the burst, the heal, it'll keep him alive, does finally fall, but he got his first blood, and Ramses does go down to the supports of Secret.
If he doesn't mischief dodge, he is dead before then. He gives first blood. Super nice play there by the Monkey King of Matumba Man.
And again, look at this Abed.
He knows what he needs to do. Yeah,
he's down.
He's the Meepo player, right? He knows that he needs to try to put the pressure on and ensure that the Meepo can't actually constantly go to jungle here. He's actually just going to take the jungle from him and have Tiny take the mid lane. So this might be a little bit of an interesting dynamic we're going to see of maybe the OG chasing Meepo around constantly, just letting Tiny take mid lane.
friend.
I mean, even so, though, even with these moves from Abed, it's just so hard for him alone, really, to slow down Nisha's game. Nisha's just going to be able to clean up these camps so quickly. You see it in the CS. 47 CS is this Meepo at the 5-minute mark. Nisha, sure, he may have been pushed away from that sort of ideal spot down on the bottom half. He's also staying a step ahead of Abed. He knows that Abed knows the kind of moves that he wants to be making early on, and he's staying away from them.
You can't prevent it as an OD. They're trying everything. There you go. A glyph as well, even to prevent Nisha from getting the double poof on the creep whip. But either way, like you said, he's still 500 or 600, maybe even more. Yeah, 600 net worth over the OD just at this point, just from this.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do as an OD.
Yeah.
As he will be able to secure that Siege Creep CS. A bit of a pause here, but so far 6-in, 2-1. The lead's starting to grow for Secret. Nisha's opening to the game, looking very strong. It's what we expected, but EG, they're going to have that chance to make plays. Once the 6s are online, and specifically on Arteezy and Abed's Void, we can expect to see them come together. Arteezy can look to play aggressive with that first chrono and try and get at least one of these cores of Secrets knocked off the map. We'll see this play again down bottom, as you say, Matu just dodging that impetus beautifully. He goes down, but he gets everything they would have wanted from this trade. A first blood and 2 kills.
Yeah, and I think Skyrath was the one who got the secondary one. Yeah, Yapsor. So he will himself up a lot of farm too, which is really nice too, because he's going to be, as we know, Yapsor, he's going to be very greedy with the way he purchases too. No small items. He doesn't go for any type of wand build up, no mangoes, no more clarities or anything. Straight double crown. He's just rushing an Atos this game to deal with that void.
Yeah, you saw the timing there as well. It was very close to Matu being able to make the big plays. He was 1 second away from Boundless Strike coming back online when he died. So it was very close to being a situation where he could have turned and actually life-stealed up and survived. But EG were able to at least punish that and use that timing against him. Oh, looks like we are just waiting for Arteezy to reconnect and get himself back into the game.
His farm's still very solid up top, as we see, like, because they forced Yapsor, you know, he rotated down bottom. It ends up being that he's just versus Zai again, so the matchup, he will have a lot of free farm up there. He already has the treads finished up. Treads level 5, about to be 6. That's when he can look to set up kills. They even could just kill Zai with like 1 or 2 bashes. An easy way to just bring him down with the Oracle there, level 3.
Just sort of push that advantage they had. As you say, that lane set up top, it's been pretty ideal for Arteezy, and those sort of signs from Secret in an attempt to stop it. But Secret, they're just going to be feeling happy. They know that Nisha's having a free start to the game in that middle lane, and they can just sort of continue to wait on that sort of timing. Just make sure that Nisha gets this beginning. He's been able to sort of back off, and as long as they keep Nisha out of harm's way and put him in positions where EG can't really hunt him down, make these aggressive plays with the Chronos and the Sanity's Eclipses, they know that this Meepo is going to be able to quite easily carry this game on his shoulders.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see, I mean, EG, they know this stuff. They recognize it's a last pick Meepo versus a very good lineup. You see their ward setups, they've already blanketed. We'll see it again in a second after we get the unpause, which is coming right here. We see the ward set up there. You see those dire wards, one in the bottom side of the jungle, one in the other side of the jungle, and one even watching if any rotations do happen. So they've covered their bases, but now top bottom.
They're going to get Ramses. Fly tries to TP in to help out, but he won't be able to assist. And now with that TP, he's going to end up giving up his own life as well. Secret clean up the 2 of them down bottom. As these movements from the sky, there will always be that additional amount of burst to take Ramses down before he's able to rely on the sustain from his heal to keep him alive.
And Enchantress is one of those heroes that you can do okay versus Monkey King when you can dispel that, as we see there, dispelling the Jingu, but besides that, Monkey King is very good versus Enchantress.
He comes to the lane, the setup's there. Secret, it's starting to pace up at the speed that they're playing at, and the chances that they're taking, they're looking very good. That quick kill down bottom, Nisha starting to set up on these early kills onto the Abed OD. Already the worries that were there from the draft, they're starting to show.
Absolutely.
This is not going to be an easy game at all for EG.
No, and the Monkey King too, like I was saying, he's a good hero in this game too. I mean, even though he's one of your opening picks, he's not very, I mean, he's versus some heroes that can be a little difficult for him, but he's just good versus majority of their draft too. If he gets Wukongs off, Enchantress melts very quickly. Same thing for the OD as well. You're not too worried about an untouchable as a Monkey King. Rotations are coming out, EG. Looking to want to peel the pressure away from their OD, away from their Void, by making a move down bottom here.
I mean, they know that Matu is low on the mana. He's just got that 1 stick charge, so hasn't got the potential to use his full toolkit, so they can look to dive him. Looks like they don't want to try. They feel it with the backup of the Wyvern. It's a little too risky to make the aggressive play there. They'll sweep back over to mid, where YABSOR is showing. Continues to soak some of the farm here. That gets pushed in on the mid lane. But still, it really is. It's very hard for EG to make plays. Both of these supports are going to be able to respond on Secret's side and turn things around. And the cores, they're not easy to go on. All three of the cores having stuns. Now Zai with level 6, he has the Stampede. They've got a lot of counter plays and a lot of escape Secret. EG's only hope to really find a kill, it is going to be with that Chronosphere from Artur.
They're setting up for top. YABSOR's here with level 6 already.
And already the stop, the silence. The defensive factor will come out. Arbed throws down the Sanity's Eclipse and nukes down Zai very low. Not enough to kill him. Arbed has got the movement speed. But get him with a couple of hits. He hasn't got the Arcane Orb skills, so it's only the right click he can rely on, and it just isn't enough. The Sanities alone did not do it. He had to use the Astral to help out Arteezy. Maybe if Arteezy decided to lead him with the Chrono, they could have got that, but he wanted to hold on to it, and that does cost them the potential kill.
The attacks are so slow. One more. Will he throw the Boundless? He will.
Oh, he is. Crits in. Maybe with the impetus they can turn. Matu in trouble. The heal's been dispelled and he's gone. So EG, they get the carry. Can they take anything else? They're looking towards Puppey. Arteezy's here. He's moving down, and he's going to throw the Chrono. No messing around here as he gets the vision, locks down the Wyvern in the tree line. And I do agree, that's just the way that EG have to play right now. They see a kill, they've got to take it. It is a long cooldown, but these early kills, if they can sort of result in an objective as well, it's going to be worth it. As EG, they're pushing it onto this tier 1. Secret, they will defend this though. The TPs are coming in, and Nisha is in the neighborhood. They start to look towards this. Arteezy, he actually goes in aggressively onto the Meepo. They're trying to see if they can do this and kill down Nisha with the back. They can! The aggression pays off from Arteezy. There's no backup for Nisha, and that's a huge kill for Artur to find. They're sweeping back over. They know that Matu's shown himself. He starts to pounce away. And see if Matu wants to fight. He's toying around with the IDEO committee with the Wukong, who goes for it. Locks down Crypt with the stun. Arbet's here to help out Arteezy. Arteezy gets silenced. He's in trouble. The Mystic Threat. Arteezy's dead. He cannot time walk away in time. The Cold Embrace keeps Matu alive. EG is still trying to fight on despite the loss of their Void. Matu, nuked down low by the Purifying Flames. EG, they'll take down the Monkey King.
Nice aggressive plays coming in. They lose the Void though, and in the meanwhile too, Zai does just take the top tower. Nisha teleports mid. He says, I want nothing to do with bottom. EG look like they should be able to continue the pressure down here. Actually, they just have to back away. The Wyvern nukes are too much with the Skywrath for them to continue forward, and they don't want to lose their towers as much. See Nisha, he was starting to threaten toward mid. Yeah, EG with some nice movements and just getting a pretty thankful kill, I would say, on the Meepo, playing a little bit too over-aggressive down bottom.
Every single time they step away between the Retaliate and the Meepo army, a lot of easy siege potential for Secret to utilize whilst those lanes go undefended.
Oh man, YABSOR has an Atos.
This is an incredibly quick one. We saw already Arteezy getting tripped up by the silence alone. That in combination with the rod, he's going to be incredibly reliant on either his OD or Oracle being around to bail him out if they do get the lockdown onto him.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot on Fly just to be in the right position, but he can actually just prevent a lot of the kill just with Fate's Edict. He doesn't actually have to blow the false promise when it's just the Skywrath setting up for the kill. So if he's got his heads up plays and if he's in the right spot, he should be able to save a lot of the times, but still can be very difficult as we will see this pace definitely ramp up for Secret. By the Atos reveal right here.
There's the combo, Atos reveal, and goodbye Ramses. YABSOR, off the back of that quick Atos timing, his game it's going to start looking very good. He's already 4-0-2 on the Skywrath.
He is 2 levels over his carry. Level 9 Skywrath, level 7 Monkey King. So yeah, YABSOR, he's definitely going to start feeling himself here.
It's going to be one of those YABSOR games for sure.
Yep. He has so many good targets, right? Like we mentioned, the OD, the silence is always going to be useful. Void as well as Enchantress are your 2 most optimal, but it's good versus pretty much everybody if he's able to find the setup if the Oracle isn't there to protect them. And this just ensures Nisha more time to farm in that jungle, as he's got an Eagle Song now finished up on top of those treads, triple raid bend. And have a very early Ethereal Blade, as we tend to see around that 15-minute mark.
And with that, just another way to really mess with Arteezy's Chronospheres. As long as there's that chance for him to get the E-Blade out from the outside of it,
or just make YapzOr even stronger too. We can see like an E-Blade into an Atos, into a Mystic Flare with a max silence. Pretty much anybody's going to be dead if they don't have the backup of the Oracle.
Yeah, all about the execution from EG in response, as we say. Oracle and OD, they've got to be ready to save their teammates at the moment that it's needed. So it's easy. Maelstrom nearly done, so his farm will start to speed up a little bit. Still will be very hard for him to keep up with the pace that Nisha's playing, as so far his Meepo, other than that one mistake down bottom, he's continued to farm with no trouble at all. EG just haven't been able to set themselves up in a way that allows them to get over to Secret's half of the map. The waves are being pushed out, and Secret are able to maintain this game state where Nisha feels incredibly safe. Mid lane, another setup from YapzOr. Rotovatos into the Mystic Flare, and he's dead again. This Skywrath on the hunt, and with that quick timing, you've got to be prepared to play against him. There's so much kill potential from YapzOr alone.
But like you said it though, I think I also saw Secret drawing these lines before. It's just keep lanes constantly shoved, keep lanes constantly pushed, because someone is gonna have to address them, and that's when you're just gonna be able to easy set up kills. Matumba, starting the TB.
But Arteezy is going to walk in. He's going to see if he can do this. He's got the chrono as well, if he wants to commit it for that extra bit of time, but he's not going to use it quite yet. Doesn't feel confident that he has the damage alone to take this kill, and now the backup coming in up top. YapzOr's are hunting. Arteezy will manage to jump away, and YapzOr doesn't want to make a go on it. Didn't have the Mystic Flare up, would have only been the other skill set that he could have used, and it would maybe not have been enough burst. So Arteezy is allowed to live. He's still farming dangerously close, though, to the action of Secret, and he's very far away from his teammates. He's poking around with the idea of coming back down, but YapzOr is still waiting. So Arteezy, he's got to keep his cool and not get too greedy, and he won't. He'll start to move his way back towards the mid, stick to the jungle, and make sure that he's not in a position for Secret to get the jump on him.
Secret continuing to grow that lead, though. It's mostly the Meepo. It's Meepo and YapzOr, pretty much, that are causing that lead to be happening right now. But they are getting pretty significant farm on the ones that need it, too. You see Zai as well as Matumba Men are still keeping up decently and acquiring their items, too. Looks like they're trying to actually get a little bit more pressure on the map, EG, trying to get this first tower of the game for themselves. But it really just feels really quite difficult for EG to make these aggressive moves, because if they do make an over-aggressive move and they don't get kills, then a Roche can happen. But look at this, even without an aggressive move not going well, Secret's prepared for it anyway. It's gonna be level 15 Meepo able to do this one quite easily at full health.
Yeah, with that early E-Blade timing, he's got a lot of stats, a lot of agi, a lot of punch. Into the pit he goes. And EG, this is just not a space of the map that they're going to feel confident fighting into. They've got to let Secret have this. And you see Secret's entire team inside the jungle of EG, so there's no way that EG can get anywhere close to Nisha doing this one. This Aegis, it's going to be Secret's.
Aegis versus Void is always a big problem, as you just start to hesitate a lot more with your Chronosphere. Same thing with the OD Sanity's Eclipse. Definitely be a lot harder for them these next few moments. They do at least have Crit now picking up his Blink Dagger on the Tiny, so maybe he can try to force some action and pop that Aegis in some weird position, but Secret, I don't think they're going to be likely to give that opportunity right now, as they're all starting to group up toward top.
And with that Aegis, Nisha can start to get involved on the offensive. For the most part, he's been sticking to the jungle. Now he's ready to go, ready to make plays with the rest of his team. If he finds it, you can see with at least one of the Meepos in range of his teammates, so backup will be inbound in an instant second. A nice find for him as well. Does pick up the Van Brace recipe, some more stats for himself on the Meepo if he wishes to go. There's top Zai, taking a lot of damage from this impetus, but it's a little bit of a bait. Sets up for Nisha to get him with the nets. Ramsey's backing away. He has got that buff of the hood, and with that in mind, Secret won't find any further lockdown onto him. So Ramsey's will live, starts to heal himself up. The tower's in trouble. They'll pop the fortification, EG. Still yet to bring the rest of them over here. EG know they've got to just try and use the space elsewhere on the map. They are not ready to take on a fight head-on with the Meepo. They've got to continue to get Arteezy's farm rolling in, at least find the BKB so that he can commit with these Chronos without any worry of YapzOr just sitting back, throwing down a Mystic Flare, making it impossible for Arteezy to stay on a target.
It's a game where you are just desperate for a BKB when you're playing versus Silences and when you're also playing versus Meepo. You get one Earthbind on you, you're going to get a follow-up and a follow-up and a follow-up, and you're infinitely going to get locked down. So it is probably one of the best BKB games that he just has to get at this game, or he just will absolutely feed on the Void. Yeah, they're trying to distribute their wealth. They're trying to make sure that everybody is getting farm, all three cores on the side of EG. So they are splitting themselves up nicely on the map, but it's still a Secret just getting a little bit more.
And it is all mainly funneled in on the Meepo, though. Let's say beyond the Meepo, and Arteezy and Abed really are in a very respectable position for 18 minutes in to have the farm that they have. They're doing a good job of making sure that they do not get caught out too many times. You know, Yapso, he got a very quick timing on that ATOS. Crit has managed to blink away. He's on the cliff. We'll see if they do look hunting for him on that high ground, and it looks like they won't, so he'll be fine. Bottom lane, Arteezy doesn't really want to commit the chrono, a little too far to go, and already with Zai being at the distance he is, it's a very beefy target to beat down. He needs a lot of damage back up, and that won't be there from sort of having the Oracle around alone. He needs at least the Ozzy or Ramses to be there with the Enchantress to have that additional bit of damage coming into his Chronosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. He's pretty limited though. Like the panel was mentioning, they don't have this AA blast that can just always come to help out the Void in this game. It's going to be a lot harder. They have to always bring a core for the most part to contribute the damage inside of it, which is always awkward. You never want to you don't want to be going for these gank scenarios where you have two cores in the same lane all the time.
Yeah, we're going to have to see some incredible Chronospheres. I mean, they can be supported by Crit, of course. You can expect that if Arteezy can at least get like one of the supports plus a core in Crit, he'll be looking for those moves to toss an additional hero in. So if you don't necessarily get caught by the initial jump from Arteezy, you've still got to be careful with your positioning as Secret, because Crit, you know that this man, he's going to be able to grab and set up for more.
I like how Fly's been playing this whole game, though. Look at him, it's the buddy system. He's been pretty much within 1,000 range of Arteezy since the moment that we saw that kill, at least down bottom, happen onto the Enchantress. He's found his buddy. He needs to just sit by and make sure that he can just farm this BKB before they can look to take a decent fight. As Abed just jungles before he's able to get a BKB. Now Secret, though, they have about a minute left on their Aegis, and we also have about 8 seconds left for those outposts. They're looking for some fight.
I mean, this makes a lot of sense. I feel like EG, they've done pretty well to get away with the space that they've been getting on their cores. Secret know this, and they want to try and look for the big hit.
Scanned out, EG, they're aware. Crit's gonna have to play around it down here. Stun, off the mark.
He's still got the blink and a TP, Crit. He'll get himself as deep as... Oh, he gets him! The first net into the second. Nisha predicting the blink perfectly and immediately locking Crit down, so there's no escape for the Tiny. Now they can push in with the E-Blade and the Skadi. Nisha, he's going to take these towers down incredibly quickly.
Yeah, and I like this build up to this game. He had the Blink Dagger built up. I know it's a common build for Meepo, but I feel like we've seen a lot of times with some team people do like the double E-Blades or something like that, but you're playing with OD. You want mana. You want to be able to ensure that you have as much stats and mana pool as possible so you can fight versus that hero and not worry too much about the sanities in particular. And yeah, very heads-up move is, of course, Yapsor, he secures that last hit of kill, and he also has a Philosopher's Stone on Yapsor too, so, you said it's going to be one of those Yapsor games. This is just going to further increase the potential of it.
There's the BKB, not out of the woods quite yet, EG. They've got a long ways to go, but Arteezy can at least feel a little safer out on the map and maybe won't quite need Fly by his side the entire time of this game. They're going to look to try and fight with the BKB, making the move towards mid. Matu is about to show. Will lead in. Crit tries to get him, but a quick jump back from Matu gets him out of harm's way.
Arteezy's trying to check for the backlines here, seeing if he can find anything.
Puppey will reveal himself on with a Splinter Blast, but obviously Arteezy, he's got his eyes set on the bigger targets, but Secret, they're playing very smart, very defensively, and in a way that makes it impossible for EG to penetrate and get to any sort of backlines with this Chronosphere. EG's got to sort of settle it down again and look to reset and make a move in a moment's time. This smoke's not going to achieve anything.
No, Secret knew that it was coming, especially onto the mid lane, because you saw top, Zai immediately started running toward top, so the wave was already pushing really far. Puppey was already pushing bottom, speaking of Puppey.
He's got the curse, and with a TP out, they'll make it away. Crit's already used the combo, there's nothing else to hold him back. So even Puppey able to avoid these moves, these sweeps from EG. And it has been a long, long time where Arteezy, with the way he's had to focus on farm, we just haven't seen him being able to use this Chronosphere to set up any kills in the early game.
Yeah, if it's just him by himself, setting up a kill is very difficult with that chrono. If he catches Matumba Man, perhaps he can go for the kill by himself, but yeah, like we said, he doesn't have that much damage to be able to contribute inside of it unless he has backup from his core heroes, from that OD or from that Enchantress in particular. So yeah, it's very hard for him to try to find these chronos for the time being. And Secret, they're starting to tank up a lot more. 2,500 HP Meepo with 25 armor. Zai, 2,000 HP with the pipe.
I'm gonna see Crit walk into him. Zai not really targeting the kill for they tried to, but Zai with a quick blink, he dodges the avalanche, they time, they nuke down Crit. Arteezy jumps in with the time dilation again, not wanting to use the chrono on Zai, so no commitment back in turn. They'll just have to accept the loss of Tiny.
He can't, if he throws chrono on a Centaur there, you're just gonna lose your last tier 2s and you're gonna lose full map control. He has to catch the big targets. He has to pretty much catch the Meat or the Monkey King inside of one of those chronos. Cannot waste it on pretty much anybody else in this type of game because it's just such a long cooldown. If they don't have it, they're just on such a back foot. Just holding it is a threat. See Matumba Man, he's picked up his big item. He's got the Desolator finished up.
Back to farming it is, or at least Arteezy. Have the dust on Puppey. He has the rest of his team heading over, so they've got to kill this quick. They're not going to get the chance to, though. The Winter's Curse now in the back. The Mystic Threat, Ancient Seal, Crit Scott. Just either who stop onto the two of them. They'll focus down the support, poof down Fly, and now turn towards Artur. His supports are gone. He'll have time warp back in a second. Another jump is there, but the E-Blade connects, slowing him down. Nisha can close the gap. He's got to use his BKB. He has to stay alive. He cannot afford to die, and the BKB will save him. But they're having to run, they're having to retreat, and still EG just struggle to get anything going their way. They cannot look for these fights. Albed's trying to make the best with this space. He's down bottom, focusing on farming up for his next item, but as every minute passes, the Secret lineup just gets stronger and stronger.
Yeah, it's like, what is that next item really gonna do? But they have to try to do something in this game in order to try to match Secret, because Secret's just running away with it. 8K lead, 12-5, but it feels like it's much worse than that, to be honest, just because of the state of the game. Arteezy having to pop a full defensive BKB, unable to even go for any type of these chrono setups. That was them trying to set up onto the 5 position, and they get turned on like that. And I think we're going to see that happen quite a lot. When you're playing versus the Meepo, when you're playing versus the Skywrath as Void, you just have to pretty much pop the BKB and either play defensively or go in immediately. It's a very scary matchup. As now Abed also has his BKB, so he's a little bit more liberal to join the fight too, but like we said, there's so many different ways that Secret can deal with that. And they have BKB piercing disable. They have a Wyvern on their team to be able to deal with that too.
And now Wyvern with a blink, so it's even easier for Puppey to make the counter plays. So now, as committing with the BKBs, the Chronos, the Sanity's Eclipse, Puppey's still going to be in there, and he's going to be ready to mess with you. Around the river, the focus goes once again. Secret know that it really is on EG to try and make something happen. If Secret can just continue the game at this tempo, this victory should be theirs. They've got the exact draft and heroes to do it.
Getting a big wraparound here too, if they're able to find Fly, which they will see in a second. Zai does get the idea here. Puppey's in. Jumps in.
They get the boundless strike onto Crit. Jump forward. They nuke him down. The HSC, the Wukong's command, will bring him low. Abed tries to save him with the Astral, but they cannot get Crit out of there. Secret just take away another life of Evil Geniuses as they push them away from this pit. Roshan will be respawning soon. And EG, it's still so immensely hard for them to take a team fight against Secret's lead. Maybe they can try for some sort of sweet chrono play to steal the Aegis, steal the Roche kill. This game's certainly getting into the point where you've got to sort of think drastic like that if you're EG. There's not going to be much else that gives you any sort of opportunity to swing back this game.
No, I mean, it really is just starting to feel pretty impossible for them, even though it's only, like we said, only that 9K gold lead, but who do you really target? Like, they have to get this pretty much dream chrono on everybody. It really is starting to feel like. Because if they get initiated on, even Fly is unable to really respond and get the saves off a lot of the time because he's only level 10. As we know, Oracle has been hit by nerfs, when he was starting to get really, really popular, so your cast range is pretty bad on your ultimate to even try to protect people. And like you said, Roche is up, Aegis and Cheese for a Meepo. You weren't able to kill him before, how are you going to kill him now?
Yeah, and this Meepo, 4,700 gold, he's got the money pretty much to get that Hex done, Nisha's game.
Yeah, he's going to pick it up with the courier right now.
Yeah.
And then getting your BKB off on a Void or on an OD is going to be that much more difficult. Really just seems like Secret has just a perfect draft and a perfect setup for themselves in this game too.
And they're out on the move again. EG spot Zai, but still it's who do you make the moves on right now? Crip is going to try to poke at Zai. Will toss him back into Arteezy, but with a Who Stomp, Zai can start to step away. They'll throw a few impetuses out already on the back lines. They're forcing back the Tiny. Zai will live. The Glimmer Cape keeps him safe, and now Secret's ready to move in and try and punish them. They're onto him. The Void's in trouble. The False Post will help out a little bit. A quick time walk to get rid of some of the damage done, but Nisha could just continue to turn.
They're not even hurting him.
Damage. He's big. He falls low, but he still lives. Another time walk. Arteezy gets away. Wukong command down. Abed uses the BKB. Backs off. Zai does buy back. They were able to get something out of the CG, and they don't lose anything themselves. So all things considered, not the worst of trades. They do have to use their BKBs.
They couldn't find, Fly was in really good positioning there. Nisha, you could see he was holding on to his Hex the entire time there, actually looking to go for a different target since he knew the Void was going to get ulted. He was going to get Fall Promise there. He was trying to find a different target to go for, but he wasn't able to find that Oracle as CG was all playing on the right side there. So pretty decent there for them, only having to use BKBs, saving their Chronosphere as well.
And now even that little opportunity of, if they get Zai again, that will give them a lot of playing room to try and make moves when they do have, well, they kind of have the numbers advantage. Obviously, there's a lot of Meepos in the game, so they still won't quite have that even with one kill. But they still have that Chronosphere. He's holding on to it, Arteezy. As we say, the emphasis on him really to only use it when he sees the dream moment to do so.
One bad Chrono could just end the game.
Yeah, the threat alone has definitely had some sort of impact on the speed that Secret's playing. They're very content, of course, to continue the farm game, take pickoffs when they're presented to them. But they haven't been too aggressive going right into EG's half of the map looking for a 5-on-5 all the time. They'll take it if EG bring it to them, but Secret know there's no real pressure. They can continue to farm, and their heroes will naturally remain at a lead. Down in the jungle at the bottom, Ramses has been hunted out by Nisha. Do EG want to use anything to try and help him out? He'll try and force away. He's juking out some of these nets, but there's the follow-up from Yatsu. Two-man stop on the back line. They're in a lot of trouble. He goes in. He's going to commit with the Chronosphere. Is there any damage? There is. He gets Poppy with the curse. Makes the whole Chrono useless. But on the back, he's trying to throw down the sanity. Zai does get low. Corner base will not save him. They have killed off the center. Matsu, he also falls. Ramses with the impetus is enough damage, but Nisha, he's still strong, and he's ready to clean up the house as Ramses will fall. Buybacks are coming out from the side of EG. Raptor's getting low, but Arteezy's hexed up. He's rooted down. Arteezy will fall, dead for 50, and now Nisha, he steps towards another kill. Another net off the mark. Arbed still being chased upon. E-Blade will slow him down. There's the root. Nisha has the control. Arbed is surrounded. Fly is trying to come over. Can he help him in time? Is there anything for this OD? There isn't. It's a triple kill for Nisha, and the fight's not over yet. Yapzor setting up for Nisha to step across, hold down another, triple fall, ultra kill for Nisha, and look at the monster, he's got Meepos deep as well, another root, another all down, Fly will purge it off for Nisha, he's diving on, rampage for the Meepos, he wants the double, he surrounds Rams, he's rooted up, buybacks are coming out, can they do anything to save him? They'll force him back, now he'll turn, maybe Nisha's been in more than he could chew, the E-Blade saves the Meepo from the potential hits of this Enchantress. As Nisha, he can back away. There's just nothing that EG have to answer this Meepo.
I like looking at the damage done here in particular. Everybody else, you know, they do a nice 2,000, 3,000, nice 5,000 Ramses, and 10,000 from Nisha, of course, in that fight, standing in the midst of everything. It was still a pretty, I mean, it looked like a pretty decent fight from EG, too, the way that they set it up, but they just have no solution for the Meepo. Nisha is just absolutely out of control. And he's got another Eye of Scotty on top.
He has indeed. The stats, I mean, Sanity's Eclipse, it's never going to do anything.
I'm pretty sure he has more mana than the OD. Yeah, he has 300 more mana than the OD at the moment.
There you go. Arbed's going to need a lot of charges to even tickle the Meepo at this point, and at that point, you're still trying to nuke through 3,500 HP. Nisha's game, it was just spelled out perfectly for him in the draft, and he's showing us that there are little to no mistakes being made by him this game. He has just made this Meepo look untouchable, as EG now down 19k, 20k behind Secret.
This Meepo has 2 heroes net worth as well. He almost has the same net worth as both the Void and the OD combined. It really just seems like such a dream Meepo game, as Nisha's been making it look so too. 8-1-1 at almost 500 last hits at these 32 minutes. He's just cruising.
And I mean, this game, Now, as you say, the draft already, it looked hard for EG to execute, and then came the Meepo. It just really was that extra bit of a kicker. And now Secret stepping into the jungle. Crit will get the toss back. They're looking for Puppey inside. They're Crit's up, and Puppey, he is falling low to the hard hits of the OD, but Crit's been separated. Nisha and Max clean him up. They do lose the Wyvern, and there's the gem on the decks. Max is raised up with the oil. He's killed the two. It's a triple kill from Matumba. He's trying his best in the corner. He'll kill off Yapsor, but now he's potentially in trouble. Another time walk. The double buybacks coming out from EG. They're trying to slow down Nisha. Glimmercape keeps the Meepo safe, and he'll get out of there. As there'll be one buyback from Puppey, two on the side of EG, Fly and Abed. Again, they are getting some kills out of this EG, but they just cannot get the big one. They cannot get the Meepo.
No, and there's so many different things to address too. It's like the Meepo is something to address, but also we saw Matumba Man in that fight. They're perfectly set up. He gets the boundless strike on multiple different heroes, as he also gets the Wukongs on top of Abed. I just watch how fast Abed dies when he starts getting focus fired. We see he's hexed up, he's controlled by the Wyvern. Ramsey's able to do a lot of damage. Then you see Matumba Man. He's also a force to be reckoned with, as he just deletes the OD in no time in that fight. And Arteezy, he knows I can't focus fire Meepo. I do nothing to Meepo. I have to just kill a measly, a pretty farmed Skywrath in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the only kill that he can get on his own in those sort of situations, which are going to happen when he gets in with the Chronosphere. Secret have so many ways to stop the rest of Evil Geniuses being able to help out Arteezy.
Yep. 4,000 health now on the Meepo, as we have a level 25 already. It's very early, of course, but you know, it's a Meepo, so it's to be expected.
Stampede. He's going to look to jump in on mid.
On Ramses.
He's got to use the false promise straight away. Be focused, another force gets him away. EG, they're going in. They're trying to play aggressively here. Quick, looking for the toss back. Hex is out. They're onto the tiny. On the back, flying to be focused by Matt to a defensive action will help out for a little bit of time. But they kill off Crit. They smack down Fly with a boundless strike, and they're ready to dive in for more. Abed, BKBs, TP's out. Anything to stop it there isn't. So Abed will escape. But with the two supports down for a minute, Secret, they can push in, take the tier 2, and they take towers at such an incredible rate with the amount of damage that Nisha does. They're ready to go high ground, and with that long cooldown of the chrono, it's still not there for 40 more seconds.
Yep, the repair kit comes out. Who do they give it to? It's on Abed. He throws it out to the tower, but the tower's already dead.
It does nothing at all. And now into the base they go. Zai finds the setup. Ramses, he's forced back. Can they quite finish him? He will lift. They'll protect Ramses. Arteezy able to sort of take the focus away from the Enchantress. They're starting to steal up, build up some of the mana on Abed. He's getting the charges, but the racks they're going. The melee racks fall. Now with the TP in, can they get any sort of catch Crit? He's looking for the toss back. Only gets a creep though. Secret, they're able to get everybody out of there.
And he's building up some stacks and some charges, but he has to be so careful, because one Hex comes out, one Disable comes out, the Oracle was dead. They have to be very careful how they play that fight. And he needs to build up, I mean, I can't even do the math on it, but he needs to build up like 30 Sanity Eclipse charges for it to even bother the Meepo at all as he's at. He's just still more mana than the OD in the majority of these times, and 4,000 health that he has to go through as well. So he can still kill the other heroes, but yeah, it just continues to be the Meepo.
Some of EG smoked up. Arteezy has Chronosphere available. Trying to get his Satanic done so he has an extra way to sort of fight back if he does get sort of held down by the roots, by the nets, and doesn't want to use his BKB and can maybe rely on the lifesteal to give him that second chance at a fight.
Just how do they have the damage to actually break through this Meepo? It really doesn't feel like they'll ever be able to. He's just at this crazy amount of HP and sustain that he also has from the backup of his teammates. Like you said, they are going to be able to protect him a lot of times, even if he does get low in Matu.
Goodbye, Fly.
Easy kill.
Yeah, Matu's strength just sort of silently been growing in the sidelines, whilst he just revels on the way that they're able to take fights with the lead that Nisha's managed to create. 30k at this Roshan, it's going to push him up there. And this will be theirs once more. They'll have a refresher shard for whoever wants to take it.
It almost looks like some heroes are kind of poor in this game, just because you see that Alchemist, what we call, that Alchemist net worth up there at the top there for the Meepo. Almost 30k, like you say, at the 37-minute mark. Yeah, he's...
and what a sort of performance from him. Sure, the game was perfect for him, but this Nisha Meepo, this man, he couldn't be playing this any faster, any better, any more reliably.
No, he's playing it with like very little risks too. He's playing very careful the way he sends his meepos forward too a lot of the times.
And that's the thing now. For EG, for the rest of this series, they've got to keep this meepo in mind. You know, any sort of opportunity they leave open in a draft for a meepo to be strong, Nisha will just destroy you with.
Yeah, I love when I see meepos do that. You know, just give him a little bit of give him that medicine. Can't move. You're just stuck in place because that Earthbind constantly backs up. He'll be able to continue growing that lead. 30,000 gold lead, 20,000 experience lead. I'm going to bring up that DOTA plus win rate, and it's 97%.
3%. That's not bad. I thought it'd be down at 1. You know, there's at least a little hope being given towards EG.
Well, it's EG. There has to be a 3 there for EG, right?
I was going to say, keeping it here even in the finals. We're giving Matsu the refresher shard, potential for that extra long duration at the double BKB, and having 2 Wukong's commands is going to create such a long time where EG just can't fight into it. And now with the Chrono, if there's a Wukong's command laid down from outside of it, Arteezy is going to take quite a beating from the outside if he's anywhere near the monkey statues.
Just continuing to be mean, bully Ramses, trap him there. Yeah, you can feel it. Secret are just so confident in this one in EG. They're just getting trapped in their base now at this point. It's feeling like that last game all over again.
It really is. The tables have turned immensely. Secret giving EG a bit of a taste of what EG gave them in game 1, and without a doubt this one is definitely even rougher to take. The game's been drawn out to nearly the 40-minute mark. It is going to be no fun at all for EG to play from this position. They are still going to hold on the hope that a mistake is made, but you just see, you know, the amount of this map that Nisha's cleaned up. You see on the CS nearly doubling that of anyone else in the game. This meepo has been flawless.
And it's going to have to be, what, like, I don't know, 4, 5 mistakes or something. Big mistakes by Secret for EG to even try to come back in this one. Look at this. Even the Monkey King plus the Skywrath can look to set up for kills here. EG stepping outside a little bit here, and you see the Rapier has been queued up already on the faces. Oh, you can tell how they're feeling. Even with a Rapier, it doesn't feel like he's going to do any damage to the
But it's the only way they have a chance.
Yeah.
At least with that, then he can kill the easier heroes that little bit quicker. Take away the 2 supports, for instance, if he does find Yapsa and Puppy grouped together. But for the most part of this game, these 2 supports, they hardly even see each other. The positioning from them is in such a way that they're never going to be in a position where they both get caught in 1 chrono.
Yeah. Yapsor's always been playing very greedy, especially on this Skywrath mage, level 21. He's sitting, I mean, he's going to have an Aghanims finished up too.
Oh, and he's got a spell to play with.
Ooh, lovely. Constant global concussive shots as well, giving information whenever any of the EG heroes do come outside.
And all just a bit of a waiting game for Secret to go in for that final push.
Did they pick up a certain item? I think, okay, they got Aghanims on Centaur as well now too. So just in case of anything, they will have a lot more damage mitigation coming out for them as Nisha.
As that tier 3 is gone. That turns towards Arteezy. Astro does come in time to help him out a little bit. As Arteezy can lifesteal, time walk back up in health.
That is so scary. If they're too slow on these saves, they might just get burst down before they're able to.
He's got to keep his cool so much. Every single usage of the BKB, everything, Arteezy, any mistake, I mean, even if he makes no mistakes, this game is going to be pretty much over unless EG can pull off a miracle. Crit, he's going to be in. Gets the rather deep toss back on Tanisha, one of the meepos. They try to kill him off. They may be able to do so that once they do, they pop the Aegis.
He hit the real one, though, pretty far away. So he will respawn all the way back by the Ancients.
Yeah, smart play from Nisha, making sure to give up nothing. And even with that Aegis gone, of course, Secret are not worried at all.
No, he was just playing very cocky with those meepos just to force a reaction, and he already came for it. At least the range racks, not the melee, but a little bit of something. As EG, they're all just huddled, so they're gonna try to do something here with the smoke. And they find Nisha.
They might catch Secret off guard. If they can get Nisha alone, I mean, sure, with a full 5 of them beating down onto him, maybe they'll have the chance of killing him off throughout the duration of a Chronosphere. It's still a maybe. You know, there's no definite to this. As Matsu is around, Arteezy won't go for the jump. Smoke has been dispelled on him, and he's already back to base. He knows that he doesn't want to stay out on the map any longer than he needs to, with the way that Secret are constantly hunting for kills. The Secret, with their own smoke, are also looking for the setup. YapzOr, his Aghanim's out. The amount that this hero can do, continuing to just skyrocket up in potential.
Yeah, he's had such a good game on YapzOr this game. 7, 1, and 12. Mostly in that early game that he was the one kind of driving the force. But yeah, it turned into an immense amount of farm for himself. And like we said, they're just trap EG in their base, acquire these next few items if you would like to. No risk taking Secret just now.
No need to. It's, you know, they're very happy for EG to come out of the base looking for action, as they know in pretty much 90% of the times that the fight's going to kick off. 99%, it's all going to be Secret. The lead there for them, just meaning that they cannot really lose a team fight unless they make some sort of issues, like some sort of mistakes that we just haven't seen from Secret in a very long time.
Yeah, it is at that 99% now, so we did trickle back up to that. As kind of expected, I mean, it's almost a 40,000 gold lead at the 40-minute mark, 43-minute mark.
Anisha found Ramses. Should be some sort of save for him. There's a force to break him out of the combo.
He was still E-bladed there, actually, so the Boundless Strike did no damage.
Anisha very close to being able to pick up that blessing, get another meepo online for himself, and in mid, Ramses, he's stepping forward this time. They've got enough to take him down. And Ramses, he is short of the money for buyback now. Secret moving for more Arteezy. He goes for the corner with the Stampede, the Aghanim Stampede, providing that damage resistance with Arteezy. He can't even kill off YapzOr. Matu turns towards him. He's trying to fight, keep him alive. Arteezy is just not doing enough damage. He doesn't have the aims to do so. A Secret, they'll surround the OD. And he gets the blink off in time. He will get away, but Arteezy's still in trouble. The Hex is out. Arteezy will fall. Dead for 90. They do finally get the Arbed OD as well. Both cores will buy back, but they're now without a Chronosphere. And without that, pretty much without any sort of hope of doing anything to stop the inevitable.
They literally do no damage to this meepo. Abed got, I think, 5, 6 hits off, and then he actually walked into the Chronosphere by accident, but either way, he was not going to have a chance to be able to bring them in.
Matu pretty much one back lines. The buyback comes out. Matu going in deep, dumps forward with the Invisible Blade onto Arteezy. Hex is there. Can they save Artur? Wukong Shimada is out. They force him to the side, but Arteezy is dead. GG is called. EG will finally submit a Secret take game 2. I think we all wondered after game 1 how hard Secret would hit back. My goodness, they didn't hold anything back there with this victory, this beatdown onto EG, and it all started from the draft. Already the setup from EG, it looked pretty weak, it looked pretty slow, and then that last pick, Secret hitting them with a meepo, there really was no hope at all for EG in this game too.
Yeah, I mean, the meepo broke the game. It really did feel like EG couldn't really do almost anything, even if they were able to find some type of setups or anything, or maybe even if YapzOr didn't pop off and get
初めてあなたの声聞いたとき、私はまだ若かった。今聞いてもまだ胸がドキドキする。毎日 Rain or Shine Japan が恋のラジオ Go!
Game. It is a great Meepo game. That's just how Meepo works, Grant.
That's life. You get Meepo'd sometimes. I mean, it's a BO5. You get Meepo'd once. You're not going to get Meepo'd again, probably, but you lost the game now.
Our analyst believed in it so much that Kyle was willing to give 99-1 odds, using his pride as currency. And believe me, there's not a whole lot of that left. So it goes to show, like, they really believed in that matchup, and it worked.
Anything to say to that, Kyle?
I mean, it's not, the Meepo is the perfect pick, but it's less about that and more, I think, having 3 cores that effectively all just deal right-click, single-target damage. Any hero that buys Kneeblade is going to be effective. And in addition, you're picking Void into a Winter Wyvern and a Skywrath Mage. It's just, we've seen Oracle work super well when there's heroes that go with it, right? That do area damage specifically to towers, Leshrac, DP, Huskar. Instead, we go for this typical passive lineup. I'm talking with Grant. There's like Meepo killing somebody top. He's like, they're doing it again. I'm like, what do you mean, Grant? Oh, they're farming all the other lanes and feeding in one of them.
It was a swap around from the previous game, right, Sin?
Yeah, for sure. This is what I was expecting and wanted to see out of Secret, you know? More ability to fight. I still want to say EG's lineup in this game had more to do than Secret's in the first one, and they did show some signs of life. It's just, you need to outplay your opponent so exceptionally hard to win that game. And I don't think EG looked terrible. It's just the pieces that they had were just smaller.
Yeah, I think that like both these teams have essentially tried to outgrade the other, and I think one thing that really shows is that both these teams are good enough that when they get a lead, they're going to hold on to it and build on that. They're not going to make the mistakes. They're not going to slip up and give you the chance to come back. So I think everyone on stage kind of agrees, let's just try and match each other's pace a little bit better and see how that fares.
Yeah, game 3, I think we're going to see a lot. I just think, as you said, the greed has failed twice. Now you got to go.
I mean, it's a grand finals, and these 2 teams are playing at such a high level, Dota, and it's unfortunate that we are seeing 2 games. Sure, it's one win each, so credit to both of the teams for winning one, but at the same time, it's not in the way that we've seen them win. Well, against other teams. For example, both of these teams have played against VG Gaming, and both of these teams seem to be having a very different matching pace with VG Gaming when they play them compared to when they play each other. Right?
Maybe they just want to play best of 3.
Yeah.
There you go.
And now we're here.
No, that's not how that works. You still learn so much from the first 2 games, though. Sure, they have got a potential 3 games left to play, but I don't think we can just discredit those first 2 games.
I can.
Well, yeah, but we're not talking about you, are we? We're talking about the team.
Sure, I just want, it feels like very tentative from both sides. Also, like, just to point out, EEG had, I think, 5 kills by like 25 minutes. 3 of them were handed to them by Secret. Notably, Nisha's Meepo just sort of walking in and dying near the bottom tier 1. But EG effectively had no offensive output like at all. In fact, the reason the game took so long is they're just like baiting Ramses and then forcing him back. It was just, both teams are playing very just composed, but you might have to ask like if it's overly composed. We saw Vici arguably make this mistake in the upper bracket final against Secret, where they had a lead, didn't really do much with it, and eventually Secret pulled it out with superior team fighting.
I think we're going to see in this next game for sure, like how Secret looked versus Vici in their last game, where they just picked a ton of team fight and they just ran you. I think after watching these two games where the greedier team did lose, we're going to see, I think the team fighters are going to get way bigger. I think this, obviously Doom's going to get banned, but these Centaurs are going to get higher up on the list. It's going to be a lot of kills. I'm feeling it.
I mean, I'm hoping you're right. We both had, for both of the first games, the first blood happening at minute 5 or so, which is fairly unusual. And it used to be that it was minute 5 because of nighttime and maybe smoke gangs and stuff, but it just feels, yeah, that there's less rotations. What happened to the mid lane where, Yapsor shows up, where Crit shows up, and everybody's all over the place?
I think the mid matchup too, right? Like Crit was the only one who could make a rotation for EG early, as you said, and he tried and he missed one toss, and after that he's like, maybe he did get in his own head and he just couldn't do it again.
And I wanted to also mention just the Monkey King. I think it might be something EG have to consider first 3 banning. Matumbaman had a terrible start, right? But Monkey, especially with the build he went Echo Saber or Deso, he has like 8K net worth, but it's such an effective usage of that gold that Secret, or EG rather, kind of need to get a chrono on top of them in order to successfully win a fight, because just dropping the Wukongs makes that entire area unenterable for EG. And again, it's 2 items.
And it shares a trait with Templar and Assassin in that it's a mid-game hero, but it scales into the late game very well. So you get that advantage, but again, you just never lose it. You never feed it away as long as you keep that net worth, keep that control of the map.
Yep. It also provides vision as well. We saw a couple times just a staff setting up Skywrath spells, just really nice, and it feels good, especially when you're playing a hero like Nepo that wants to utilize area dominance to just provide all of this map control. Also, again, great game by Yapsor. He had like a 10-minute Atos. Effectively was the only one finding kills throughout that game, and he found a hell of a lot of them.
He really did, and we were also going to find out if that was enough for him to get the MVP, or maybe Nisha's Rampage got him all the votes. I mean, I put my money on that, but let's find out. Drum roll, please.
Who could it be?
MVP, game number 2,
Is
grand
it more than
finals.
90%?
It is Nisha. I mean, he got a Rampage. He almost got a double.
Yeah, and he played his lane well, he creep aggroed well, he just, as we said, best player at the tournament so far.
Now, you mentioned, Sind, that this game, if EG wanted to do well, they should have just straight up outplayed Secret more compared to the
just win all.
Yeah, but yesterday we heard Arteezy, and he was describing both Secret and Vici, and he said they were like different, and that Arteezy said for Secret in specific, he felt like all the players and all the positions were the best at their role. And then for Vici, he said, the squad as a whole, as a unit, comes together more nicely. But in terms of individual skill, he praised Secret like a ton for that. From what we've seen today, can EG outplay Team Secret?
I think you have to set yourself up to be able to do it, right? Like that's the first step. You need to, if the enemy team is starting to pick team fight like this, you either have to beat them in the lanes or in the fights, and you kind of did neither. I don't blame them too much. It's a 10th pick Nepo. It's not something that's on your radar with Nisha. I think he's played it once before in Pro Dota ever.
Yes.
I believe he also destroyed that game. At least that's how I remember it. I think
it was some like
game.
qualifier game that was, like 2 months ago or something against a no-name team.
Yeah,
you probably didn't have that on your list.
Yeah, exactly. It's not something you'll lose a game to this once in a while. Like, don't overcomplicate things. You lost to that. But at the same time, I think there were many picks in that spot that still would have put Secret at an advantage. That's what you should be focusing on. How do we build our first 4 so that they can't last pick seemingly anything they love and we feel pressured? Because I don't know, if I look at that draft from EG, similar to game 1, OD is just playing with a too greedy lineup. Like, OD wants to fight with the team so that you can use the Astral effectively. You can go the Ags build, save people, play aggressively, get an ulti off. In this game, you're kind of like waiting. Your teammates are dying. You're not dealing damage anymore when people do tank.
You need other heroes to enter the fight first. When Vici Gaming used it to success, they were playing with a gyro half the time. This is the sort of core you want to pair with, not Void and Enchantress, who, again, sort of fulfilled the same roles in a team fight. It to me feels like both teams just kind of gave one away. I think they're certainly evenly matched, but the drafting has got to be crisper, or we're just going to see a finals decided by like who missteps just before the game even begins.
So it's all about the draft.
Damn.
I mean, it's just
Sounds
about
like-
not losing the draft.
I wouldn't say it's all about the draft, but these 2 games, it's been too impactful. I think both drafters are better than this, and I agree with Kyle. I think they just made mistakes that are a bit uncharacteristic. It's a lot to take in. You get to the finals best of 5. There's tons of new things to adapt to. It's not like the teams have been picking the same as always, right? That's the other thing. They've tried to be creative and spice it up a bit, and sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
To note that both teams also lost as first pick, getting the hero that some would say you never want to give away in a draft. EG got Enchantress, and in the first game, Secret got Wisp. So now all of a sudden, it's like what Grant said at the start, different broken heroes start to end up going through because now they've been beaten. Do they make it all the way to second phase? Like, we'll see. I think this Game 3 draft's gonna answer a lot of questions.
All right, speaking of Game 3 draft, it will be on your screens after the break.
Rick Gaming Esports, professional esports housemaker.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Game 3 Grand Finals, the Dream League Season 13, and I am here with the best non-playing brains in Dota 2. We got Kyle, we got Cinder, and we got Cap and Grant. I realized I didn't actually properly introduce you guys yet.
Now you did.
No, I did.
Now they know who we are. I feel like
Properly.
only you three should feel insulted by that non-playing thing.
That's
Like,
why
I'm
saying
cool.
properly.
Yeah.
But you're not playing.
Oh, I'm not insulted by that at all.
Sind is still technically
Oh, you
a
mean
pro
in this
player.
tournament? Oh, that's true.
At this tournament?
Yes.
Also, Sin, do you have a team at the moment?
No, so you're right. Okay,
There you
got
go.
me. You got me.
He is looking.
You got me. It's over.
So if you get to predict drafts properly, do you feel like you get a better chance at getting a team?
I don't know. Maybe.
Now, let me ask you guys
I'm only
this.
here for the promo sheet.
Do you think you could beat Grant in an overthrow game?
I don't know. What does Grant play? Grant probably picks like Ember or something, or Slark.
Those aren't even imbalanced heroes. Are you serious? Have you ever
You're
played Overthrow?
You're already
Get out.
You don't know what you're doing on overthrow.
Goodness, that
All
was
I know is
embarrassing.
Grant's the master at it.
All right, guys.
I'm legit embarrassed right now.
EG Secrets. We are moments away from having the draft ready for you guys, and we're saying that it was draft wins in the previous 2 games, so I want to focus on those first couple of pans again. I know it's going to get repetitive because there's a lot of different familiar faces, but we do see teams taking their time to come up with these openings.
No, I think there's some heroes have risen. I think Doom's not going to make it through anymore. I think that's going to be a permanently banned hero. I think Disruptor's still going to be there. I think those are the 2 constants for me, and then we might see an IO get in. We might see an Ench get in again.
I think AA is also gone as well. That hero is just bonkers, especially the way these teams have been playing. It's just so much sustain, so many strength heroes that just don't want it in the game.
Yeah, so far both games AA has been first phase banned, and
who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed? I mean, it prevents, or rather, if you have the AA, you can't pick the IO, you can't really pick the Ench. One hero has been missing from this draft.
That man on screen right there, the Pangolier.
No, that's really not what I was going to say, but that is some next level artwork. I was going to say a Batten.
Yeah.
What sound is that?
I don't know. Is this sustain offlaners just kind of like...
Yeah.
Yeah, but why?
Because OD's been first 2'd in both games. You're not picking a Batten into OD ever.
OD has not been first 2'd. EG last picked that last time.
It did get first 2'd in 1 game, though.
Yes, in the
game
first
1.
game.
It has not been first 2'd in the last game specifically.
I
your back, Shiver.
No, I think with
Take that, Kyle.
Yeah. I will. Yeah. I also just quick point as we approach what is now like a fresh BO3 series.
It's not.
It's not.
Go on.
It's a BO3. It's 1-1.
No,
what?
It's 5 games. It's 1-1. It's a BO5. 1 versus 1.
Whatever. Okay, you guys understand what I'm saying.
Captain
I just want to say,
I don't get it. Can we get it explained?
I know it's Secret versus EG, all right? But let's just sit back and enjoy this as a community, okay? I don't want to see just NA or EU Dota lull. This is insane, but if you count the coaches, this match features 12 individuals from 12 different countries, which I think is an absolutely incredible statistic.
That is.
I was told Evil Geniuses is all American. I don't know.
Hell yeah! Let's go!
But it is actually quite remarkable.
Yes.
Right,
Dota is like the only truly global esport. Like most other games have fully like 5 from each region, which is nothing against that, but I just think that that's kind of crazy when you consider this is the top
come
echelon
together.
of our sport.
We all come together. Dota brings us together.
Yep, and it also keeps, at the moment, one thing keeps us from getting started, by the way. It's a connectivity issue. We're trying to get it fixed.
Rich was complaining
oh my
about some
God,
of
the
those
new patch
earlier.
got released early?
New patch. New heroes in.
Smokes. I can't tell you. I know.
First big Snapfire.
Well, we have some time. I mean, I would imagine that is going to be in for the next rotation of minor major, right?
Yo, Bulba is going sick tunnel vision. All right, he recovered a little bit.
He's locked in on the hero.
Yeah. Have you ever tried?
Exactly what it is. Can we
staring at IO.
triangulate to see what hero he's looking at on the monitor?
Dude, that's just a coach thing. Have you ever tried to talk to Bulba or Blitz as their team is
When they're
playing?
focused? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're like, they're just staring at the game. There's nothing you're going to do to break it.
Yeah. No, but bringing on what you said, Snapfire, is Snapfire, you think it's going to come into the next patch?
I think,
Surely.
Yeah. I think all heroes will be in CM next patch.
Can't wait.
I think so. Snappy might need a little bit of a tweak. I think Void Spirit might be relatively balanced in its current form, but it's really hard to say in competitive Dota, right? You can look at pub win rates, you can look at how the games are going, but it's just some things. I feel like a hero like Void Spirit is just going to be so entertaining to watch in the hands of, you know, the very mechanical mid players. Like, to me, the first player that comes to mind when I think Void Spirit is like, I would love to see some male play that hero, for example. Like, it would be super fun.
I saw him play it. I can't remember the match. I think he was playing against like Abed's TA, and he killed him. I also saw a cool stat from I think Knoxville about how out of the mid players here that started upper bracket, Abed has lost the most lanes. And it's surprising that teams continue to give him TA, right? Where even if you have a disadvantageous laning phase, he just immediately can rotate into the jungle and recover.
It just comes back. I mean, we saw TA last banned by Secret in previous game, which I thought was surprising considering we normally see EG pick it second phase. So I would imagine, I think we're going to see more TA this series.
Yeah, and I agree. Go on.
No, I was just going to say it might mean that they weren't planning on the Meepo until the last second, because I think Meepo is great against TA. I actually think that was kind of just in the moment, hey, wait a second. Meepo's insane. You want to play Meepo? And you're just like, okay. And then it's like, okay, I got it done. Next game.
And no flame. Nisha's Meepo was solid, but it didn't really feel like he needed to do too much. Like his macro was good, but his actual in-fight microing, like there were a lot of times he was just like tossing nets. And you're just like, all right, what's going on
The
here?
man got a rampage. They won by 45,000 gold, but Nisha...
But he missed a few nets.
Grant... never mind.
I would say,
I withdraw.
Because on the other side, you got Abed, who arguably has a more famous Meepo than
People
Nisha
probably
does.
expected
He
him to
didn't miss
pick it,
any nets that game.
Yeah.
Shouldn't Abed be know exactly how to play against Meepo because he knows exactly how to play Meepo? Isn't that a little bit how it works?
Yeah, exactly.
He tried to invade the jungle early. He was hunting for the Meepo right as he was like that level 5, level 6 area where Meepo has abandoned the lane. He tried to push in the lane and go invade jungle, but you know it's kind of easy to make the read on those maneuvers. So.
I think it's just, we talked about slow-paced heroes. OD's not that hero that's going to be like, oh, he got me in lane, he killed me. I think we're going to definitely go into this game getting 2 aggressive heroes middle. And we saw it early in the tournament. It was Chris Luck versus someone. They killed each other at level 2. And I think that's honestly when Abed and Nisha are at their best when they're playing aggressive. So give them both aggressive heroes and just let them duke it out.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Let's not have any Yapstor and Crit coming into that middle lane. Just have a pure 1v1 mid lane. Actually, we talk a lot about matchups in terms of players. Obviously, you know, Abed Nisha is the main one. But we haven't really talked about Arteezy versus Matuma, man.
We haven't. And they are very different.
They are very different.
I think it's because they really aren't the star players of their team anymore, right?
Just lounging.
I feel like we see the chair go down a little bit further every time we get the camera on him.
They are very different, Grant. Go on.
That was it. No, I'm just kidding.
It's got
it
different
is, right?
names, different heights.
Well, I would just say, like, Arteezy, right? He used to be, like, the face of EG for a long time. Sumail came around, kind of took that, and, like, you do. Arteezy is probably the most beloved player, but when you come to this, like, Abed is the one winning them the games when they're winning games. On the other side, Matuma, man, like or Nisha, that's the problem. They both play middle, but it just feels like Arteezy, as you said, is better when he has the 3rd most farm, which is completely opposite from Secret.
Yeah, I just like when he can actually just play independently. I feel like a lot of people forget his reign on Secret as a mid player. He's still one of the best solo, like 1v1 players in Dota, but a lot of the time, like especially on heroes like Void, he just doesn't feel like it's playing to their strengths. Especially if Ramses isn't on the playmaker. I think that swapping them just works much better for the squad. If you're gonna give away like this first 2 Monkey King, late pick that Venomancer for Ramses and just give Artur the Razor again. Like they've won every game he's played Razor. And I feel like the EG BKB timings is really when they feel most comfortable because it naturally gives them openings to like start fights. All of a sudden, you have these 3 very talented players that are all now indestructible because they can just pop BKB and make a play. I don't know, we're just kind of talking in circles at this point. Just pick something that fights.
Did you just mention that if you give Arteezy Razor, I haven't lost with him yet? Was that the one you meant?
That is what I said.
Wow. Like they picked it once?
No, they picked it twice.
No, they picked it once.
Nope, twice. They picked it yesterday.
If they picked it in this series,
Fight.
they did. All right, twice.
Fight. Oh.
Come on, Steve.
I didn't write them down on this note yet.
I was here when Cal was right.
Yeah.
I was there.
I was there too. Grant, were you there?
I was there.
Wow.
All right.
But they are 2-0, right? As
Yes.
Razor.
Yes.
So, I mean, he's not wrong. It may be like a
you
small
are
step, but
correct, Kyle.
he is not wrong.
Thank you.
You know what? They should also play
Cherish
Nick's
this
stats.
moment. I know it doesn't happen very often, so, you know, gloat with it, you know. You can sit there for a little bit because we still have some technical problems, unfortunately. Still trying to connect, and hopefully we'll be soon, but we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with the draft.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Success is the campaign, hustle, make $1 billion. It's all grind and no play. You wanna live, you trade your days away. My cheat codes don't work. Got the grades, but still I'm a store clerk. But I'm fine cause I got plans. Wrote them down on the back of my hands. I strive for all my life without a worthy cause. Hard work about 2/3, still seem to make a loss. Hey, hey, one day they'll ease me in. When you're invisible, maybe I'll find comfort in my skin. Dream big, that's what mama said. Have faith, you can make it. We set out, fearless, but we all got lost in the wilderness. Is this world for the taking? We're sold out cause we all want the same thing. Big house, fast car, what you own ain't the person you are. I strive for all my life without a worthy cause. Hard work about 2/3, still seem to make a loss. Hey,
I bet you guys thought you still had to look at a timer for 1.5 minutes. We got you. Game 3 of the grand finals, and we're in a draft. So let's talk about Dota. Let's talk about these bans. Asian Operation, by the way, still in the pool.
Monkey King gone, as Kyle said. Just get rid of it. It's the fast-paced hero. They'll pick it first phase. You don't know how to deal with it. Boom.
It also provides Secret much needed. It just does so many things for their draft. It's it's versatile. It provides vision. You have physical damage and team fight and a stun, and it's a strong laner. Let it go.
Yep. And if you're not first pick, I really do think you're gonna ban Doom every time now.
Yeah. I think you're on point with that. And the AA ban from EG, once again, Secret, yep, gotta ban the Wisp. Now giving away first pick. Treant is a possibility for sure.
Lich is still in the pool.
Lich is that's a good point.
That's new.
That is
Yes.
new.
I'm pretty sure that's
Enchantress is there as well.
I think they'll pick Lich.
If you go Lich as EG though, because you don't like playing Lich into Enchantress, do you?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you pick Enchantress, I think they'll still take Lich, but no, they do.
What if you just go Ench Tree on Secret? Or maybe even Ench Shaker. I really like their Shaker against Lich drafts. Because you don't really want to outlane Lich, but if it's a very gankable hero. So I'd like to see Yaps are able to just play 2 lanes. Helps secure middle as well.
Something that's very good against Lich is reach, I think. If you can stay away and kill the Lich from a distance, heroes like Shaker are a great example. I think Enchantress, like you said, is also okay. That's one way to do it. You make the Frost Shield a lot less effective if you can outrange the effect of it, right? This is a hero with reach. They might ignore the Enchantress entirely and get Shaker. I still think that is a very likely option. Or did any cores get opened up with this monkey ban? What did EG not ban this game that they banned last game? Because the Mag and AA were definitely bans in the last game. No.
Do you know?
It was just a bunch of supports. It was Lich, AA, IO, Disruptor, and then Mag 2.
Okay.
So.
Oh, it was the Lich itself.
It was just the Lich
right,
that
and they've
opened
got
up.
it now.
Yeah. Tiny was left out there from the first go-around. We haven't seen a Slark in the first phase yet, which I think is more likely for EG, because they have the Lich.
And you're against the Wyvern, you don't feel too bad as a Slark.
Yeah. So that's something I would be a little bit scared. Is there that big of a difference from drafting TA early? When you have first pick, and then you go into the second phase?
Yeah, it's definitely better as first pick if you want to first phase it.
I think they're going to do it. They might do it here.
I like it here.
Oh, no. They'll do it instead.
All right.
You already know they don't have much to catch you yet.
I think
But they only are 2 picks in.
They are, but it's like your support hero and either your other support hero or your off laner, which are usually your catch.
And it's also, I think, a good read from EG, recognizing that it's not that Abed's hero pool is limited, but there's a very specific subset that their drafts built around make the whole squad look better, and it's specifically him on Storm and TA. And I do agree Storm against Clock and Wyvern is ideal, because it also provides the necessary reach and catch, which this entire series, the team losing has been lacking.
5 seconds
That was a good sign.
That was a good
The farming
sign.
simulator one. I like
There's
that
tractors everywhere.
Dude, there are tractors everywhere.
Get a picture of Secret and EG in front of them.
All right, we got the openings. Clockwork Winter, Wyvern, Lich Storm. Do we have a preference? Because I've heard good points from both. Like, is there one you particularly like more?
It's tough to know team secrets because they can put either of their 2 heroes on anyone. Meanwhile, for EG, a little more telegraphed. Fly's obviously going to play the Lich. Abed's going to play the Storm. So until we see like that, the actual 3-4 on Secret, it's tough.
I think the Secret opening is a little bit more flexible. I feel like Storm kind of demands a specific type of game, whereas Wyvern Clock can play both skirmish fights, team fights, and have solid laning. I think Storm could be slightly worrying for EG. I still think it's a good pick, don't get me wrong, because you're picking for the player and for the team and for the meta, so it's definitely not a bad choice at all. But I'm concerned about the laning, that this is very telling. And not only
I do agree Storm against Clock
now get to
and
counter
Wyvern
pick
is
mid, but I
ideal
think
because
this
it
is
also
the kind of
provides
game
the
where you're
necessary
ganking
reach
as
and
the episode
catch,
goes.
which this entire series, the team losing has been lacking.
That was a good sign.
That was a
the
good
farming
sign.
simulator one. I like
There's
that
tractors everywhere.
Dude, there are tractors everywhere.
Get a picture of Secret and EG in front of them.
All right, we got the openings. Clockwork Winter, Wyvern, Lich Storm. Do we have a preference? Because I've heard good points from both. Like, is there one you particularly like more?
It's tough to know team secrets because they can put either of their 2 heroes on anyone. Meanwhile, for EG, a little more telegraphed. Fly's obviously going to play the Lich. Abed's going to play the Storm. So until we see like that, the actual 3-4 on Secret, it's tough.
I think the Secret opening is a little bit more flexible. I feel like Storm kind of demands a specific type of game, whereas Wyvern Clock can play both skirmish fights, team fights, and have solid laning. I think Storm could be slightly worrying for EG. I still think it's a good pick, don't get me wrong, because you're picking for the player and for the team and for the meta, so it's definitely not a bad choice at all. But I'm concerned about the laning, that this is very telling, and not only do you now get to counterpick mid, but I think this is the kind of game where you gank mid as the Absol. Yeah. Shut down the Storm before he hits 6, slow him down.
What's with the lone druid ban? We've mostly seen it against Koikfa, but he's not here.
It's just one of those heroes that I think you've got to be afraid of in general against Secret. It's something I've had my eye on thus far.
And it wins the mid matchup against Storm really hard.
Yeah, really hard. And in addition, Storm hates playing against heroes like LD. You don't have much presence in the early to mid game, and Lone Druid can just straight up win off first Roche. So.
And with any decent reactions on Lone Druid, if Storm jumps you, press your ulti, the transform completes, and you're like insanely tanky.
Yeah.
Listen, Synderen's all about his brain power when it comes to analyzing these drafts, but I'm going to go with my heart here. I actually like the Storm shirt opening more. That's just because Abed's been feeling himself. I mean, he played that Storm game against like 4 different counters and still owned. He was not just a space creator, he actually was the win condition in the end. He ended that game because he was so good on it. So I think EG, just put your faith in Abed to perform.
The Timber ban makes me think Secret could be thinking about Slark. It's been one of their replacements to MK for Matumba Man. I don't really like the hero here, but it's possible.
Which hero?
Slark. I'd much prefer to see like an Ember Spirit. I think that hero's been forgotten, and I don't know why.
Really, it has. We saw it once with Vici Gaming, like in the last 3 days, and that's about it. Why do you think? Just honestly, they just forgot about it-ish?
Kind of just forgot about the Ember-ish.
Yeah, hey, it's believable.
It's a lot of heroes.
It's more believable than forgetting about the Ironborn, that's for sure.
Do you think that the EG previous game forgot about the meeple?
Huh?
Yeah. They can forget heroes is a thing, right?
That's what we talked about in these best of fives, right? Like it is like you have to just pace yourself.
Yeah. We do see the Phantom Lancer ban. Of course, Secret is the one with the ban into pick, which we have seen be successful so far in this series.
PL is very good against both of these Secret heroes, so I think it's a solid ban, even if one of your later picks could be good against Lancer.
And it's also because you don't mind playing Clock against Naga, you hate playing against PL, and in a game where Clock can't kill a core, you just kind of feel worthless. So I think that's a very apt ban. They're also very limited, the safe lane pool is very limited now. No Mag, MK, Lifestealer. So there's nothing you really would feel is on a similar power level.
Ooh, they take the TA away from Abed, but I mean, they already know their matchup. How does TA do against Storm?
Good.
Pretty even.
In the lane. I think she wins in the lane a little bit, but both of them can go back to the jungle very easily.
Yeah, Storm does better than he used to because of the
change.
For the pull.
Yeah.
I still really think this is going to be a game where the Force will be rotating toward mid. You want the Clockwork to try to gank Storm before he's 6. You want the Tiny to toss TA into the tower and get Storm that extra kill and that extra bit of farm.
He wants super dependent, independent offlaners, right? So the can roam.
I mean, I'm counting on the Clockwork being 4 here, which isn't even necessarily going to be the case. Now it probably
looks like it's not.
That's position 3.
Probably a Zyclock, yep. Slark still looks pretty solid for EG, but you're against a lot of burst damage. I really like the Lion pick. It's, I think, underutilized, and it's also one of Puppy's iconic heroes. And as it's Lion versus Storm, right? This has been a counter pick since 2005. So,
would you rather have
in 2005.
Puppy on Lion or Yapstor on Lion, assuming the other one plays Winter Wyvern?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that is a good question. I think they both play amazing Lions. They're 2 of the best, so you have them in the same team. That also probably means EG can't...
like, who would you prefer farm on, right? That's the question. Winter Wyvern or Lion?
I think Lion just because he counters Storm so well. I think if you can get any reach on Lion, like Blink Dagger, Itherlands, Force Staff, whatever it is that can help you...
What is happening here?
Hey, good on you, man.
Yeah.
Make sure to get your homework done.
Yeah.
That is absolute respect.
You don't want to end up like one of these schlubs here on the stage.
That's true. The sum is 200, by the way. Thank me later. I know that one by heart from back in calculus. If you say it with enough,
do you remember
calculus? With enough conviction, it's believable.
I believed it.
Ooh, that is a very ambitious Naga into a Lion, but it is one of the counters to TA. It's why the PL's banned out. Illusion cores against TA are quite difficult to play. EG, you have a Storm and a tiny high reach. Now you just have Illusions for vision. It plays itself.
A lot of people were picking Clock into the Naga Siren earlier, right? Just that reach of being able to grab her after she tries to song reset. You can trap her in the cogs with the battery assault for a little while until she finally gets something off.
All of Naga's cast times are too long to ever go off against battery assault. None of the spells can be used. I believe. I'm positive.
Yes.
Actually, you can't cast.
You definitely cannot song or Illusion, but you could. Yeah, you can't net either.
I mean, you just mantis at some point.
Yeah,
that's a real problem. 100%.
So I'd like to, and Secret have last pick, keep in mind. I'd expect to see them last pick something that just allows them to end game. I think Ember Spirit has got to be on your mind as a ban for EG still, because I look at this draft from EG and I just don't think you're ever killing an Ember, and thus far I don't know how you're going to outlane it. Of course, Ramses Hero is the last pick. I can see a Venom answer for him.
I like the option of Dragon Knight for Secret, actually. Matoma and Safelane Dragon Knight. I think that's the kind of hero that could win this game.
Why don't we see that hero?
Secret have played it a little bit. They played it in a Darkseer strategy, I think.
They played it twice, both on Nisha so far.
Yeah, and they played it against Storm Spirit, I think, in at least one, if not both of those games. It's a fast stun. You're a tanky hero. Storm can't really jump on. You're always a threat in the fight. I think Dragon Knight is pretty good against Naga Siren because of the tempo, and early on she can't really touch him at all until she gets many items.
I feel like it's just affected by the power creep. Like, you think about the other strength cores you play, like Mag, Monkey King, Kunkka, all just feel better on paper than a Dragon Knight as to what they give to a game.
There is that X factor of tower push though, which is really good.
That's I like that because I mean you had BKB cancel, but it's just a team fight EG could pull off Naga strong into Enigma Black Hole. That's
any sort of combo.
I still think Veno for EG makes the most sense here. If you look at the way they would be able to team fight, as long as Ramses gets his ult off, you're going to win an engagement. And right now, I feel like EG, if they have a vision advantage, they should be able to take the team fight quite easily. It's really just not getting jumped by the Lion or Clock.
Is there any cheese heroes for Secret that are still in the pool?
It would be a Matu hero, right?
Yeah.
What's Matu cheese heroes?
It's actually a good Meepo game.
Yeah, that's fine.
But you want something that bites a little bit more instead of like that static presence, something like Pango. Just trying to have.
Yeah, Pango's not bad, but
I don't think Matu plays that at all. Actually.
Yeah, no, it's we need a one position. I think you need more damage output.
Are we talking about?
I think EG.
Yeah. I don't know if Ramses has played Pango.
I have not seen a Ramses Pango.
Pango is so-so just because there's a couple of counters, right? And Curse and even Hookshot can buy a little bit of space if needed, and they can cock him away. I don't know if that interaction was ever fixed, where if you cock someone, if you cock Pango at the perfect moment, you actually end rolling Thunder. If you remember that.
Yeah.
What about? I think that's still the case, actually.
What about a Leshrac in this spot for Secret?
I like it for a similar reason as the Dragon Knight, but I think the DK still might be a little bit better for that extra stun.
I just feel like you have the lockdown thanks to Lion Clock. You need raw damage because your 3, 4, 5 right now aren't really providing any. TA has 0 AoE as well, so I'd love the core that could also shove lanes out.
That is right.
In the lane.
They're both good. I like it.
I mean, Secret have taken the pace. I like it quite a bit, just the fact that they're able to run down towers now. They've got this early Roshan advantage too. Like if they walk away with lanes, they get the early Rosh, they're going to take map control, and we're just going to see a repeat of game 1 and 2.
Yep, I really like Secret's lineup here. I think that they'll be able to control the mid game, which to me is the secret to Dota nowadays.
I only have one question though. Are we going to see fights, more fights? Is there going to be a first blood before 5 minutes?
Closer game.
Closer game.
There is, absolutely.
This is a closer game. You heard it from Grant. He promises it. There you go.
Guaranteed.
Game 3, EG Secret. Take it away.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
It is time for Game 3 of Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses. And Fog, with these drafts, it should be a closer one, right?
I just want fights. I don't want people dodging away from each other like we saw mostly in the last 2 games. And this looks like it should be a lot more battling. And also, we've got an Abed Storm.
We do. We have seen the damage that Abed Storm has been able to do to some of the teams on this run for Evil Geniuses to this grand finals. And the question is, looking at these drafts, is there any sort of single pick here that's like, all right, it's GG, it's over? Or are we seeing sort of a chance for this, a bit more brawling early on? We've had 2 games that have been very one-sided. It should have the setup for both teams to make plays and both teams to be able to scale.
Yeah, I think the last pick, I was also thinking about the same thing as Kyle was mentioning it too. I think it's always going to be great when you're playing versus these illusion heroes, of course, versus like the Nagas, the PLs. It's a great setup, but it's also just a good game because he's versus Omni Knight as well, and also it's another stun. Look at the amount of lockdown that they have and the follow-up that they have to a curse, let's say, or a follow-up to a hook shot, any type of initiation. They're going to have a lot of different disables to at least follow up versus the side of EG. EG, I think it's going to be a little bit more passive from them, at least because of that Naga Siren, but we're going to have to watch to see if Crit can at least start to get that ball rolling as he is playing his, like, you know, one of his best 4 positions we've seen him playing the last few tournaments on that Tiny.
And obviously one of the heroes that we do not see a lot, but as talked about in the panel, you know, the Yapzor Lion coming into this game. And on paper, there's a lot of great reasons for it, right? You said the catch, and also that very nice way of taking away some of the Naga's illusions.
Yeah, you actually get quite rich when you're playing versus like the PLs and the Naga Sirens. When you are playing this line, you just hex, you mana drain in the mid game. If it does get to like the mid-late games, this line ends up getting, you end up killing honestly like hundreds of illusions, and it gives you quite a lot of gold on a line. If it gets to that point, I don't know if Secret wants it to be at that point, because I think they're going to play at a pretty fast pace because of this Lesh TA draft. They can look to take a quick, easy Roche. They can look to fight a lot too. So yeah, we'll see it all play out. And this is the big hero to look out for though. It's a Matumba man on that Lesh rack. He's going to be able to do quite a lot, in my opinion, versus what he's against.
And another hero that we really have seen more and more of as the tournament's gone on with, it's the Clockwork, right?
Yeah.
Picking it, playing it on the offlane. I mean, the question is for you, have you sort of started to be, you know, have you been sold by the Clockwork performances that we've seen, or do you still have a lot of question marks for this hero?
He seems to be pretty decent. I've been seeing a lot of people, you go for like the Rocket and stuff level 1, and especially versus Naga Siren, since they go for their illusions, they go the mirror image, you get their double nukes, and you actually clear the illusions pretty quickly. I'm wondering if we see Zai do that too, because I watched Ice 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 in this matchup, and he killed the Naga Siren in like 2 times, I believe, in the laning phase, which is really impressive to me. So we'll see if he's able to do the same thing as we are waiting to see what Zai skills up. Yeah, he skills up the Rocket immediately, and he will look to secure that range creep with it and also hurt the illusions. Couriers will get away, as it did look like Yapzor and Crit were kind of battling each other.
And always very interesting to see how the mid lane matchup will go down between Nisha and Arbet. Both on these incredible heroes that are going to be able to bring a lot of action this game, the TA and the Storm. We'll see what sort of a start they get, but at the same time, both heroes where the lane will not matter too much, they're going to be catching up. They're going to be hitting the jungle creeps, and then that's going to be all about the first sort of item timings, whether it's when Arbet gets his Kaya, whether it's Nisha wanting to go for the blink first, when they'll really start to get involved with the action around the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I love watching the TA Storm matchup just because I actually think that's one that's, it's so like skill matchup, because like sometimes you might just see the Storm kill the TA because he gets a pull in Vortex or something along those lines, or rotation comes in and you can go for that. Speaking of rotation.
It is Crit. He's going to be able to get the toss back. Nisha's got the refraction. We'll save him some of the damage, but now they managed to fight through it. Nisha getting blocked up, and that'll set up for first blood for Arbeg. Crit, he's done it so many times on his Tiny, and already this making these first early moves around the map. You've got to keep your eyes on this man. He's going to be making plays all over the place.
Yeah, and he's aware of what happened in the last game. He actually put a sentry ward down on the bottom side, and he was able to get the D ward, so he can make those easy moves that makes it a little bit more unexpected. Nice double stun into denying the DD rune.
Very nice, given a good old Yapzor there.
Yeah, heads up play there from Crit, knowing exactly where their observer ward was placed so that he can look to make those moves on the mid lane without any information at all. So we're gonna watch. It's gonna probably be a lot of movements toward that mid lane. We see Crit immediately toward. He's gonna break Nisha's salve by tossing Yapzor on top of him.
Yeah, making sure that Arbed has the chance to stay a little healthier. Does get some regen ferried out for himself. Arbed will heal up back to full.
See, now what you do as Zai is you gotta start rocketing the mid lane. You're like, you know what, Crit, you wanna gank mid? I'll start rocketing your Storm Spirit. But for now, he is just addressing to just keep spamming up top to secure his own farm.
Mid lane.
Mid.
Good stun here. Nisha's going to be able to set up a little bit of damage. At the same time, Arbed's still got mana to play with, and Crit is around. So Nisha won't be able to stay aggressive onto Arbed despite the low mana. Both supports just sticking around mid, making sure the backup is there for their mid laners if they do get gone on by the opposing team's position 4.
Oh, the creep aggro mid lane actually got very thankful. YapzOr like pulled the creep and it was looking towards walking toward the tier 2, but Nisha was able to actually secure 2 last hits. And continued pressure in mid. Immediately they're gonna go. Crit, he's still in the area. YapzOr didn't see it.
Yeah, YapzOr's left. They need to get back over here as soon as they can. YapzOr keeping it over, but it's too late. He's under the tower, and EG, another kill. YapzOr, he gave up on hanging around. Crit made this really nice juke around the trees. I think YapzOr expected the Crit maybe headed elsewhere, but he had it. And Crit, again, finding these opportunities to secure his mid lane for Arbed.
And YapzOr TP'd too. He wanted to actually be able to help, like you mentioned, to try to TP forward, but yeah, Crit just being a little sneaky there. We have a rune coming out. It's bottom. It's an arcane. Abed is able to get it. They will get the stun. They don't have a hex, but the mana drain, the slow that comes out from it.
Very nicely pulls him back, and that buys time for Crit to come in. Abed will be saved. Again, Crit just the savior at the mid lane, making this lane beautifully set up for Abed to continue to have a good time. The farm's still very close between them. You know, Nisha is keeping up, but Crit, he's just making it that little bit easier for Abed.
Just being a nuisance, and that just puts, he's allowed to do this because he has the Omni Knight in a 1v1 bottom, because YapzOr has to sit around that area, which is fine for Omni Knight versus Lash. They're actually dead even down there. Any stacks coming out in the jungle doesn't look like, as YapzOr has been kind of just sitting around mid. Has Tranquil Boots finished up, so he should be able to follow the movements. And we are hitting that 5-minute mark for bounties. Zai getting aggressive.
Let's see what he can do against Fly. I mean, a couple more procs with the battery assault. After Rocket Flare, that will do it. Zai diving in, it takes the kill underneath the nose of the 2 players. RTZ cannot get over in time to tack it up for the battery assault. At the same time, EG making the counter plays. They're pushing on bottom, and guess who's there? Guess who's involved? It's Crit.
Of course it's Crit. He's playing Tiny. He's going to be looking to go everywhere.
Already looking to be an exciting opening for this game 3. Both teams having these movements less, compared to the static lanes we saw earlier this series. This is all heating up very, very soon. Another move up top. Zai trying to step in. Fly is there to turn, blast him back. Arteezy with the illusions, bringing Zai down pretty low, but he's under the tower. They cannot dive any further. Arteezy's position will be kept safe, though. He can continue to farm as all 3 cores, all 6. It's so even. Everybody's getting away with the farm. Both teams' supports are doing an excellent job of securing each lane for their cores.
I'm loving these sentry wards by EG, though. You see how I talked about the initial one they placed down toward the bottom river that was able to get the D ward, and then these following 2 sentries actually got another D ward on the mid lane. So the information to where the Tiny is just not there because of the way the Crit has been playing and the way the Crit's been reading how Secret has been warding. So really heads up plays there by Crit, just understanding exactly where those wards are. And he's now placing his own wards and playing super deep at the moment. And he'll put it at that deep ward to be able to watch where Nisha is.
In top lane, we will see the TP over from the Storm. He's looking to make this play very early on. Arben, he recognizes that Zai is low, and he goes in for this play. He's now going to look towards Puppey. Puppey, he's trying to fly away, but Arteezy's there waiting on the other side off the cliff. As Puppey, he's in danger. Arteezy chases him down. Zip fall from Arben. I mean, we've seen this man make so many early moves on his Storm, but this game, 7 minutes in, he's coming into the top lane, and he's getting 2 kills for his team.
I think this is the reason why he made that quick rotation toward top. This big stack, he doesn't want it to get stormed. But look at this. The mid laners both moving so early on. Nisha, level 6 though.
They may get a kill out of this as they slow down Fly.
Does actually miss with the trap there actually, but with the side blade he hits him.
There we go. The drag back comes to Nisha. Avalanche as well, but YapzOr's there with a stun to hold back Crit still. They'll chase on. Nisha's got to be focused. Another zip. Arbed's in. They'll get pushed down. In fact, they're pushed down towards Nisha. Gets the reflection out, but the toss back's there. Up to the shrine. Arbed, he's striding up. He's getting the mana. He drags back in the TA. Another 3 minutes for YapzOr, but it's not enough to save Nisha. And again, you know who the man was that enabled that old Crit. When Crit respawned, he came to the tower. He refilled Arbed's bottle, giving him that initial mana to start off that play.
Took the words out of my mouth. And they do have the Shrine as well that filled them up as well even more. But because of this, that matchup I mentioned, you know, the Lesh versus Omni Knight, now though, when Lesh starts getting like level 6, level 7, you really start to build the pressure that Omni because of how much damage your Pulse Nova is actually able to do. So we see Matoma Man, he just runs him down and even takes the tower. So you see that Lesh is really starting to take it over that lane. And he's actually queued up just going for bots. I think he's starting to read the way that this game is going, read how the movements are going, and he knows, I want to get involved on this too.
I mean, both teams so far, this has been excellent. That to play mid. Again. He's got the toss back straight into the hands of the Storm Spirit. Zai will TP in. Arbet's still got a lot of mana to play with. He turns. Vortex is back by Timmerman's side. He hook shots across, but he doesn't catch on to Arbet, so Arbet can zip back to safety. They will lose crit. The TP is in for Secret. Will warrant them a kill on the support, but Arbet, he's still getting away with the action, and he's getting out of there. Matsu will walk back to base and will naturally roll into the goal for his boots of travel. So he'll be able to get himself straight back out on the map.
Crit and Abed are just actually everywhere, right? They're just showing up to every single one of these fights, but it's 5-7, and it's actually still a gold lead for Secret. And again, you see Crit TP'd mid, he filled Abed's bottle again. These two are just...
Well, they're on the hug. Abed, he zips in onto Nisha. What's in the back of it? There's Zai's trying to come across to help out, but another zip forward. The Magic Burst bringing Nisha down low. There's the Avalanche. Nisha, the refraction in a second is back up. Can they fight for it? Toss forward. They'll stay on top. The refraction's now gone. He's trying to get his mana back up, Arbet, but he hasn't enough mana to look for Nisha. They turn towards Zai. Meanwhile, Arteezy, he also killed off Yapso. The drag Zai's in trouble. He'll lose his career. He'll lose his life. Another kill for Arbet.
My God, just relentless. I mean, we asked for this, right? We wanted fighting. We wanted battle. We have more kills, I think, than the first game entirely already at this point. 14 kills in it, and we did see Arteezy. He went for an early point in the ensnare. We saw him do it around the Shrine to catch the Storm, and now just netted him another kill as he was able to set up onto Yapsor.
I mean, this is incredible from both sides, but in particular, as you say, Arbet, the amount of involvement he's had here 10 minutes in. 3-0. As I said, we've seen him have some explosive starts, but this one here in the grand finals, it's topping them all.
Yeah. And he's being enabled really well by Crit. Crit's just hand in hand with him every single time, filling up his bottle or just being there to get those tossbacks constantly. All the space in the world for Arteezy to get that farm up. He's farming well, and he's also got kills to boot. 3-0-0, 76 last hits, level 9 on the Naga Siren. Definitely having a good time.
He's able to head over and finds himself a bit of a juicy set of Ancients, being that the Prowler's very easy for the Storm to clean up, so Arbet's going to be able to keep himself very high up there experience. In terms of farm though, Matsu and Nisha, they are farming very nicely. They're getting space. Arteezy's still the man to top it all though, as this Naga Siren. Space down bottom for him. He even cleans the tower alone. Mid lane, they're looking to go on Ramsey. Zai will pop down the cards, fingers out, bam, they got him. Yep, so gets the kill, gets a finger stack up at the very good timing of 11 minutes, and they can now push on onto the mid. Fortification will be popped to Matsu, a little low on mana. So back off for now. Crit's in the neighborhood to see if he can get a catch. So Secret have to be a little wary of that. Puppy, he's soaking up levels top, does have the 6 to make plays, and Zai, he's found Fly all on his own.
Easy kill.
Doesn't look to be any help for Fly. He cannot escape this, as Zai will find the straggler.
That is the dream about this Clockwork pick versus, well, Tiny, he has some type of a solution if he can find a creep to be able to toss the Clockwork away onto, but these two supports, they're very vulnerable to a Clockwork. Even in the Omni Knight can be a bit. Even though he's very tanky, he probably won't die, but just keeping him inside of it there will be very frustrating. Zai making all the right moves. He still has hook shot available too around this top, and Secret, they're just looking to ramp up the pressure on the towers in particular because they have this max edict.
Quickly clean out the way for the rocket flare and the purification. He also scouted behind the trees, Zai, seeing if there was anything ready to look for a jump on him, but they can back off safely. Mid lane, Crit and Arbet, they want to keep this tempo going. They're smoked up, looking for action. There's the toss straight in onto Yapso, but Yapso, he's quick with the Hex, gets it up before there's a Vortex, but now Arbet can play on with no worry if the Hex. He's on top of Yapso. The burst isn't quite enough yet. He's in fact, he's out of mana. Arbet, Zai's trying to get it, but there's so much backup for Arbet. Ramses and Fly, they're here as well. They turn, they kill off the clock, as EG are playing so well around their Storm. Now they can look to block the play. Secret, they're in. Arbet, but again, the Avalanche, the heals, they're keeping their Storm safe. Arbet's able to pick up the haste route, as he can bottle back up in a second.
Arteezy joins as well. We have, is that 9 heroes in the mid lane? Yeah, you can see how much they're really... It's an Abed Storm, right? There's reasons that they want to back this man up to make sure that and ensure that he has the best game possible. They're really playing around him so much, just bringing everything to back him up.
Another bit of a go onto Ramses, but he's already, you know, becoming quite the target to go on. It's very hard for them to kill him. Nisha wants to focus on getting his first major item done. Back to the jungle he goes, 500 gold away from the Desolator. And with that in mind, once they have that, now when they do get that sort of stun initial setup onto the Storm, they'll have the chance to burst him down with the physical.
Yeah. And if they do get any type of fight, or if they can even try to get a sneak position, the Roche is very easy for Team Secret. EG, they can contest it though. They have the Naga Siren with the Song. They have the Storm Spirit as well, who can constantly zip over to get vision and check across there too. But I think the real X factor that could happen in this game, well, hold that for a second, is Zai. We'll be okay, but the real X factor in this game is there is a Lion on Secret versus the Storm that can cause some big problems, but there is an Omni Knight. I think that's the one big thing that EG does have that can protect Abed in the mid game, because Hex and these quick disables that do come out from this Lion, it tends to be Storm's kryptonite. Throw a Heavenly Grace on top, cut those in half, really could be a difference maker.
And these timings, again, Secret, no hesitation. Yapso's just got the finger back online.
He's got to get those stacks up. He's got to use it every cooldown.
Let's see if they can find Crit in the trees. Crit's trying to hide. He's juking this out quite nicely. He's in a little spot. And Crit, they're actually not going to find him yet.
Just kidding.
The Arctic Burn ends, the trees get cleared out. He's got backup straight in, they go onto the wave, and Poppy will fall. As they cannot find Crit in time, they cannot kill him. Backup's inbound, and again, it's another kill there. Arbet's getting involved in mid.
The bigger one.
Him down. They've got the sun, the finger, is it enough? It is! Yapso's in town to get the kill, but look at the reaction. Arbet's in with Ramsey. They're starting to drain them out of Arbet. He'll zip away to break it. He looks towards Matthew. The chain forces out. He'll bounce once to Yapso. Nisha still trying to push onwards with the refraction. Toss in, Arbet, he turns, Zai, he falls. Another kill for Arbet as EG, they back away, and they won't lose anyone else out of this.
Arteezy playing a little bit too far up though, but just such quick movements. It's so hard to read that you wouldn't be able to read those type of moves at all because of how fast Secret and EG are both moving around the map. But that is the one thing that Arteezy does have to be careful for. As we said, the Lesh, a hero that is a straight counter pick versus that Naga Siren, makes it really easy for you to identify and allow Yapsor to get that finger up. And that's the second stack. We know how the way Yapsor plays. He just tries to use it as often as possible. And I actually like that he went for the multiple points in Mana Drain rather than multiple points in Hex. I think this Mana Drain is actually going to put in a lot of work, as we see it does get the Storm down very quickly.
And he's in up, and he's using all of his mana to close this gap. Yapsor is there, but EG, they've got the numbers. Heavily Grace onto Arbed. He's throwing the mana fly. He's tossed forward, looks for the setup on Yapso, but Nisha looks to turn. GA's out from Ramses. Ramses is getting low. They're moving. The Sinister Gaze pulling Nisha inside. He threats the needle. He doesn't hit anyone at all. He'll still step forward to try and push them back. Gets on top of Crit. Goes with the stun. They've got the stun. Crit will live. Crit backs away. And now EG, they still want to fight. Crit, he's stepping back forward. Another avalanche onto Zai, and it makes the space. He gets away. Impeccable play from both teams. Game 1 and 2, they both were sort of one-sided stomps. It was all worth the wait. This game 3 could not have started any better.
No, beautiful. 8-12. We got 20 kills in 16 minutes, and it's just battling non-stop from both sides. Even when there is you could say, a kind of greedy Naga Siren coming out in the game. Arteezy's still getting involved as well. It's not like he's just sitting on the sidelines farming this whole time. No, he's been showing up to majority of these engagements as well. They're really trying to hold on to this mid tower as long as possible versus that Edict. They're going to glyph their catapult though on the side of Secret.
And I mean, they're bringing in the full squad. 5-man on the mid lane for Secret. They want to take this tier 1 away, and they'll find it. Hook shot from Zai. He's in onto Ramses, rocking him down in the cogs. There's the follow-up. If any save for Ramses, he pops the drums. He tries to run, get a heal. He finds Zai now stuck at the top of the cold embrace. He'll heal Zai out. Nisha's by his side. The chain frost is out. Zai still alive, and a rocket flare. Arbed zips across. Will help finish the kill. The punish Zai for diving too far.
7 kills now for Abed, 7-0 and 4, just involved in pretty much all of them on the side of EG. And just barely able to get Ramses out of there. That drum, he's able to get the distance just to get out. Such a close game. Less than 1K gold lead for EG. Experience is pretty much exactly the same as well.
And it's pretty much exactly how both teams will want to start this off. EG, they're making the plays with the heroes they need to. They're buying a lot of space for Arteezy, whereas on the side of Secret, you have both Matumbaman and Nisha gaining farm at the pace that they wish to. Nisha, Deso, looking for the BKB. He's now going to be very prepared to turn up to these fights, and it will be incredibly hard for EG to do much against him at all. At the moment, from EG, it's pretty much entirely magical. Inside the jungle, another kill is found. Again, 3 stacks now built up on the finger damage of Yapsor. Every single time it's ready, he's finding action. And these stacks, they're racking up at an incredible pace. And sorry, it wasn't the BKB.
He went to Lance.
For the Lance.
Okay. I think that's pretty neat so they can reach over the cogs, and he does have the Grove Bow as well. So the attack range on this TA, she's a real ranged hero now. 660 range rather than your usual like 400 or whatever it is on your TA.
And you know, sure, you know, him himself, he doesn't have any sort of magical damage, but just applying that magic resistance debuff, you've got a great backup to make the most of it. This clock line, unless they're going to blow up heroes that you go on.
Absolutely. And I like that Yapsor actually switched his decision. He had the Glimmer Cape queued up for a very long time, but I think because of the last few moments how it's been going, I think he can go for this Blink Dagger, because they want to have a secondary follow-up or a hero to at least start the fights besides Zai. And I think this will be really important if he's able to just catch the backlines. If he can blink, get a disable on the Omni Knight, and they're able to disable the Storm Spirit, that's the dream condition there for Secret. As now they're looking to go, as Matumba is pushing the top lane.
Let's see what they can find, Matsu.
Can they just actually go into the Roche pit and try to sneak that one here? First, I think they want to take a fight.
I mean, with the Desolate on TA, there's always that temptation. But they'll look for action first. Matsu starting to open up onto Crit. The rest of EG are coming over, but they cannot get there in time. Crit will fall. Secret trying to block up the rest of them. They get onto Fly. 2 dead on EG. Secret, a successful invasion of the jungle. They back off, and they have got that opportunity now if they do wish to take it.
Yeah, now they get this deep vision down too. They actually did have a very deep ward already. I think that's probably why they went for the kill, because they've had this ward down for about 2 minutes inside of that inside of that EG jungle. So they're able to identify, see those kills available for themselves, and then go for an easier rush. But there is still a way to contest for EG. Like we said, they have the Song of the Siren. They have a Storm Spirit with a Bloodstone already finished up at this point in the game.
And you're right, Arteezy is going to do a lot of damage now. Arbet, it's a big zip, quick zip back to avoid any sort of disable. The curse will be dropped down, holding him in position. As if EG could continue to fight this. Arbet's getting burst slow. He has enough mana to get back outside of the pit. Now on top of the Tornado with the Diffusal Blade, Arteezy is shredding through him. A cold embrace buys Matsu sometime. They'll use the GX so they can try and stay on target, but Matsu, he's running. Arteezy, he's singing the song. He's trying to chase and see if they have the control. They surround Nisha. Arbet's in on top of them. The TA is so much trouble. The sentry is down. They see him through the melee. They kill the TA off. And now with the mana being burned by these illusions of Arteezy, Secret all getting pushed back. Arteezy is making a beeline straight for Yapsor. Yapsor is pulled back by the Sinister Gaze. It's a double kill for Arteezy. And they're not done yet. They look for Zai. Arbet's stunned, but the heavily grace from Ramses gives him the safety to get away from the stuns. Zips out. The 2 buybacks of Secret. Are they actually going to be able to find the catch of it? They have the hook shot. Zai, he's looking for the angle, gets the vision. He's setting it up. Another slower to Artor. He has the illusions out. And with that in mind, Zai cannot find the angle for the hook shot. EG will step back.
They have to get this. They have to go for this rush now. It feels like on Secret with those 2 buybacks. But EG, they continue to contest this.
Nisha, he's got to be careful. He pulled back for for zipping Arbet. He's starting to play around with him, getting the most value out of the regen. And now Zai, he's on to Ramses. Ramses still got a lot of health in the pool. Avalanche thrown out to cover with the finger, bursts him low. He's stuck in the cogs. He's killed off. Nisha finds the kill. Now a buyback from Ramses. They've got to hold this fight around Roche, but Secret have already found the second. Double kill for Nisha. As EG knows, Secret, they brought back for this action. They've got to do so as well in turn. They cannot let Secret get this Roshan.
And this is where you really start to see the tier 1 Dota at its finest. I see these heroes, like Yapsor, he had gold to buy the Blink Dagger before he dies. No, they make the identification that they know, hey, we should not spend our gold. We have to save for the buybacks to contest around Roche Pit. And both sides do exactly the same thing. I saw the same thing coming from Fly. He had some gold to buy some stuff, but nope, he saves for the buyback. Heads up plays from both sides to ensure that they can fight around that Roche Pit.
And whilst these plays are going on, there's no time lost. It's not like we have these core heroes missing out on farms. Even the support, they're getting their crucial items. Yapsor now with the blink, that additional way to make the counter plays. No longer does he have to be positioned in a position where Arbet's going to be able to zip in on him. He can wait on the backlines and look to play for that counter play, to get that jump, Hex, start to take away the mana of the Storm, and set up for Secret to get in on top of Arbet.
Yeah.
But a bit of a calm in the Storm now, 14 to 15, 22 minutes into this game.
They need a breather, just a slight little breather.
You know, people may have wondered where the action went from game 1 and game 2. They were storing it all up. They were saving it for this one. They both let each other have a bit of fun, have a bit of a stomp, and now the clash is real. These two teams are so close at the moment, matched in everything, matched in skill and ability, and it is showing.
Full mana up on everybody on the side of EG except for the tiny Matumba man is very low on mana. I don't know if they're going to respond this one.
Ahmed's deep, a bit of time brought by the cold embrace. They've got the control over the curses there. Buy space for Yatsu, but Ahmed's so deep, he can stay on top of target. The chain force, the pullback, and you get Yatsu, but Ahmed dies for this. The song comes out from EG. We'll see what they want to do. There's a TP in aggressively from Matumba man. They're trying to TP out, fly, crit, RTZ. He's not going to get away. They're not going to get away. They've got the Yorks. They slow him down. The backup is already gone home. RTZ left alone and killed off. Secret get a second core kill, and the chase is not done yet. Matsu trying to hold down Ramses, but with a heavenly grace, the debuff won't last long. Now maybe Roshan could be the target. The two cores of EG, they do have buyback, but do they really want to use it for this? They do. There's your answer. At least from Abed.
Just from Abed for now.
I mean, RTZ knows, yeah, he's going to just spend his money. He doesn't have Song of the Siren. It's much too much of a liability if he buys back on the Naga without his ult.
I think they recognize also that the Storm is enough threat. A lot of the spells were used already on the side of Secret, and Matumba Man actually, he had the TP, so he TP base, and then he botched into that last fight so that he can ensure that he had mana when he joins in. But Abed overplaying his hand just a bit there. He still is fairly squishy if he does get caught by that TF. He is caught by any type of those disables. A lot of damage coming out still from Nisha.
I'm sure it's very easy for him to get to the back lines, but when he goes as deep as that, he can't quite get the backup he's been getting for the most part of this game. And here, again, that play, the Yules coming in just in time as the song ended. He did not have the song for long enough to give him that safe departure.
Yeah, big mistake there by RTZ. Not timing his perfectly. I guess he was trying to bail out his teammates and maybe just didn't look at the timer for himself just properly, and he gets punished, and that's a pretty big one. And that's the buyback from Abed. So you do always, as we do always say, if he does get caught out again, it's going to be quite a long time where they do not have that Storm Spirit, and there is a lot of ways that he can get caught out.
Man, it's getting harder for Abed to find the easy kills. A BKB complete on Matumba Man, so no longer a hero target that Abed can consider in these team fights. He's got to at the least get in, get out. At the best, he's got to force that BKB out prematurely.
Yeah. Yeah, and they have the other ways to protect too, right? The Cold Embrace plus the Glimmer from the Wyvern. They have ways to protect each other on the side of Secret for sure. EG, they now do have crit with the Blink Dagger, which he was lacking in the last few moments. So a better form of initiation. That's probably also the other thing is too, they did smoke that last time when crit was about 100 gold away from the Blink. So maybe if he had the Blink, he would have been able to follow up, try to help Abed, but yeah. Abed just a little too over-aggressive as Matumba. He does spot out crit. Song of the Siren.
He's using it very aggressively here as he's found Nisha, and maybe rightfully so. Crits it with the Avalanche. The illusions upon him, his mana and his life forgotten. Nisha dead for 80. Back in the river. Yapsel's got the finger, the burst control from Secret to take down Ramses.
Both dead for a very long time. As we said, lots of buybacks were used in this game already, so 70 seconds on the both of them there. Song will be on cooldown for a bit of time, though.
They're still making the moves mid, potentially. No, they TP out. Zai did have eyes on them, but EG, they've all left the area. Abed will head down, be able to find himself another bounty win, and he's going for that Aghanims next. Team fight control is a must.
He seems to do this almost all the games on the Storm Spirit now that I've seen.
I mean, even if he's just getting in on the back lines, grabbing two heroes with the Vortex, it makes the fight so much easier for the rest of EG to follow up his engagement.
Yep.
That additional disable for that short matter of time makes all the difference in these sort of fights.
Takes him up a decent amount too. So because he also went for the static remnant damage this game. He wanted to be a little bit more greedy. You play for that level 25. You go the distance auto ball and you get the extra remnant damage because he has the Bloodstone and he's gonna have an Ag. So that extra health that he gets from those items will at least cover that he didn't go for 400 health. So much attention though being brought, at least from the side of Secret, on making sure that mid tower doesn't die. And EG, they've been kind of like battering their heads to try to get that one too, but it's unable to do so. So Secret always have that tower to TP to.
And some big timings again that both teams may decide to wait upon. RTZ just under 1,000 gold away from having his heart complete.
Yeah, he's very rich, and also the other important thing is he's level 18 now too, so level 3 Song of the Siren, he cuts it by a decent margin on that song cooldown from 120 to 80.
They've got the jump. Crit tries to start it off, but he gets away in time. Have Refraction and Blink available.
Should also point out that an Orbit Destruction was also picked up for Nisha, so we saw how fast he was able to bring down that Storm Spirit in the last team fight. Throwing a Meld, a Deso, and an Orbit Destruction. The Mighty's armor is quite a lot.
Matsu pushing in very aggressively there, going behind the trees, and he may have caused sights and all sorts to die as well. EG, they zip across, they're on top of the clock, and Matsu going a little too far, feeling a little too safe with Zai in the neighborhood, but it was so easy for EG as a team to take down Matsu and get straight away onto the back lines. They know that every single time a core's pushing out like that, they'll be back up behind them.
Yeah, and a regen rune is bottom too, so Abed, who burned a heavy amount of his mana pool to get those Bloodstone charges, will be able to regen up to the fullest. And I guess he was just trying to hold his BKB as long as possible, but because he got netted and then he could have just popped it and TP'd out, but the Storm Spirit comes in and catches him off guard. That's a big kill there for EG. Now they finally get that mid tower that they've wanted for so long,
and
they're able to inch forward.
As you say, Abed, whilst this regen is ticking, he will look for those incredible zips. At the moment, he's going to work on cleaning out the waves, reclaiming some of these outposts in their favor. It's getting closer towards that 30-minute mark, only about a minute away, so it now forces Secret to have to play to another objective if they wish to maintain that XP advantage that the outpost will give them. Zai starting to lose his mana. Crip finds the toss back onto Puppey. He's dragged back by the fear. The sentry's down. No Glimmer will save him. Puppey's gone. So now that's
because they were able to take that mid tower, they're able to take this aggressive high ground now, finally, which they've been trying to do for so long. They get the wards up, they're able to watch the movements, they catch that. And now Aghanim's is also finished now on your Storm Spirit. So also taking that Electric Vortex talent, 3 second disable AoE, if he's able to actually catch it on the right targets, is very strong.
Straight away, here we go. Every time these sort of items get picked up, immediate smoke from both of these teams. They know how big the impact is if they catch them off guard. Zipping onto Yapzor, no one else near, as that is another charge for Abed's Bloodstone. As his hunger for blood rises in this game. Down bottom, Matsu and Nisha, they are relatively alone. They do hold the outpost, so TP backup can come in if EG start to make the move on one of these cores.
They smoked again on the Tiny as well as the Lich. It was under vision of Team Secret though, so they are aware of this one with the TPs coming in.
There is TP backup coming forward. Matsu's able to interrupt the channeling. They'll look towards Crip. The Frost Shield will give him some safety, but Matsu and Puppey will be able to take him down with the magical and the physical. Abed, he's working on Nisha. They bring in Artesia and the Illusion, starting to burn that mana. Matsu's looking to push the supports, push Fly away. He can kill off Fly. He's used the BKB for this Matsu, so now he's got to be careful. He has to retreat. Nisha with the jukes, the refraction, the blink down. He'll get himself out of there, but Abed, he's hunting the song. It cancels any chance of an escape. He still has the TP available, but he's got no BKB, of course, with this build, Nisha. Still, it doesn't matter. Abed, he doesn't want to fight this. Zips out, TP's away. Yapzor's not there quite in time with the stun.
That was so close for them to be able to grab him there. Good identification from EG to back out there with that song rather than looking to make aggressive play. This is 21-19, and again, immediately now it's Secret who throws the smoke out down on the bottom side as they do have their finger available, they have their curse, they've got all their tools to be able to fight.
I mean, Nisha, he is in the pit. This will be scanned out, an immediate buyback from EG. They know that someone's in there, and Abed, he's ready to punish it. Zips in, straight away, looking to break the refraction with the avalanche. They toss him back, he's in trouble. He's too far away for the rest of the team, but no, he's dying. He's in, hookshot, that gives the chance for Nisha to be able to blink out. No damage was done after refraction. Nisha will be fine, and with a curse of Puppey, Secret can maybe turn this one around. Matsu, he's lining up the two-man stun. Nisha's looking for the angle, but he knows Abed's still got to go. Abed losing the last bit of mana to go in onto Nisha. Ratizi, he looks towards Matsu. Matsu's BKB is back online. Instantly uses it. Cannot risk being jumped on by any further members of EG.
How long on these shrines? 190 on Secrets, also 205 seconds on EG. So both will have to wait some time before they can fight again, at least on the side of EG, as Abed is a bit low on mana. Does have those Bloodstone stacks up, though, that will refresh him up quite quickly. But, whew, it's an exciting game. Just non-stop battling. Arteezy is getting the better of it, though, in comparison overall in these aspects of the game. 7-2-3, and he's really putting so much pressure on Nisha. Every single time he seems to be finding him and getting that net off on him. And Nisha, he's not going for the BKB. He's being as greedy as possible. He's even queuing up the Bloodthorn next rather than going for that.
I mean, I like it. To be fair to him, so far, we've seen a lot of times where the refraction combined with the Hurricane Pike is buying him space and time to get the blink out to safety off every single time. It's very hard for EG to get him. Abed, a lot of these moments, he's using the entirety of his mana to get the initiation, so he doesn't have enough to follow Abed even, follow Nisha even deeper. The blinks are saving him every time. This offensive sort of build is the exact way you want to see him play in this game.
It's a scary way to play, though, right? Like, it's all about, like, any misstep. If you do make a misstep, it's going to be a likely death for you, but he's been playing very well around his team, and he does have backup. Like we said, he has ways to protect him, be it from Puppey with that cold embrace as well as the glimmer. Yeah, these fights are crazy, though. Cannot believe it's still only a 1K gold advantage and the experience is also dead even. Usually sometimes when you see it's like a 1K-ish gold, the experience is sometimes heavily favored for one team. No, it's completely even on both sides.
Both teams, they're just each of their individual drafts, they have such a lot going for them. They both make sense, and they've just clashed in a way where it's still so hard to see who's going to come out on top. If you had to sort of call anything, you definitely, you've got to look towards Arteezy's Naga and say that this man, he's going to become this beast. But the fact of the matter is they do have that Lesh. They do have that essential counter. Sure, with the heart, he's got a lot of HP on these illusions. They're very tanky. But Matsu, with that spell amp, if he starts to get bloodstone charges and it builds up the spell amplification, he is also going to have that scaling that will help deal with the army of Arteezy.
Absolutely. But there's the X factor is also Ramses, right? He's this Omni Knight that can actually protect Abed in particular so much. He doesn't protect Arteezy that much, but he allows this Storm Spirit to play so much more aggressively. And now with the BKB, Ramses can actually just freely run in and actually walk up to protect his Storm Spirit a lot of the occasions, so he won't have to worry about the disables. But yeah, Arteezy, 20,000. He's up to a Scotty now too. 4,400 life, 32 armor.
These items just seemingly coming out of nowhere. It feels like only a second ago we were looking at him finishing off his heart. The speed that this Scotty comes out after it's incredible.
Yeah, and it's really good this game in particular versus TA. As we always mention it, it's just better and better versus those ranged heroes as it has that higher effectiveness, 45% rather than 20% as it is versus melees.
And Yapso, you see with his build, he had a lot of money saved up going in for the Shadow Blade. So an extra way to sneak up and look for the catch. Arteezy in the middle lane, he's looking for the setup. He's not interested in Matsu. Well, he's going to try and look to focus both of them with the illusions being placed in a way that will start to burn the mana. Does force Matsu to pop the BKB as he wants to try and commit onto Artur. He breaks out of the cogs. He's backing off towards the rest of his team now. Abed, Curse is used, holding Arteezy down in place. He's starting to lose a bit of the mana to himself. Matsu goes in, but his BKB's worn off Matsu, so Matsu's got to be careful. Holds it from Abed. They're pulling onto the Tuna. They've lost Matsu. They've lost Yapso. Two dead on secret. Both for that buyback. Puppey's gone as well. Puppey buys back immediately. Abed is hunting for Nisha. Nisha trying to split away from the rest of EG, but they stay on top of him. Pulling back 5 with a sinister gaze. Nisha will fall as well. Double kill for Arteezy as EG take a convincing team fight win.
What was that? Was that a 2 or 3? It looked like almost a 3-man pull. 2 or 3-man pull on top of the Chain Frost from Abed there. This Aghanim's definitely paying dividends. Matamaman also popped his BKB super early in the fight when they first had initiated. After this song.
He's not done. Another setup, another zip, but Abed, he used all his mana for this one. Zai, he's on top of him. Abed, has he got anyone to get out of this? He may have done a zip too far. Frost Shield back up for Fly. Enough mana to turn with the Vortex. Disable him. Cold Embrace buys him safety, but Arteezy, he's there to back up his teammates. He surrounds Zai. Zai is out of mana and out of options. EG will slowly but surely beat down the clockwork. There's no one coming to help you, Zai. He will fall. Another kill for Arteezy.
And another Bloodstone charge for Abed as well. And just constant fights around this Roche pit.
And still neither team able to really get in and commit. We'll see this once again, this fight around the mid lane. EG able to use their spells to maximum efficiency. Secret, they try and play. And Matsu going back in now with the BKB already used. He's such a liability. There's so much magical burst damage. There's no save that keeps Matsu alive.
Yeah, and the curse, it was a setup curse, right? He did it on Illusion, which sure, whatever. It wouldn't have mattered even if he did it on the hero because they wouldn't have done enough damage to be able to kill any of them off. But the important thing was that Ramses BKBs through. He gets the Heavenly Grace onto Abed, and then even though Yapsor lines up a decent stun and a Hex, it's reduced. So he's able to just zip out quickly. They reset the fight, and now they're able to claim themselves this so desired Aegis.
I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe Nisha not going for a BKB is a little too crazy. He's committed on the Nullifier.
The GA is definitely causing problems as well as that Frost Shield. It's a lot of protection to just ensure that this TA does not do a lot of damage. He just feels like that's the better solution for himself in this game rather than having to go for the BKB early. Now he has the BKB queued up as the following item.
And until he gets that, it seems pretty much impossible for Secret to fight when Arteezy is around. These song setups are sort of forcing Nisha to make jumps in a way that he doesn't want to. He wants to be able to follow up his teammates after the rest of Secret get in there and can sort of lock down the kills for him to line up and burst them down with this high physical damage. He's not been allowed to do that with the way that the fights have gone down because Arteezy, he's just in there every time, spreading out the illusions and making the fight very messy for Secret to return firing.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolute chaos, right? Like, the illusions are flying around everywhere. A Guardian Angel gets popped. Everybody's invulnerable to the majority of the damage, so it does get way harder for Secret to take that fight. Matumba has to be very careful how he uses his BKBs, because he really has to be the one that just sticks on top of Arteezy to ensure that he can't just focus fire Nisha. He still has 7-second duration on it, so he should be able to do so to cover that. But EG have been playing the fights immaculately.
And EG now starting to bring the pressure closer to Secret's base. Matsu's doing his best to keep the attention split up. He continues to shove out this top lane, force at least a TPM from Arteezy. He's going to hunt with the song, but Matsu a little too fast. With the Yule Scepter and the boosted travel, Arteezy's not going to get in range. But with the relatively lowish cooldown, you can't blame Artur for looking for those opportunities to make those game-deciding plays.
Mid now, since they knew Arteezy was top, they're looking to make a play.
He's going to zip in, quick zip in and zip out. Zai's going to be there with a follow. Actually able to get the hook shot. No, the hate, the Absol's control. He loses the Aegis. One life going on the Storm. Can they do it a second time? That's the question. Matsu still with the magic pumping out. They have to keep their distance from the lightning pony. Clips it again, sets up for the drag back. Ahmed gets the two of them. The chain fosters well. The bounce is a beautiful fall. The curse holds back Ahmed momentarily, but he's still got mana to fight with. They're looking at Nisha, they're looking at Zai. Zip forward again. Zai's got no safety to rely on, and Ahmed, he's not done. Zips back across. Arteezy finishes off Nisha. They're in onto Yapso. 3 then on Secret. Nobody with buybacks to come in, but Yapso, he turns the stun. It gives him the chance to blink away. He will live, but another fight that EG come out on top of.
And we're really starting to feel like we're talking about the effect of not having a BKB on TA. As soon as he gets caught on top of by the Nagasarn in any type of these occasions, he's just dead. EG are just playing these fights so well, and they're identifying the targets they have to go for. Just jumping onto the backline and just jumping onto the backline with the Storm Spin, and then Arteezy just keeps segregating Nisha away from the rest of the team, and they can't actually help him most of these times.
And in they go, the high ground they will take, the tier 3 falls. And still that long timing, no Wyvern and no TA for this hold. EG will claim the melee racks, and they're even looking for more. They know that there's no buyback on these heroes. These all-important heroes for the defense, and Arteezy is going to make sure to punish them as much as he can. A second tier 3 will fall. They're staying here deep inside the base. He's got money now for the buyback on the TA, but it looks like they're just going to let this one go. He'll hold on to it and concede a second set of racks to Evil Geniuses, and now EG break ahead considerably.
The two cores, I mean, Arteezy as well as Abed, from the support that they've gotten from the rest of the squad, are just having this amazing performance. 11-2-4 in Arteezy. We see Abed as well, 11-1-14. And the greatest thing is, too, is that they've been very involved, which I know a lot of people are very critical sometimes with Arteezy, of course, where, oh, he's farming on the other side of the map. This is not one of those games at all. He's turned up to almost every single one of the fights. He's always seems to be able to find and isolate Nisha. And Secret, they're not able to respond. They don't have the way to deal with this EG force. With all this sustain that comes out, this tanky Nagasarn with this Omni Knight behind him, it's just way too much sustain.
That's just Nisha's build at the moment. It hasn't paid off. He needs that BKB now. 2K into it. He's got to get more time, but EG, they know the lead that they have. They want to continue this pressure. They're smoking up behind Arteezy. Nisha's got to be careful. Puppy's going to go in deep quick. He's in on him straight away with the avalanche. Puppy separated from any sort of backup. They're looking towards this Wyvern. Arteezy pushing him back with the illusion, zipping from Arbet. He plays around with Matsu. Puppy gets the curse off. He's looking to get out as well. With that TP, he will escape. Matsu, he's still trying to force this. Now puts the BKB, and a TP out from him will be successful as well. They do manage to get out of their Secret. They won't lose either of them, but they do use the BKB on Matsu, and they do use the curse on Puppy. That's not going to be there for the next play that EG's going to look to push in against Secret.
No, you can definitely feel that they're quite on the back foot now as this game continues to progress. And until TA has BKB, EG, she is just so free for EG to jump on in all of these occasions. We do see Abed a couple moments ago, of course, did hit that level 25. So that synergy, as we mentioned, because he went for the static remnant damage, is even stronger in this game. Also, of course, finds himself a nice spell prism.
Yeah, Secret's just got to play this game, sat entirely behind Nisha, getting him that BKB. He's 1,000 gold away. He just needs a little more time, a few more camps, a few more waves, and he'll be there.
Will that make the change, though? Will that be the X factor in decision? It doesn't really feel like it because of these last few moments of how much EG's been able to get on the map and how much Arteezy's just been able to farm throughout this game. Like we said, he picked up the heart quickly after he picked up the Scotty. Now he's got a butterfly and another 5,000 gold on top. He is just really acquiring currency too fast for Secret to deal with, it seems.
Secret know how careful they've got to play right now. No mistakes can be allowed from this squad outside of the base. They have to stay in, wait for the push from EG, and then look to jump. But it's so hard with the Arteezy Naga Song of the Siren ready to go at a moment's notice. EG can reset and look to set the fights as they wish.
Throw all this protection onto Arteezy.
And turns towards Matu, trying to force out maybe a BKB. He'll be Lotus and Glimmered. He cleans out the illusions with that AoE damage. You'll set up onto the Naga Siren, but Abed, he's in on the back. 3-man Vortex crit with a follow-up Avalanche the toss-up. They're being burst, low single by the cars. Poppy, he's trying to turn, but there's no follow-up. The Splinter Blast will be there, but it's still so hard for Secret to get in. Matu tried to poke, but Arteezy, he responds with the song. EG, they're at the top. He's setting up the 3-man Vortex. Does he want to commit? He doesn't. He just lays down the remnants, forces out the BKB. Matu, he has to use it. They're in. They found Nisha. Another zip. Zai comes in with a hook shot to try and push them away. A cold embrace. Heals Nisha back up, but Zai, he loses his life for his attempt. Buyback immediately. But EG, they push on. Another tier 3 will fall. What can Secret do to punish? It does not look like a lot. They cannot catch any members of EG as EG simply retreat.
It really does feel so hard for them to respond. There's just so many different ways for them to protect each other. And like we keep saying, this Naga Siren is just way too tanky for them to kill at all. The Lesh, sure, maybe one of those innate counters, but at this point, when this Naga Siren is that much more farmed, it really just proves to be such a problem. And they're just going to stay in this area. They don't have to back up.
Yeah, and in they go, Abed. The 3-man Vortex crit with the follow-up Avalanche. Once more, he's laying down the remnants. BKB comes out from Nisha. It's finally out on him. He's trying to look towards Ramses. They have to nullify the hotshot. The setup from Yantil. Ramses, he's down now. They've killed off the Omni Knight. What can they look to now? Nisha turns towards Abed. Abed still with the amount of good to zip down to the low ground. He's got the Arcane Rune ticket as well. Curse is there. Zai getting the kill on Fly. Buyback from Ramses. Buyback from Fly. Nisha's in trouble. Nisha is dead. No buyback on the TA. He's gone for 90 seconds at EG. They're ready to jump for more. Matu's mana, big dread. Abed in once more. The 2-man Vortex, the new dead on Matu. And they get the triple for Arteezy. 2 heroes without buyback. Zai, he falls back for this one. He's trying to hide the Vortex, dragging them and Matu back in. The illusions of Arteezy doing so much work. Secret, they cannot deal with them. Poppy, he'll fall. Ultra kill for Arteezy. Zai, he's going to go down as well. The chain force finishes him off. GG is called. And EG will take game 3.
He gets a rampage right at the end of it, right after the game does get called, but man, EG just upped the pace so much in this game.
What a game.
I think the most exciting thing I've ever seen around that Roche pit, it's like 16 minutes in, we're having a 5v5, 3, 4, 5 buybacks coming.
Have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
It's time! Are you ready, Birmingham? I just came in here to party, hope the party never stops. I'll be sipping on tequila and Bacardi till I drop. I'm not leaving till it's over, I'm not looking at my watch. I just came in here to party, hope the party never stops. Party all day, party all night. I just wanna party for the rest of my life. Monday in New York and Tuesday in Cuba. Wednesday I beat for Thursday Bermuda. Friday Miami and Saturday London. Sunday I'm not sure but I'll think of something. Flashing lights, flashing, flashing, flashing lights. Can you see the flashing lights? All the flashing lights, flashing, flashing, flashing lights. Flashing, flashing, flashing lights. Can you see the flashing lights? All the flashing lights. I just came in here to party, hope the party never stops. I'll be sipping on tequila and Bacardi till I drop. I'm not leaving till it's over, I'm not looking at my watch. I just came in here to party, hope the party never stops. Turn the speakers up, turn the speakers up, turn the speakers up, turn the speakers up. Party all day, party all night. I just wanna party for the rest of my life. Popping all the bottles, surrounded by the models. I came here to party, I don't care about tomorrow. Ho, ho, sipping on tequilas with a couple of divas. Yeah, we bring the noise, the noise. Turn up your speakers, oh! Flashing lights, flashing, flashing, flashing lights. Can you see the flashing lights? All the flashing lights. Flashing, flashing lights, flashing, flashing, flashing lights. Can you see the flashing lights? All the flashing lights. I just came in here to party, hope the party never stops. I'll be sipping on tequila and Bacardi till I drop. I'm not leaving till it's over, I'm not looking at my watch. I just came in here to party, hope the party never stops. Turn the speakers up, turn the speakers up, turn the speakers up, turn the speakers up. Party all day, party all night. I just wanna party for the rest of my life. I just wanna party for the rest of my life. I just wanna party for the rest of my life. Party all day, party all night. I just wanna party for the rest of my life. I just came in here to party, hope the party never stops. I'll be sipping on tequila and Bacardi till I drop. I'm not leaving till it's over, I'm not.
We said game 3 would be more fighting, more action, an actual real even Dota game, and we got exactly what we wanted. We had action nonstop, and it felt like it was super even, but then there's this Artesian Argus Siren, and he's getting bigger and bigger, and then at some point Secret can't do anything about it anymore. But let's break this game down. Kyle, Sin, Cap, Grant, talk to me about this game. Who wants to take the lead?
Dude, Abed was a beast.
He was.
That man destroyed that game. He just picked up his Bloodstone, was fighting nonstop, even buying back. He didn't get his third item for so long into the game, but it doesn't matter, man. He had so much impact with that Bloodstone and then the Aghanim Scepter.
And it's first two, right? They had a lot of answers to Storm, but when Abed plays like that, I don't know if you really can answer him.
Well, I was going to say you can answer him by buying a BKB against him. That would be nice.
Yeah, I was going to immediately bring up Secret's item choice. I felt like they had two miscues. Matumbaman was off to a great start, but he goes first item bots, then Yols, and he has to rush this BKB. TA finishes the game with the BKB in inventory, but he never got a chance to use a die with that buyback. That was the GG. How does Lesh have a BKB at 25 minutes? TA never does. It boggles my mind. And also, Kaya in that game from Matumbaman is so good, not just for the raw damage increase, but mana loss reduction actually means you take less damage from Diffusal Blade as well. He was running out of mana every single fight. Go that phase build we saw from Emo the other day.
Yeah, do the Sanj Kaya build as well to tank yourself up even more. I think that would have been sick. I agree.
Something I want to talk about from that game, something completely different. That was a 9th pick Omni Knight.
Yeah, it was. You're right.
You know, this is what happens a lot of the time in these finals. When you go later, there's other heroes that rise in popularity, and all of a sudden, one of the crazy boys sneaks all the way through. I think that was the pick of the game. We talked a lot about the Storm Spirit being able to pop off and do crazy stuff. Ramses did so much work this game. Tons of saves. Item build was on point with the early pipe, so they could fight into the Leshrac.
Early BKB, so he could cast spells.
He got the BKB, so he could play against the Curse. Like, there's so many things to highlight. I think Ramses, for me, has just been playing outstanding this tournament. And I don't know who suggested that hero, but that really sealed the game for me. Abed could play with such confidence. He was actually, in comparison to the other game we saw with Abed Storm never getting caught against Vici, this game he was getting caught, but he didn't die, because they had Song Save, they had Omni Save, and they just played around him super well. Only getting, one single kill, I think, on him the whole game.
And to that point, I feel like Secret trying to go into the late game against this EG lineup is just an impossible task, because to your point, you have so many fight resets, and once Ramses is BKB, there's no real way to 100-0 Abed, who, if he finds the line, if he finds the Wyvern, those heroes are going to die. And you could really feel the damage output of Secret's lineup taper off as the game continued, because the clock as well, not really much DPS provided, and you even see at these end fights, like Artur is just full HP the entire time. The only ones you're really able to kill are the supports.
You guys feel like if this game was going to go late, it was always EG that was going to take it? Like
Most likely.
Yeah. Unless Secret had like a really big 10, 20K gold lead, maybe the TA could do some interesting things there. But the like biggest fights were the ones that were around that 20-minute marker when you had this clockwork, when you had this TA, especially the Leshrac with the lead he got, that they're supposed to be able to win fights and take objectives off of it. But Evil Geniuses just never, they always fought 4 towers and they actually traded even most of the time, which is concerning.
And they weren't scared to use their buybacks, right? I think neither team was, which was fun. Around that Roche pit, but that Abed buyback to make it so Secret couldn't take that one Roche and actually just save their game, honestly.
And I also just point to the BKB usages. That to me is like what's deciding this series thus far, because not only, like if you're gonna end this game with the core not having BKB, it should be the Lesh, and then you just play around him, let Secret go for him, or EG go for them, TA then can BKB actually look to kill targets. But also look, there really wasn't much you could do on the side of Secret against the BKBs that came out from EG. You have this Wyvern, sure, but how do you deal with Omni Knight if he just pops BKB and runs in? You can't go for Storm now either, because he's gonna cleanse off either the Hex or a stun, and that's it for your fight.
It really is that simple. Do you think then it was enough to give Ramses the MVP? Did people notice that, or did people just vote Abed because his storm was going on?
Come on.
Oh, it's got to be Abed, surely. Drum roll, please. MVP, game number 3.
It's Fly. Oh, it was Abed.
It was Abed. No surprise.
Ramses got less votes than Fly.
What?
I mean, there was some sick chain frost.
He like never got chain stunned with Abed. Right? Like he was always there. If they stunned Ramses, then they weren't stunning Abed, vice versa.
Agree. And Crit and Fly just played well. Every time it was a toss into a gaze instantly, so no one could ever do anything.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody on EG played an awesome game in this one. I think that was top tier from every single player.
Yeah,
I agree.
Very, very good.
They're all MVPs.
Yeah. Boring answer. Let's move on.
To that point, it is, I would say, a better game than the first two combined. That was some true Tier 1 Dota. There was a moment around 28 minutes. The score was 17-17. It was less than 1,000 gold lead, and the death timers on Ramses and Nisha were exactly lined up. And you're just like, this is what we've been waiting for.
It was also a very active early game. We had that Omni Knight that can just be left alone early on, so Crit can move to the mid lane. We had Lion coming out from Yapstor, could move to the mid lane. A lot more action, and First Blood also went to the way of Abed as well.
I will say Crit, we forget about it because it happened so early on, but he was responsible for the first 4 kills that EG found, and all of him, he's just rotating. He has been the rock that EG's been able to rally around this entire event. I think if I'm Secret, I don't want to give him Tiny second phase. I feel like the big difference so far in the series is the ability for Yapstor versus Crit to make plays. Yapstor Lion never really had that opportunity, whereas Crit was effective from minute 0 onwards.
Is that credit to the hero, or is that because Crit was just better this game?
A little bit of both. I mean, Tiny is such a unique hero, and how he is able to effectively gank, especially with heroes like the Storm Spirit, tossing him into a remnant underneath the tower is going to hurt any hero, but I feel like that same kind of impact is what allows the TA to oftentimes look so good for Abed as well.
And consider that he killed TA twice middle, and yet Nisha still overtook Abed net worth by about 11 minutes. Imagine if this is, if the shoe's on the other foot, maybe TA gets the jump start. It's gonna be a completely different game. Also notable, not only did he skip the BKB, he went Hurricane Pike before Blink. I just have big issues with how Secret played because they're not itemizing for a mid-game spike, where I feel like if you have, again, like Yule's BKB, Yule's Kai up on the left right away, Blink Deso TA, suddenly it's much easier for you to find kills and engage. Instead, game drags on. Eventually, our Toranaga reigns supreme.
Is there any clear improvement points for Secret going into the fourth game? Because they are now, well, basically EG's a match point, 1 game win, and they win the tournament. Secret's going to try to stop that. How are they going to adjust?
I mean, give Nisha a hero he can win the game with, to me. Just, he's been the best player on their team. I now give him a hero that is the clear win condition and just wins you the game and itemize correctly.
I think the TA would have looked so much better if it wasn't for this 9th pick Omni Knight. Once again, like, I really think that ruined his game and forced him to go for an item build that he probably didn't want to accept if it was for that hero. Because the problem you fall into if you go for this Blink Deso or Blink BKB build and you go in, you're in and you're not getting out again. So you're committed. The thing that Pike can do is that you can kind of like weave in and out of fights, play from a distance. You're committed against Omni. If you're not finding kills, you're going to lose the fight. Maybe that was the read because it was a pretty weird build. Like it kind of, when you itemize like this, you want to try to understand the mentality of the player, right? It has to be forced.
It has to be forced.
From the enemy team.
Secret also has to force out that 5th game if they want to have a chance of taking this championship. Let's find out what's going to happen in game 4 after the break.
Rick Gaming Esports, professional esports housemaker.
Sitting on the waiting game, twirling up his little pencil mustache. Get me out of here, I'm on the 100-yard dash. Slow mo coming in the fast lanes there. Big rig coming all in my hair. Drag race Betty's got my best heart rate from last night. It's got me running late, I'm a running man. I'm a running man, I'm a running man. I'm a running man, I'm a running just as fast as I can.
major championship here in Leipzig. And did you know that for Abed and Arteezy, it would be their first ever Valve title, like in their entire careers? That's crazy to think about, right? Because these are so high-tier players.
They are. They're both tier 1 players. You know, they just can't quite get that Valve tournament under their belt.
Yeah. It also demonstrates just how difficult it is to win a title when you consider that there are players who have yet. I mean, I blame kind of VP and Secret for that. They've kind of been the gatekeepers to titles for some time. Yeah.
OG a couple years ago. Yeah.
Vici as well. You know, obviously Secret and Vici both having 2 titles last year. Secret playing in 3 finals last year. Already playing in their first finals in the first major of this season. And we have a draft for game number 4. That's right. I am ready for this. And I can't wait to see what we got. I hope that it's going to be a game similar like the previous game.
I love
it. Storm first ban.
Yeah, the Storm and Monkey King first ban, right? Like you get rid of the 2 cores that these 2 players look so good on.
I'm
so
just
much
saying,
respect.
you got first pick, you could go second TA for EG, right? Straight into the banning phase from there. It's pretty much the same as.
All right, there's something happening here. EG did not ban AA for the first time with first pick, so Puppy is probably debating right now what to do about IO, Doom, and AA.
Yep.
There's 3 right now. He could take any 2-for-1 trade if he wants.
Do you leave, I'm questioning if you pick AA into Doom, or like rather, take AA over Doom. They're gonna just get rid of it, okay.
I
can
think
dig it.
if you're not first pick, you're not Doom. And the Wyvern.
I don't know if I like this. I think Secret just immediately AA +1. You could still Wisp, but I don't know if you want to do that into Wyvern. And as we discussed, you don't really want to play Wisp as Secret.
To be fair, like I feel like AA, it feels really good when it's countering certain lineups. But if Secret don't pick that lineup for you, then that first pick is going to look a little lackluster. Meanwhile, this Wyvern is effective in all lineups, so. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, it's very open, and this is just one of the edges you have when you're a game up. EG have the luxury of sort of, you know, you can't make any mistakes here as Secret. EG, you can take chances, right? You can have a more pocket strat in mind, whereas Secret, you're trying everything in your power just not to get outgunned here, because you have just, you know, no games to lose left. And just to, back when they played at Birmingham, I like that they stole the Tiny from Craig. You don't want to give that away again, but in Birmingham last year, when these 2 teams met and the series went to 5 games, it was the same here, where they just traded games until Secret won the title. However, they had won the first. This time, EG have won games 1 and 3, so maybe that'll be the difference maker.
It's all about the mind games. Is Wyvern IO a good combination of supports? I don't think so.
No.
It's playable.
Playable, but not aggressive, right? We want to see aggression, I think, from both teams.
It's one thing what we want to see. The other thing is what's going to win the tournament, right?
That as well. Well, I mean, do you think like a winner Wyvern IO support duo?
I think it's playable, for sure. If you're not playing against anything that deals with the sustain, you have 2 heroes, you have 2 saves, you have a BKB piercing stun. It kind of demands, I want to say, an active carry and another stun, since neither of your supports really have very reliable setup or catch. But in this meta, we've seen plenty of strategies that didn't necessarily have the most active supports in them, just building around a strong mid-game timing.
And I think EG are in a really cool spot, again, where as first pick, I see them just going TA if Secret don't grab something here that denies it in some way. Ooh, wow, that's a very early morph.
Oh.
Was banned last phase, and I believe, was it banned second phase the previous game? I think it was last overall.
It was last overall banned in the previous game, and it was ignored in the game before that. And the game before that ignored as well.
It's also a preemptive counter to a potential Wisp gyro, but you could have also banned the gyro. I think it might just be Secret's comfort, right? They've needed to replace the Monkey King or Magnus
by
opener.
the way. That deserves an applause, yeah? Thank you. That's for you guys, by the way.
Hashtag Secret. So there's a couple of, I think the biggest point here is exactly the replacement of Monkey. What Secret can do with this pick, they have 2 excellent players on this hero. Nisha plays it mid in the right matchup. Matsu plays it in the safe lane. They could swap lanes. This still leaves them open to get something like Lone Druid and have flexible lanes. And the matchup against Winter Wyvern is good. You can turn into Wyvern, you use Arctic Burn, turn back into Morph. You have an insane attack range. You get the extra magic damage coming in.
It's just necessary, I think, because they don't have the luxury. Like Mag, Monkey both sort of perform the same role as a Morph from the safe lane in that they're actually engaging first in fights. You can just go, right? And that allows Secret to play around it. I like this from EG. You know, Abed has been the key to your victory thus far. He can't play Storm. Well, give him his other comfort hero, the TA. I don't believe they've lost with this in the main event thus far.
Got to pay good attention to the bans now. So obviously TA has a couple of bad matchups. They're going to ban the Viper first. Could see a potential Huskar ban. It's a strategy that Secret haven't been afraid of using in the past. Nisha plays a great Huskar in the right game.
I'd rather, I think, see PL get taken out since EG's first pick. I don't think you fear the hero with 2 selections remaining.
What about the Venomancer that you were
there's no way Secret pick PL.
Against Morph?
There's no way Secret pick PL with Morph. I don't think that's something EG should be worried about. You think so? I mean, it's technically possible. I just think you're putting a lot of...
Real greedy.
You're putting a lot of stress on Ramses making every move.
I would like Veno for Secret. I know Zai plays it quite well. I'm not sure if they'd feel how they feel about it. I just think it's underpicked thus far. Because it's, again, like TA is a fantastic hero, don't get me wrong, but I think it's similar to when we saw Enigma early picking PL all the time until people addressed it like, we're just countering this Phantom Lancer like hard. And suddenly he's playing against Leshrac Timbersaw. Good call, Sind. I think that also could be the direct, like that's just what EG wants to prevent, right? They've beaten Secret effectively 3 games now straight up. They just lost to a niche pick, right? They don't want to get cheesed. They're just confident playing in a fair game of Dota 2, so.
That is a fair point. You should still consider the Meepo. I think Wyvern is one of the best supports against it, but a very good Meepo player can play around it with the right decision making, so.
But then you have Morphling Meepo. I don't know about that one.
I'd still be worried about a Drow lineup because you have TA. They did something like Drow Slardar. I think that would actually be really sick with Wyvern up against a Morphling lineup as well.
Yep, this to me is a perfect time for EG to go for something like a 4th pick Drow Ranger. That's like right on brand for them. You 3rd pick either your crit or your fly hero. Let me rephrase. You 3rd pick your crit hero. Fly plays the Wyvern. Like for sure.
You'd want that, but probably won't happen. I think crit's been on this Wyvern a lot more.
Yep. I might see a crit Shadow Shaman, perhaps.
I like that a lot.
It gives them the ability to push towers, and it's good against Morphling, but the tiny matchup is pretty rough. Like, Shaman just hates being repositioned. It's so bad.
But I think that it works with the way EG would want to be playing, right?
I think so, too.
You have a faster pace, and TA with the protection of wards is quite nice. And it's actually Secret that can PL.
Okay.
Tree still out there as well. Into the 2nd pick phase.
This means Naga is available, but it's a hero that Morphling doesn't mind too much playing against. He can turn into Naga, make mirror images as well, take the fight.
EG could potentially look at an OD as well, like up against the Morphling. I'd love to see them just grab tower push. I think the Rasta is really great. I like that pick a lot for them, just to get the natural tower pressure.
There's the Treant.
There's the Treant.
Still a very good hero. Dumpsters tri-lanes, heals your towers, his invis gives you just a lot of information on the map without having to commit too much. You get a lot of base damage on your support heroes now.
Yeah, just a bit.
2 strongest ones.
It could be a core tiny, keep in mind.
You could be.
It's possible.
It's possible, but
it's
not
Dota.
likely.
It's Dota. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
So I was looking up some of Abed Templar Assassin stats because he hasn't lost a game this tournament with it. In his tournament lifetime, he's played Templar Assassin a fair few amounts, 70% win rate. That is mad high.
It is, especially on a hero he does often get countered on.
It's not as if they're getting last pick TA. You know, this is something, even when he was on Fnatic, they were willing to first do.
They still go for the IO.
All right.
What about Slark here instead of the IO Gyro? IO Slark?
It's pretty solid here. I'd like that.
So build against Morph and stuff.
I want something that abuses the sustain mechanic of Wisp specifically. I feel like Gyro is all right, but again, you're playing into Morph. Just don't pick it into the hard counter. I like Slark a lot. It's also very good against both Tree and Tiny.
And then you still got all the reset items if you do, or heroes. If you do go the Slark, you have Abaddon, Omni Knight, and Timbersaw is another big.
I think Timbersaw, right? After I saw the Viper ban, I was like, I think Ramsey's just gonna snipe. Just take it.
Secret are really low on time. There's a lot of adjustments to be made. I don't think they were expecting this third pick IO.
Yep.
We kind of passed over it a little too. They go the Ench, which made it through. I guess we didn't talk about that hero after the game one. A lot of heroes.
This makes Slark even better.
Best of fives just have their own magic to them, you know? It's always so fascinating to see what happens when you go down the stretch.
It's fun. Especially Puppy and Fly.
IO second phase, Ench fourth pick for Secret. You start taking Tiny away. First phase Morphling, you know? Like, there's no way this draft would have happened game one. Like, 0%, literally 0% chance it would ever happen game one.
5 seconds remaining.
You'd love to see it.
EG
so I think
needs stuns.
Yes, exactly. They need something that goes in and uses IO so that TA can find a target. But what options do you have that lane well against the Enchantress and gives catch? That you also would want to play against Morphling, right? That's the other thing.
I think Slark's still looking like your best option.
He's okay.
I still feel like something that hits towers would be nice. You could also go for the route like Timbersaw, but Slark it is.
As you said,
maybe there's nothing better.
Yeah.
It will be that Slark.
It is quick, right? I think they're going to play it a lot like Secret, where the Slark's going to get like his Diffusal and his Ags, and then the TA honestly becomes the harder parry in this.
But it's about staying on map, right? You've got a Wisp and a Wyvern. You're going to have plenty of sustain now. If you can take a couple early towers, it becomes very difficult for Secret to play when you consider that the 2 cores they've revealed thus far have no ability to make plays. They need a lot of time to come online, and notably, they're very low on wave clear right now. You don't feel good if your Treant is the only hero with a true spell to clear waves.
And that is only allowed because they have Train Protector in the first place, right? That they can actually defend these towers. And Evil Geniuses, I think, are still going to have, that is still a problem they have to solve, right? How do we actually commit to finishing off these towers?
I think EG need to ban Leshrac. I think it's way too good this game.
And I like the Omni ban from Secret. You know it's a Ramses hero. I wouldn't mind a playmaker for him, but I'm not sure what's left. He could potentially go for his Centaur, but
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure what else EG are considering here. Are they actually going to ban OD over it?
So we're looking for a niche hero on the side of Secret, and we've seen him play Arc Warden quite a few times. Is this still a good Arc game? We have also seen EG banning it out a lot of the time, but it doesn't work against TA?
Winter Wyvern, Slark, and TA, I think are all they're capable of getting on top of it.
Morph is your win condition. You need something that stabilizes your mid game and doesn't just get you run over. Because EG, they can play with so much pace. They get a pick off, they get Roche. Suddenly there's traps and a Slark all throughout your jungle, and nowhere is safe. Then you have, of course, global mobility from the Wisp, Wyvern, and Treant, your only BKB piercing abilities at the moment, other than the impetus of the Ench, of course.
So knowing that you're going up against a Templar Assassin, is there any hero that would tick all those boxes that would do what you want it to do?
I'm not seeing nothing that wouldn't get crushed by Slark, right? You can't go, you would consider something like a Bat Rider here. It's an amazing hero, but I don't know if you want to play it when there's a Slark in the game.
So they took away the Omni, right? The Abaddon is still out there, and it gives you that committal to pushing towers. I almost feel like that maybe could have been a better ban for Secret, just because it does solve one of those issues. They don't have anything to catch or start fights, but if they do get that role of being able to take a few towers into a Roshan, then that's just a net worth of
2 seconds.
Ooh, Bat
Rider.
That might be a deny pick, in truth. It's excellent here. It's actually incredible matchups against all 4 Secret heroes, and they still have issues because they need to address the Slark and the TA still, and now you have Bat Rider problems, and none of your heroes are comfortable laning against him at the moment. That's a really cool pick from EG. It's also amazing synergy with Wisp. They had the team fight, now they have the point lockdown pickoff. I have no idea what Secret go for here. They have 12 seconds.
How good is Ramsey's bat? It's pretty good, right?
I have not seen in so long.
They're running low on time. Yeah,
there's the flashback you called and send.
I think there was no real better option. You're not happy to face this bat, but you have to play for your own strategy's success, right? Rather than if you have last pick and you need to really solve a big problem, you're not really happy with that. Yeah. the solution to Batrider would not fit your own strategy. So you're committed to your own idea. There's too many good points about Leshrac this game. I think it could be a really close game, even though the Batrider has an amazing lineup.
EG have some potential to just crush these lanes, but if Secret can stabilize, their mid-game team fight is powerful, and Morphling at a point I do believe is the hardest carry in the game.
All right, let's find out if EG can take this home or if Secret will force out the 5th game in this grand finals. Let's head over to ODPixel and Fogged.
Choose your hero.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time now for Game 4 between Team Secret and Evil Geniuses. And Fogged, after that Game 3, I cannot wait to see what these teams have in store for us now.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the action ramp up again. Hopefully we have a really close one again. As like the panel was mentioning, I think at one point it was like 17-17 in the game. 2 heroes died, same timers on their deaths. Yeah, this could shape up to be a really exciting one, as we do have some signature heroes being played by people that haven't gotten to play them in a very long time. Matumba Man playing his Morphling. He hasn't gotten to play this one in, I feel like in ages. I feel like Nisha always is the one that does end up playing it lately, at least for this squad. But yeah, this time around, Nisha says, move over, Matu. I want to play Leshrac, and you're going to get to play your Morphling.
I mean, this is one of the things that has been brilliant for Secret sort of through this run, through the tournament. A lot of flexibility between their core players on where they want to lane and play the hero.
Yeah, and we're going to see how much Yapzor can actually do on the Tiny this time, because the roles are reversed, right? He's playing this Tiny for once against Crit, and we saw how much Crit was able to do with it. We're going to have to definitely watch if Yapzor can do something similar.
I mean, yeah, he's got definitely a high bar to reach. You know, that last game, Crit's opening was incredible on the Tiny. Let's see if Yapzor can do it. If there was ever a player to come close to it, though, Yapzor, he would be the one to
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time now for Game
Liking
4
the lane
between
setups at the
Team
moment on the
Secret
side
and
of
Evil
EG, having
Geniuses.
that Batrider top. One of the matchups that Bat used to actually love playing against was the Enchantress. Back when Untouchable used to be a pass, one of the passive abilities before level 6, you were very good at her, but you still kind of aren't. The thing is, she is very speedy, but if you ever do get a couple stacks on her, she can die quite
This could shape up to be a really exciting one, as we do have some signature heroes being played by
and I do like that they're putting their aggressive tri-lane down bottom. You're playing versus a Morphling. Morphling can be a little bit weak inside the lanes. Even if you have a Stream Protector, Morphling is the one that want to play against it lately,
at least for this squad. But yeah,
we'll see probably some lane swapping happen very early on, as we did see, as Secret did see the Slark bottom with their River Ward that they played.
Well, you would imagine EG is going to try and move in reaction to that, or will they sort of just let it be?
We're going to see how much Yapzor can actually do on the Tiny this time, because the roles are reversed, right? He's playing this Tiny for once against Crit.
Matumba Man's just going to try to follow the bat, but I think
was able to do with it.
yeah, we're probably going to see lane swaps.
We're going to have to definitely watch if Yapzor can do something
more
similar.
likely thing to happen.
He's got definitely a high bar to reach. You know, that last game, Crit's opening was incredible.
I'm sure the Ramses get some pretty decent stuff
If there's ever a player to come close to it,
we've seen some great matchups so far this series from Nisha and Abed. Now this time round,
liking the lane setups at the moment on the side of EG, having that Bat top. One of the matchups that Bat used to actually love playing against was the Enchantress. Back when Untouchable used to be a passive, one of the passive abilities before level 6, you were very good at her. You still kind of, the thing is, she is very
we tend to see the TA win most of the time in this matchup, and then, you know, when if Lash gets a rotation, you can get kills with your Edict, and then, of course, once Lash hits 6, you really bully TA to the point where she has to bully. She's going to be jungling probably anyway, but you bully her quite a lot. So, RTZ, we see he's
doesn't really want to play
Sticking down here, he's versus the train protector, he's able to get those extra hits, and it's going to be Matumba top
very early on
versus a
as we
Bat
did
Rider.
see,
As we said, it's going to be down to Yapso to make those moves. We saw last game how Crit was able to punish Nisha's TA in lane with those rotations. This time Yapso, he's got to try and pull it off against Arbit.
Yeah, and how much he can salvage the lanes in particular as well. As right away, since it is a Morphling top versus a Bat Rider, which it's the matchup they want, it's not in the place they want it though. Because Morphling now has a weird position where he can get chased very far, and Bat Rider is already level 2. So Matumba, he actually can't really walk up too good into this matchup, or too well into this matchup as Yapso. He's just denying a full wave at least in between the tower with his pull. So level 2 on Tiny, level 1 on Morphling, and level 2 on Bat Rider. So yeah, Matu has to be quite careful of Ramses.
To land those stuns and try and find the timings to punish Arbit. Both teams trying to play around and protect that spawn off the camp. It's not going to be the case. It will be blocked
most of the times in this matchup.
2 minutes.
And then, you know, when if Lesh gets a rotation, you can get kills with your Edict, and then of course once Lesh hits sick, you really bully TA to the point where she has to believe she's going to be jungling probably anyway, but you bully her quite a lot. So yeah,
he's mid is just non-stop high-fiving. I think Nisha is definitely, seeing hits, and it's going to be Matumba getting beaten a little bit here at the start.
Yeah, some great respect though between these two mid players, giving us quite a show so far in this grand final. Was able to punish. You can only expect that to continue here. Bottom lane, it's easy off the mark there with a pounce. He tries to look towards Matumba Man. Now they're going to turn onto him aggressively. Flies there with the TP in, but they cannot save Artur. Zai gets the final hit in with the impetus. A pounce too far for Arteezy. He gets punished by Secret.
I think this was the right move to make. You know, I was mentioning how the Morphling, he wants to be in the matchup versus that Bat Rider, but because of which lane it was in, it was just too much for Matu. A lane swap, and Zai was still there for the moment to get the slow for them to get the kill. And now mid. See, Abed, he was playing a little bit more cautiously around that mid lane.
And yeah, level 2 on Bat Rider. So yeah, Matu has to be quite careful of Ramses.
We'll see down bottom, both teams trying to play around and protect that spawn off the camp. It's not going to be the case. It will be blocked at the 2 minutes. And Puppey is trying to cross back, and in fact with the impetus, Zai doing a fair bit of damage to the two of them. Arteezy still posturing aggressively, relying on the regen that Crit is providing.
Mid is just non-stop high-fiving. I think Nisha is definitely, seeing that he's getting beaten a little bit here at the start.
Some great respect though between these two mid players. They've given us quite a show so far in this grand finals, and you can only expect that to continue here. Bottom lane, Arteezy off the mark there with a pounce as he tries to look towards Matumba Man. Now they're going to turn onto him aggressively, flies there with a TP in, but they cannot save Artur. Zai gets the final hit in with the impetus. A pounce too far for Arteezy, gets punished by Secret.
I think this was the right move to make. I was mentioning how the Morphling, he wants to be in the matchup versus that Bat Rider, but because of which lane it was in, it was just too much for Matu. A lane swap, and Zai was still there for the moment so he can get the slow for them to get the kill. And now mid, you see Abed, he was playing a little bit more cautiously around that mid lane because the Tiny was missing for a moment. He doesn't want to get tossed in, and he will be protected under those trees at the moment. Yeah, but yeah, Matumba is still going to, I feel like he's still going to struggle to get farm down here in particular. So the lanes for him are awkward. 1-0 on the Morphling at this 3-minute mark already.
This is,
And Ramses is already level 4. What levels are Enchantress? Zai is level 3 at least, but like we mentioned, this Bat Rider can definitely look to set up kills pretty easily. But now with this Satyr Tormentor, a little bit of harassment coming in, and he wants to fix this.
Yeah. Where's that? Oh, there we go. That'll do it. They're getting kills, but as you say, Matu, I'm still waiting for that second CS.
He's going to get it here. He's under tower.
Is he going to get it?
I think so. Yeah, he's got it.
There we go.
And he's going to get another one. Range creep.
Oh, he's back. He's out doing himself here, Matu. He's in. He's got to keep that up. He's had a very, very rough start with the way that the lanes have been. He's not found the place to farm. They've got to try and set up some sort of space for this Morphling.
Like we were saying in the beginning, though, a very strong lane setup from EG, opting for this aggro tri-lane to just pressure Matumba Man, who now is getting gone on. He does have living armor. We'll be all right to back away, as he did hit level 3 for that attribute shift.
But every time he uses that waveform to escape, it's that cooldown where he can no longer approach the creep wave. He has to sit back, and it's more time where he's just going to fall further and further behind, as he's still only sitting on 4 CS at 4 minutes in.
Ooh, mid, Nisha stun off the mark. Might have been a kill if he was able to connect with that one. The Edict, a lot of damage.
But he's doing good in the matchup because I think in particular, whenever YapzOr disappears off the map, you just have to be very careful of that tiny rotation for your TA. 13 denies on the Lesh, in fact.
He's been using the stuns perfectly every time that they've tried to step up towards the creeps, Albert.
Yeah, and now he's level 5, almost level 6 on the Lesh, right to level 4 TA, and that's where the matchup just completely swings. If it was just a TA versus Lesh, you'd see a bit of a better time for the TA, but now Nisha trying to take advantage of the glyph here.
If he can land this stun, can't quite. Abed's able to sidestep it.
He's going to help out his buddy mid, TP's mid, and actually salves up Abed in the meantime so that he can continue showing his face there. But yeah, Lesh about to be 6, and that's when he doesn't even need to land the stun. You just run around with Edict and with your Pulse Nova going on top of that TA. He's trying, you see Abed just auto-attacking the wave to push it in to ensure that he can't actually get dove by that level 6.
Top lane Ramses is trying to fight up against Zai. He's got a few sticky napalm stacks on him, but again, Ramses, he's got to respect the impetuses. He gets back. Is it by the tower, and he does have support back up inbound. Wyvern's around.
Is it impetuses or impet-I?
Both. So this bottom lane, Matsu, it's such a rough beginning for this morph. Still only 9 CS. You compare that to Arteezy, 25 and 4 in the lane, in the river. In fact, Nisha is able to run down Arbed. The Invis Rune does not save, and Nisha able to read his move with the Diabolic Edict and runs down the TA.
Oh, puppy, that's a lot of stacks coming up onto Arteezy. Tower, though, does switch over. See the rotation, though, now. YapzOr, they did see it coming. They had a ward. They will back away in time before the Tiny does make it in there. But that's what we're talking about, right? Level 6 Flash Strike, it's very tough for a TA to get away, even if you do have your boots. As even though you're 351 movement speed, Flash is only 20 movement speed behind you without boots. Batu pushing the limits.
YapzOr,
he's trying to cut off the tether.
And it's going to be able to do so, at least with it positioning. Tries to Avalanche Charlie. There's the toss to cancel it. YapzOr in position.
Very nicely played, the way he just was standing in between the two of them there. Zai.
And Ramses, he's bottling up. He's going to get on top of Zai. Zai trying for the TP out. Have they got the damage? They do. They'll punish Zai, and now he will not have a TP to return to lane with.
Mid. There's a lot of reinforcements coming.
And too many for Nisha to deal with. He'll back off. Happy with the fact that support rotation has been forced on the two of them. Maybe that will open up some space for Matu to start to find some sort of semblance of farm in that safe lane.
Oh, he's probably so happy. He's like, yes, stay off my lane. Still struggling to catch back up, though. He just missed the last hit under the tower. Matu, you can't. You need these. There you go. And as you said, Arteezy still doing just fine in his farm as he was down bottom. Same thing with TA. TA is still getting a lot of those last hits, but many of them will be jungle. And then when you do go to jungle, you kind of have to park somebody in the mid lane. That's why we see Fly. He is now come to the mid on Wyvern. Just to be able to slow down the push that comes out inevitably from the Lesh when your TA is jungling. That tower will go down very quickly if you do leave. It might even just die anyway, even with the Wyvern there. As YapzOr, he's prioritizing mid.
See if they can get the wraparound. YapzOr starting to charge forward. Has the Avalanche, just goes for the toss on himself, Fly, rather than the toss back. And that means that Fly he's fine. And now Abed's going to come in and take down YapzOr. And not quite on the level of what we saw from Crit last game. YapzOr having a bit of an awkward time there in mid.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to get the toss up. I thought he would actually get the toss back onto Nisha there, but doesn't quite do it. As Nisha, he's looking to make a rotation. Wasn't able to secure the mid tower, did force the glyph though. Oof.
Still just continuing pressure onto Matsu.
Broom Handle, a pretty useful item actually in this matchup for Arteezy, as he can reach a little bit further to be able to hit there as Ramses.
The dive comes in. Nisha's there to help out. Ramsey's trying to Firefly away, but they've got him. Secret starting to get active with their mid laner. Nisha he knows his power at the moment. Level 8. He can help push down this side lane, tier 1 tower. Look at the speed it goes. With the Edict, this tower just melts.
And this is a cool move too, because he already got the mid tower kind of low. I like the decision of him coming up here and then just ensuring that he can get this one too, because Glyph is not reset, so your Edict will be able to bring that one down very easily.
Bottom lane, Poppy. Really gets forced out of the lane by Arteezy and Crit, as Arteezy has to pounce back, and he himself getting low. Has to be careful not to feed away any sort of kill to Matuma Man's Morph, who's slowly climbing back into it all. About 500 gold between the two carries, but Matu, he is closing that gap after a very, very tough start that was handed to him with the lane setup.
Yeah, and he hasn't died, which is the really important thing too. 0-0 and 2. And it's, yeah, he's barely behind it all now at this point. He's pretty much tied with the Bat Rider. So fairly even game as well. That difference maker really just being Nisha just at the moment for the most part with that net worth advantage.
And it is Nisha. I mean, as soon as 300 gold away from the boots to travel, he's going to continue to make these moves up and down the map. No real interest in returning to mid. He knows how strong he can be in the side lanes. Bottom lane, Arteezy tries to go forward, a toss away, and will separate Artor from the rest of them. They'll secure the outpost bottom.
Should be that 1-for-1, as we do have Zai up top for Secret to be able to claim it, but now they want to look to pressure Matumba a little bit more, but they don't have the same way of being able to just go to a lane and take a tower like a Leshrac does. The TA doesn't even do that either at the same rate, but Ramses, he really wants to go for him here. At least force him far out of the lane at the moment.
Yeah, not quite able to set up for the lasso with a flame break, as Matu plays it safe, saves onto the waveform for the crucial moment to break the distance.
And Nisha does have those boot travel now finished up on the Lesh. So just like the last game, they did opt to go for those bots very early on. He picks them up, he TPs back to base, and he will be able to TP right back out, fully sustained and being able to continue those aggressive movements as he's done. And Abed will just continue in the jungle. But it is a level 10 TA who's actually pulled an experience advantage over that Lesh. A little bit less gold, but because he's just been straight up in those newts for so long, he has been able to do so.
I mean, again, a very close start between these teams, just with the net worth slightly shifted more onto the Leshrac core, whereas obviously there's a bit of catching up still for Matuma Man to do on Secret's half, a little more evenly spread amongst EG's three cores. The push will come in, they'll look for another tier 1 tower, and again, not a lot that EG can do to stop this. The Splinter Blast from Fly will not put off Secret from standing their ground and continuing to take these tier 1s away from EG.
And these little bits of gold too, it helps Matuma Man a decent amount, even when he is just jungling or anything like that, this gold that does come from those towers. Finds himself a mango tree too, and he will continue to hit the jungle for the time being. While inside of Secret 2, they can also just defend towers really nicely because they have living armor. So on the, like we were mentioning, Secret just has a much easier time in the first like 20-something minutes at least to be able to defend and also push these towers down because of that Lash and because of that tree. TA needs more items in order to be able to actually push towers. What's the item choice this time for Arteezy? All right, Arteezy's gone for the jump this time around. Looks like he wants to be running around and causing some pressure on the map and allowing his TA, allowing Abed to get that farm.
And Abed again with that Blink Dagger first pickup. He's also going to be ready. Any sort of action around towers or objectives, outposts, you can expect those TP players to come in. Ramsey's focusing on getting his Potster. They're all gearing up to be incredibly ready to react around this 15-minute mark.
If we learned anything from that last game, that there's more than likely going to be a big pickup in speed pretty soon. Maybe, because we also learned from the first two games that maybe things could just slow down completely and not a lot could happen.
We'll have a brief pause here, but looking at these first 13 minutes, I mean, do you feel that there's a team that's maybe gotten away with a bit more than they should have? Is anyone sort of coming out on top, or would you say it's still looking pretty 50-50?
I think you probably are pretty happy that Matuma Man was able to recover the way he was without even dying at all, because he was set into a really awkward position when he was level 1 for a very long time. He goes top. Ramses is almost level 3 pretty much. We see, of course, on the Edict chasing that invis. But yeah, I think you're pretty happy if you're Secret right now, because you're getting this way to pressure the map, while EG does not have that in comparison because of this Lesh.
Now we're going to have the root, but there we have the Overgrowth. Puppy will cancel him. Hold crit down during the tether. And there's no escape for that IO, while space continues to be made up top. Zai is going to find Ramses, has the completed hood, so now Zai, a lot harder for Ramses to make solo plays on with that boosted magic resistance.
And the Morbid Mask is finished up for Matuma Man, as we saw previously. So hitting jungle, he's fully sustained up, and that's pretty much his home for a bit of time now. Is the aggression top? It's 3 heroes Zai.
Yeah, Ramses alone can't do it, but with these,
Relo as well.
It's a man of backup. All 4 heroes beating down onto Zai. That'll do it. It's a lot of resources. He gets the job done and gets Abed a little bit of a boost in gold. The space is there in the lanes because of this move. YapzOr's now managed to finish farming his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, bit interesting. I didn't actually know he was going to relocate up there. I guess he wanted to get involved in order to just get a little bit jump of gold because he actually has a mech already done on the IO. Wow, that's actually much faster than I thought it would have came out. It's at 14 minutes now.
And down bottom they go. Drums are popped. Arteezy's in onto the tree. Puppy's trying to hide. See if there's going to be anyone coming in to help him out. TPs are coming in as Puppy's trying to juke it. YapzOr's in. Blink Dagger reveal as he jumps forward onto Crit. Crit's got the mech done though. A good amount of burst heal and his tether across. Crit's still alive. Matu's there waiting though. Has he got the burst? The adaptive strike not enough, but with the waveform it is. Matu punishes Crit and now they can try and chase some more. The grass slowing down Ramses. He turns into the bat, knocks him back with a flame break. Smart plays from Matumbaman, securing the double.
You know, I'm saying, wow, Crit has a mech on his IO, but YapzOr also already has a Blink Dagger on the Tiny to catch them off guard there quickly. A very heads-up quick move from Secret. Is top now, though. Arteezy's looking to get aggressive with the backup.
A lot of damage, though, through the Shadow Dance. He knows we're flying Arbed. He is safe. Arbed does have the blink, but with the boost travel, Nisha a little too fast to be chased. He'll escape. Secret with those plays down bottom. The double kill from Matu has relieved the pressure from this bottom lane, and they can push back and try to start taking another tier 1 tower away from EG.
They're really starting to get a lot of momentum coming because of this tower pressure that they can just do, and EG just can't. They can't do the same type of tower pressure at all with their lineup. They need more time to be able to farm on Abed in particular so he can join.
And now they might find a kill again. Ramses has been spotted out. YapzOr's in with the blink combo. They have the damage to take him. Ramses will fall. Man. Secret, they're speeding it up to quite the pace here. 15 minutes, 5k lead now for Secret.
And they have so many different ways to make plays. With the way that they're running around, it just makes a lot of space for Matumbaman to just constantly get that farm up and almost be tied up with the Slark after having such a bad start because of the way the lanes were set up for him. EG's got to just slow down the bleeding a bit here. Ramses 1-4-1 after they did put him in that safe lane as the Batrider. He has gotten punished a couple times, just playing a bit too over-aggressive. And you're looking at his item build too. He doesn't. It feels like it's a little awkward for him. He's actually an Aether Lens after the bots.
Yeah, a little bit of a different item progression indeed for Ramses. We'll see if it's sort of having that extra reach, extra setup will be the difference maker for EG to be able to make these plays themselves. Out he goes hunting. He's going to look towards Puppy, drags him back. Zai's trying his best to help out, but Puppy's outnumbered. They're bringing Arteezy with the relocate and will secure a kill for the slot, getting Arteezy closer and closer to his diffusal blade.
Yeah, gets him an agility as well. But now Secret, they're all set up down here as soon as that relocate does end. They look like they wanted to get aggressive as well. We see this time as well, Nisha, he actually did find himself a Dragon Scale. Pretty good item on the Lesh. Any type of armor you can get on this hero because the way he built up, he doesn't have that natural built-in armor beside his talent. This helps a lot versus Slark and TA.
Now, Secret, they're happy with the way that they've managed to make this game look very, very nice for Matumbaman. He's got a lot of space to work with now, considering the way the rest of his team are moving across the map aggressively. And they know until that diffusal blade's on Arteezy, there won't be too much of an interest from EG to take fights themselves. But once that diffusal blade is done, you can certainly expect to see the relocates get even more aggressive. At the moment, they've been only looking for plays on their half of the map. Once they have that extra bit of offensive potential, they'll be looking for those pickoffs on Secret side.
Secret doing a good job though. Like, look at the way that they're split up. They're always keeping one person near each other. Right now, EG, they still need more time to farm. They do have the Fusel Blade though. Maybe this might be the thing that allows them to kick that action, like you're saying. They see Zai as well in the mid lane.
Blink Dessa done as well on Arbed. So both cores, they've got a lot of physical burst. If they can get in and they're going to go for it straight away immediately, these two huge offensive item pickups at 18 minutes in mean that if they find anyone alone, they will be able to break them down in a matter of seconds.
They need to try to get some type of tower because their map control is just really starting to get quite weak. So they are starting to go for this, but immediately, Secret, they're identifying it. They're going into the Roche pit, seen by EG though. They don't have a trap in the pit, but they have a River Ward watching all of Secret walk inside of there. And with the Untouchable, they shouldn't lose too much HP while tanking.
EG's starting to TP over. Already they have the Wyvern in range. It's not an incredibly fast Roshan, so there's definitely time for EG to react if they want to.
Tough one to contest, though. The TA, Abed, I don't believe he really wants to get involved into any type of fights until he has a BKB, because playing versus Lash, playing versus Tree, you walk into the fight as TA and you're just going to die, because they have so many easy ways to break your refraction and just get on top of you, so I don't think they can contest this one.
Yeah, the decision has been made. No interest from EG to go for that. They'll let Secret take it. So now Nisha can play even more aggressive than he has been already. Having that second life, EG, they'll certainly struggle to bring him down the 2 times if that backup's there from the rest of his team. There's a Blink Dagger, picked up by Puppey. An extra way to allow setup to occur. And in back towards mid, Nisha, it finds himself trying to come out on a solo dewarding mission. It costs him his life.
He gets the D ward, though. He gets the gold, at least. But yeah, does pay with his life. They do have some good vision, so we're going to see RTZ as well as Craig continue to push down bottom, but you still see Secret playing quite confidently. Even Puppey still continue to pressure toward top. And they will have actually the bots from the Lesh up toward top too, so tier 2. Immediately getting gone on.
And again,
still no glyph.
They're not choosing to react to this. They won't react to Roche, they won't react to the tier 2s. They want to make sure that they're fully kitted out before they turn up.
It really does feel super hard to fight into a Lash without BKBs on both these heroes. Like Slark does have a lot of sustain coming in from the IO, which could allow him, and he's tanky because he has all these, Ironwood Tree plus Pupil's Glyph giving him this extra bonus HP. But either way, it does seem like just a little bit hesitant because of how much damage that Lash really does do, and they can't play around it too easily without BKB. We see the supports on Secret too. They're farming very hard. Blink Dagger, as we mentioned on Yaps earlier, but Puppey even, he now has a Blink too. So when those BKBs do come out, they're going to be prepared for it with Puppey. He's going to be able to just blink in, get the overgrowth follow-up to at least control them during it. It's looking tough for EG to really make moves of their own rather than having to just make these reactive moves with the way that they have itemized. It definitely feels hard for Ramses to really do anything because of that itemization in particular.
It has been an excellent start for Team Secret this game. Matsu, he's hitting the timings. He's ready to go towards that E-Blade. Once he has that after the Manta, he's going to be very hard for EG to lock down.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling like things are coming together for Secret. EG, they just need a little bit more time before they can look to contest what Secret's brought to the table, especially when there's an Aegis too. Oh, he has the Dragon Skill on Batrider too. Works with your sticky napalm, right? That's one of the cool interactions that I think we've seen. I'm not sure if they changed that one recently, but it used to work. Buffs it up a little bit. It's not massive or anything like that, but small little gains. The armor is probably the most important thing about it, but...
On top lane, Fly. He did show himself. Nisha, nearly making the correct. Fly is already out.
You can see how confident Secret's playing on the map, looking to constantly make these plays. EG, they're playing mostly around their triangle still with Abed until he has BKB. Same thing with Arteezy. He's playing actually on the opposing side of the map until he has his, and they're both getting close. So that's probably the time where we're going to see a smoke come out from them. But it's still going to be about 1 minute and 45 seconds or so left on Secret's Aegis. And they're also keeping up in the farm very well with their heroes, with the Morphling as well as Lesh, majorly taking that farm.
And do you think for EG, this is how they should be approaching the game right now? There's no need to try and take that map control away from Secret. You sort of got to let them do what they're doing right now with the lead that they have, rather than trying to throw bodies at them.
I think it's just too risky. Without BKB, like we were mentioning, versus Lash Strike, versus this just so much damage that comes out from Lash, Tiny, Morphling, like these heroes, it's just too much of a risk if you do make a play without those on your 2 cores into this Aegis because of how much of an advantage Secret has gotten already with their items.
Yeah, Secret, they're just making all the right moves, all the right plays, taking objective after objective. They are really, really punishing the fact that the EG do not want to fight. They're not letting EG sort of get away with this passiveness at all. Every single time that there's a lane to be shown in, they have heroes in it. All 3 lanes Secret are utilizing, and they're growing this lead slowly but surely.
They want to look to get maybe involved down bottom a little bit here. Nisha does have the Bloodstone now finished up, and he's actually found crit.
He has. He's onto him here. The setup's there. They've got the stun control, and they have ample amounts of damage. No chance for crit to tether out of this one. As Matu and Nisha, they are becoming some incredible beasts right now. Every single kill that he's involved in, that E-Blade becomes closer and closer. Once that's there, they are going to be able to pop this IO so quickly.
It's just hard for, like I said, it's really tough for EG to really make their own aggressive plays with the way that their heroes are set up. Like the Batrider doesn't have a Blink Dagger to initiate. The Wyvern is your probable only way to set things up with a curse, but it is still quite hard for them to do so, as now the Aegis does get reclaimed, and I believe they do have those double BKBs finished. So maybe this is where we're going to see EG finally look to smoke and try to catch something here. But as you mentioned too, Secret's playing in all three lanes, so all three lanes are pushed in constantly, so it is even harder for them to make moves because it'll be obvious.
They start to slowly shift their attention towards the top half of the map, EG, but Secret, they have numbers. They have 3 heroes here ready to go, and they're strong ones as well. Nisha on the front lines. He's going to try and start this off with the stun. In they go onto Arteezy. He's got to put the Shadow Dance to the TP. But he's got too much damage. Did he not? He's dead. And now Nisha, he can just step over to another. Crit's gone as well.
Uh-oh.
And he had BKB, didn't he, Arteezy?
He did.
He just didn't want to use it. He goes for the greedy Shadow Dance TP play without using his BKB. He's going to die every single time. At least Arbe gets the memo. He will pop his BKB and TP out to safety.
I think he thought the Crit was going to be able to get the tether mech off onto him to keep him sustained, at least to not die to that push-up. But that's why we see the Lesh picked. We've seen it picked quite a lot of times versus that slot. That damage, it is quite overwhelming. I mean, if they do pop that Shadow, and now it's a level 19 Lesh, so you have max Pulse Nova, 17 Bloodstone charges.
Down bottom, Puppey again with the setup, jumps forward with the overgrowth. Ramsey's caught outside of the base. They're trying to use the curse out, but there's too much burst from this morph right now. Matu with his E-Blade online, just pops another, takes another tower. Secret, they can all out the towers right now. It's 25 minutes in, they're ready to go high ground. They know that EG is going to struggle to hold a defense.
Yeah, it's full control by them at this point. And like you said, E-Blade on the Morphling too, on top of this Slash Track who's already so immensely farmed. EG, how are they going to fight back here when they have no real forms of initiation?
They're trying for some sort of a wraparound here, EG, but they've got to do it quickly. The racks are falling. Arteezy, how can he come in on this? He starts to go forward with the Dark Pact already. He's forced out the BKB, jumps towards Matu, goes towards Nisha. Nisha's deep with the Bloodstone heal and the Living Armor, keeps him safe. Crit will be able to tether back to safety, but they got in and they got the melee rack Secret. It's now an 11k lead, and EG, they were just unable to fight them, even with these BKBs.
It's getting out of hand. They have no ways to actually control or no way to start the fight. I feel like them not having like a, I mean, it's weird because like the Batriders, we don't really see them build the blink too often, but it really feels like in this game they can't make moves without him having a blink, because it's just like, what's Fly supposed to do as the Wyvern? Well, Fly has to set up everything with a curse. It just doesn't seem possible like this at the moment, and he's still going to be going for that BKB, which feels like it's almost necessary at this point because of how much damage Secret does. But how are they ever going to catch anybody to kill them? It really doesn't seem like how do you kill the Morphling without a lasso grabbing him? It's impossible. And he's just going to continue to get this free farm as well as the other cores on the side of Secret. EG.
And it's just, you know, with EG being this far behind, it's so hard, even with the BKBs, because it's very easy for Secret to sort of scare the BKB charges out of them.
Yeah, and
because you die so quickly. If you're not ready to commit it early, this Nisha Matu combo, it will blow you up in a matter of seconds, and there's no amount of healing that Crit can do at the moment to keep you alive.
Yeah, and it's so much burst damage, and they have different forms of initiation because both of those support heroes did rush the Blink Dagger, not only just rushing Blink, but they also have Force Staffs too, right? So if somebody does get committed on by, let's say, a Pounce, they have a force on the Tiny, they have a force on the Enchantress as well to protect each other and bail each other out of a bad scenario that could happen. Yeah, Secret just making all the right moves, and EG just doesn't feel like they have any moves that they can make with what they've been given after this laning phase, after these last 15 plus minutes or so that's been just dominant for Secret.
I mean, EG, they are poking a little bit, but it's so hard to do so. Nisha, with these bots, he can make so much space just pushing out lanes and being able to still turn up to the action. Roshan will respawn, as this is going to be a point. I mean, we saw last time EG, they just let Secret take the Aegis. I don't know if they can get away with doing that another time, because Secret with an Aegis, they'll be ready to just push up to the high ground and end the game.
This is definitely going to be where they're playing around for the most part here. But Secret just, yeah, they're just pulling further ahead, and I feel like their items just do quite a bit more than the side of EG. Even when they do pick up, let's say this, I mean, the Bastion and the Nullifier that could be coming pretty soon in the TA, it really does feel like Secret already have, like, they have ways to solve it because they're not going to be locked down during anything. There's no real disables that are coming out from EG. There's no stuns. It's just a lasso and a curse to be able to hold targets down for anybody to stick onto.
I mean, Matsumaman and Nisha have just, they played it so well. The amount of far they found on this map without EG being able to do anything has been incredible. BKB forced out by Ramses.
Fully defensive BKB, though, as he gets cold embraced, and now he has to back away. They're going to start walking into that Roche pit at least a tiny bit to threaten and take out that trap.
Still not quite ready to go for it with EG being all 5 alive. Secret want to try and take a fight before they do go in. They know that there's no way that EG themselves can head out of it while Secret's up.
The range creeps, the range rack's just dead.
They are losing the racks to the creeps.
The enchanted range creep, look at that, plus 70 damage. Look at it putting it work right there.
My goodness, I mean, the EG, they weren't ready for that one. Sure, it's just a range rack, but it's still a range rack. So it's money, it's extra lane pressure that's now going to be in favor of Secret. And EG, they weren't there to defend it. Understandably, they are focused still around this pit. They know that they cannot let Secret get away with this Roshan. But doing so, it's sort of tunnel vision them away from other objectives being lost across the map.
And we do see Zai is actually using his enchant to the fullest. He keeps grabbing creeps. Look at this Centaur creep. That is a 2,300 HP Centaur just walking in to give them information constantly. I love that he's actually using, I haven't seen too many people actually using the enchant a lot of the times because it lasts, it's 2 minutes now at max duration. So it does give them a lot of scouting information, and even if he wants to push side lanes with it, it hits hard because of that plus 70 damage on top of the plus HP.
And they're going to start to poke at this. Yapso is looking for the grab, but Ramses' BKB's back online. He commits it. RTG trying to step forward, but the Centaur from Zai stuns the slug, holds him back. And again, it's another BKB usage of Ramses that EG, they're not able to do anything with. Secret, they're pushing and holding EG outside of the pit, and they're just going to start taking it underneath their noses. They know how strong they are right now, Secret. Yeah, jump in again. Yapso looking for the burst. Ramses getting nuked down low. The follow-up's there for Nisha. He steps forward. A cold embrace will heal him up. They've got enough damage though with the impetus. Ramses is dead and gone. 50 seconds, no bat.
And while they're doing this in the rush, look at mid lane. I actually cuts the whole wave, drags it to bottom with his enchanted creep, so now a catapult is actually pushing a little bit in the mid lane. It's causing a distraction. EG, they can't contest this Roche anymore, especially losing the Bat Rider.
There's too many things that EG's having to deal with. They cannot juggle them all around. They're going to lose objectives. They're going to lose Roshan. It's taken. Secret, they'll get Aegis onto Matsumaman. As Secret, they are just messing with EG to the fullest. As EG, they just look like they don't quite know what to do in this situation.
They just, it really doesn't feel like they can do anything because they have no way to initiate a fight. It's been the last I won't say 70, it's been about the last 15 minutes now where Secret has had full dominance. EG hasn't gotten a kill. Their last kill they got was
they're going to focus Matsu with the Winter's Curse. RTZ's on top of them, starting to get some of the stats built up. They're popping the ones. They have taken the Aegis crit, protected for now by Fly with the cold embrace as EG will look to push them back. Then the second life, they get the silence. The lasso, they kill them off a second time, EG, and now they're going to chase for more. The sticky napalm, throw them down, knock back with the flame break, but Arbed will turn his attention towards Nisha. He's just running in. He's killing them all off with the magical damage. RTZ has to bounce back defensively. They do not have the damage to bite through this armor. This Leshrac, he's too tanky for EG to deal with.
Clutch hit by TA. Clutch Mindbreaker. He gets the hit off on the Morphling immediately when he comes back up. Don't believe he gets the attribute shift off at all. And they do get that kill because of it. It does force a buyback though from Crit, which is still quite painful.
He stepped forward, maybe feeling a little too confident after that kill that they got on the Morph. He didn't expect them to still be around. I mean, sure, they've lost to Morphling, but Secret still at such a lead that they do not need the full 5-man to find kills like this. They're going to charge straight back towards the base, force forward into the blink. Yapso's going to be able to get the toss back into the hands of Zai. Fly will go for the self-caught embrace. RTZ and Arbed trying to help out. They'll jump onto Yapso. Yapso forces away, breaks the bound. They get the hold with the overgrowth, and he's just dying to the illusions, and Zai, he kills another. As EG, they're down to 3. Arbed has to blink away. Secret back up to the high ground, and they'll look to take the second set of racks. The buyback's forced out. Fly is back in the game. They have the fortification. but Secret just continuing this pressure and forcing EG to react in ways that it's making it harder and harder for EG to really get themselves back in this game. The lead still confidently held. It's an 18k lead from Secret, and then still knocking on the doors of EG.
Yeah, 18k gold lead. What is it? It's a 15,000 experience lead, and we are seeing 95 to 5% right now, it seems, for EG, and it feels like that. It doesn't feel like they can. I mean, they got a very thankful kill on the Morphling there of Matu because of that Mindbreaker. But that's just, he was playing super confidently up, and they just got a very good advantage because of it, because he just didn't seem to know that it was coming. Now they're trying to catch more. But again, their initiations are so difficult.
And they're making this play with Abed still having 6k gold in the bank.
Yeah, that's some.
Queuing up the Hex, but this is a bit of an ambitious smoke to make into a team. I mean, you're already 19k down. Without that 6k spent, you're effectively much more than that behind this team that you're trying to fight into. And now go over to the shop. Did he pick up anything? We'll see in a second. They're going to go for this side. He's the focus, but already the nuke's there. The curse is out for the setup. They'll start to get some of the hits off onto the Morphling. Crit comes across. He's been caught embraced, but the zip life is dying. It's killing them all. They get them off. It's a big kill for EG. Can they get more out of this? Crit keeping Arteezy at full health. Finally, Yapso's able to pop the IO, and with the BKB worn off, Arteezy has to retreat. Passes it down to the low ground. Ramsey throws his body in to try and draw attention away from the rest of the team. Secret, they're trying to chase, but already the rest of EG will escape.
They're doing a good job of at least addressing Matumba, man, but the amount of things that they're having to throw on him to bring him down, it's everything. It's the curse, and then they have to follow up with the lasso immediately on top of like a Mindbreaker hit to ensure that they can bring him down. And because of that, Nisha's just able to run rampant out of the fight with Zai, just constantly pumping out that damage.
And it's going to be a lot harder for EG to sort of get away with this. You now see loads of souls being picked up by Puppey and Yapso. They've got these additional ways to protect Matumba Man and make sure that EG, even when they do commit everything onto him, there's going to be a lot of potential to save him and turn the fights around.
And even like the Lincolns too. I think now Zai also has a Lincolns on top of Nisha's, so we saw the Winter's Curse on top of that lasso. Now it's going to be guarded completely. We saw it, of course, get reflected, and that's why Ramsey's got held in place. But there's going to be so many different ways to protect each other now on the side of Secret.
Back up they go. Arteezy taking a huge amount of damage from the two of them as he starts to step forward. Nisha just resumes work, bringing down these barracks. The range racks will fall. They'll turn towards the melee. EG with just the three of them alive. What can they do to push them back? Arteezy tries to lead in. The Linkers will be popped. He gets him with a pounce on the Zai, but a force gets Zai back to safety. The bash there onto Nisha, but still there isn't quite the damage. He gets thrown up into the air. BKB looking for the lasso. They get it, but the Lotus again. It keeps him there. He's lassoed in place. Arteezy has to buy back. Fly uses the curse to try and set up for something as Arteezy is moving back over. Yapso's in. The burst from Matu secures a second double kill for the Morph. A second buyback out from EG. A Secret, they push on. They'll finish this second set of racks. It's a 26k lead, and EG, they just cannot deal with Secret right now.
They just have to commit too much to try to go for a single kill. How are the BKBs looking on the side of EG? They still have Arteezy's up at the moment. TA and Bat Rider on cooldown.
Wants to start something with that BKB, though he's not getting a lot done. Again, Matu just combos down Crit immediately. Quick on without buyback. A second kill for Zai as Abed will buy back inside of the fountain. He's getting hit by the impetus. His Ramses, he's healed up, but they'll wait it out. They'll kill him off. A double kill for Matu as he's now dead for 85. They'll go towards the Mega. It's over. GG is called. Game 4 goes the way of Secret and brings the series to a 2-2. And we've seen it already once before this series, an incredibly dominating game. They do it again here. Despite EG's best efforts to slow them down in the lanes, they adapt, and Matu, after such a slow beginning, has an incredible game on his Morph.
Yeah, we looked at like, damn, EG's lanes, they set it up really nicely for themselves. But
on the line for these teams. I know you won't go anywhere, but just in case you do, do not stick around. Game 5 will be around the corner.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Team Secret, it's 2 for 2. Best of 5. It is all coming down to this next game. But let's first break down game number 4. You want to start it off, Grant?
Sure. Pretty one-sided. Secret did good in the laning phase. They gave Nisha the Leshrac, just absolutely took over the game. Arteezy couldn't even get away with his ulti, with any of his items. Nisha, beast mode.
At this point, it's looking like TA and Storm need to be banned in the first phase. These two heroes are just on top of the Monkey King as well. Don't forget the Magnus. Best of 5 is certainly delivering.
Yeah, I'd say the two things to pick up on thus far in the series are the 4 positions impact. I feel like it's what Tiny's won every game, right? Whichever 4 has that early laning phase impact, it's just huge for the squad. And also, it's the hero pool, not necessarily because the player is limited, but if you look at Matumbaman, you look at Abed, their effectiveness when they're not on one of their core heroes is incredibly neutered, and you have to early pick Abed's hero there, sure, but it's a Leshrac matchup, he gets abused, he gets ganked because of the Tiny pressure. I feel like that's critical to why that game went as it did.
Why didn't EG have any chance of really fighting back? At least that's what it felt like. It felt like it was like a slow choke from the side of Secret. What caused that?
They only really had one. I mean, they had 1.5 teamfight heroes, I guess you could say. The Batrider, we liked the pick. I still think it was one of the best choices they had in the situation they were in. But you kind of had to cover some gaps in that draft.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sin, but I felt like he also once again misread how he needed to itemize. Rushing bots when you're the team with the Wisp, you don't need global mobility. You need a blink. You need to go kill stuff. A drums would have been fine as well, but to go bots into BKB, you don't actually have any real catch. You're already low on stuns, and your one initiator cannot make plays until 30 minutes into the game.
I think this is one of the rare games that I would like to see Blink Force staff on that. As the go-to build. It's almost never the best anymore, but when you draft like this, so it's your only really reliable way of starting a fight, you have to get it right every time, and you're just not setting yourself up for success itemizing like this.
I agree. I think there's like too many of these heroes that have a response if they see this coming, right? You have this Leshrac who's activate some of his abilities. You need to be able to catch that Train Protector when he's playing in the trees, when you go for these split pushes and you go for these side lane towers. You needed to be able to get that fast initiation. Otherwise, he could have just as easily, just not gone for initiation at all and focused on sustain instead.
Yep, and I don't want to key in on items, but it's the same with Matumbaman playing the Lesh in the third game. It's not. There's symptoms of a root problem, which is a lack of understanding of what your team needs to do in the game and when your proper power spike is. What is your responsibility? Sure, Matumbaman can play mean Lash, Ramses can play Bat, but they didn't necessarily know what their hero needed to do for their team to win the game.
Now, and I know you already mentioned Japsor's Tiny, and he was indeed phenomenal, but I also want to take that to Crit on his IO. And we spoke about IO quite a lot and about how he might be, or it might be not a great hero, especially not for position 4, because you can't do as much with it. Am I right in saying that we're seeing IO just fail all the time purely because of the way these two teams play?
Yep.
Feels like that, yeah. I mean, as you said, Crit versus Hapsor, two of the best playmaking fours in the world. One can make plays, the other has to sit and watch Arteezy hit neutral creeps. It doesn't feel good.
I mean, I think the hero is a 5 right now, honestly. The way you play, you get the neutral items, you get somebody else to make moves. Fly, I think, doesn't play IO at all. I don't recall seeing it. No. And on the other side, Puppy he tried it once this finals. Guess he didn't really like it. He was like, whatever. If this finals had Vici Gaming in it, I don't think we would be seeing this many IO games just because they're like very comfortable playing around that with their position 5 player. And I agree. Like maybe you let it go.
It might
focus on getting your position 4s to have as high an impact as possible.
It's something we discussed even back when I was playing, where Wisp always feels better when you are very confident with its partner. Like Vici, it's not the Wisp, it's the Wisp plus Gyro. That's what you're playing against every time. And neither one of these teams seemed like they had much confidence in like what they were running, right? Like Wisp Slark for EG, Wisp OD for Secret. These are not the same power level. You don't have those natural spikes where it's like holy shit, we're in big trouble. Like Gyro just hit level, or Wisp hit 20, like Gyro's huge, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, Vici Gaming will just Swiss Gyro right off the bat in the very first phase because they know how to be able to, they read the game and they know how to be able to scale that combination really well.
Yep.
So you can just ban out Tiny. That's simple enough. What are the replacements of Tiny? We know that Shaker is both Crit and Yapsor. He's just missing Shaker, though.
Yeah. Game 5 is when the comfort heroes come out, right? Not necessarily like, oh, I want this hero. It's I want to do what I want to do in this game. And for me, the key for both sides is to make sure their 4 positions can kill enemy heroes from minute 0 to minute GG.
So who was the MVP of this game? I mean, I felt like it was nobody in particular.
I'd say the Leshrac.
The Leshrac,
I would say Nisha kind of just took over, dominated the lane, dominated Arteezy and the IO 2v1. I would definitely give it to him.
Fair.
It's not really so much about the kills. Like his scoreline might not look incredible. What was it, 4-0-12 or whatever? It's just you have a huge impact when you can take 3 towers so quickly. Like that means so much more to the game than if you had 10 kills. You know, it's
and he took every tier 2 by himself too.
It's how much consider how shit Morph was in the start. Like he had nothing, okay? And he his rotations brought an extra player into the game. That's MVP territory, right? He had to deal with a very sacked carry.
But does Twitch chat agree with you? Drumroll, please. MVP of Game 4 of the Grand Finals and the last MVP of the series. It's Zai, his
Zai.
Enchantress.
All right, well,
We're back
yeah.
to where we started.
Yeah, it's been a while since he got one.
Yep.
Give him one, you know, get him motivated.
Just like we forgot about certain heroes in the draft, you forget about Zai.
Yeah. Twitch chat loves their Zai wave.
They do.
Sometimes to just go on a Zai
high.
Zai mode.
Yeah.
You know? Like somebody writes hashtag.
But he
Zai
played
makes
well,
hashtag.
too.
Get a
Like
little
Zai.
bit of a Zai high.
Yeah. I just
You
said
said that
that,
all?
but you know, it's cool,
Oh.
Kev. You can try to steal it right next to me.
But he played good too, right? I mean, the whole
He
team,
did.
the whole
I mean, they
squad
all
came
did, right?
together.
It feels,
Yeah.
I mean, game 1, 2, and 4 now have been pretty one-sided. So all the players have played well on the team that's won. Now we'll see.
Yeah, it feels a lot like it's a more strategic warfare. The teams are playing great, don't get me wrong, but I feel like the drafts drafts and itemization have severely impacted the winner of these games, like more so than a typical finals.
And it's Puppy versus Fly, right? Like, these two know each other very, very well.
Poppy versus Fly, Heen versus Bulba as well on the coach seat, of course. But we are going to have a 5th game to the series after a break.
Rick Gaming Esports, professional esports housemaker.
Success is the campaign, hustle, make a billion. It's all grind and no play. You wanna live, you trade your days away. My cheat codes don't work. Got the grades, but still I'm a store clerk. But I'm fine cause I got plans. Wrote them down on the back of my hands. I strive for all my life without a worthy cause. Hard work about 2/3, still seem to make a loss.
freaking number 5, EG versus Secret, the 2 best teams in the world right now. What else could we ask for but a draft?
But a draft. Yes. Get the hype going because this game, and what we've seen from these 2 teams so far.
Oh, maybe I mistyped that one. Sorry. Good try.
I love fans. No, I actually am hyped because I'm hoping that this is going to be like a very active game, like the 3rd game we had in this series. I feel like that's going to be the style of game we're going to see.
I agree. I think both teams realize you just got to brawl. Like, the game is so fast-paced. They're going to pick these. I think we're going to see big team fighters. We might see an Enigma. I don't know. I think we're going to see big team fights.
I think the thing, if you look at the draft, Wyvern's been first 2'd every single game thus far. It won the first 2, lost the last 2. I think that this is a hero that should just be ignored in the first phase now, because to your point, the teams have increased the tempo, and the squad with the stronger mid-game has seemed to win. They're also picking higher reach, and that's what beats Wyvern. If you see just ults used for peel instead of for big team fight clashes.
By the way, can I give some respect, extra respect even for EG, because this is going to be the 8th game of high-level, high-tier Dota they're playing today.
That's rough.
That is incredible. That on itself is an incredible feat.
Yeah, I've seen Kyle struggle after 2 games of pubs.
I mean, we're 2. What do you mean? I've seen him struggle in just 1.
Sometimes you get off, you start poorly. That's
you did play with Rich, to be fair. I think that's a struggle in itself.
So there's the Doom, Lich, Storm, Monkey
King
still
scary is that Secret left open an Ancient Apparition first pick opportunity, right? And so they clearly had an opening in mind that wasn't the Morphling, I assume, because you probably wouldn't want to play that into it. So they actually just won with kind of like their secondary opening, and they probably can still offer that Ancient Apparition and still have that same kind of opening in mind.
It's a really good point, and because, again, EG first picked Wyvern, right? You no longer have the luxury. You don't want to run 8 Wyvern supports in the first 2. You're just asking to get run over.
Have Secret banned Lich before as first pick?
Secret has not previous game, not the game before that, not the game before that. No.
Okay, it's a change up.
Also, Monkey King and Magnus still in the pool as well.
Both of them. IO, which we've talked about. I mean, one of the teams might still just first pick it.
Yeah.
I think you just ignore Wisp as both teams. It just
I
doesn't
think
seem
you
like
should,
they're confident.
But will they? You know, I mean, you played against Fly for a long, long time. Is he stubborn, or do you think he'll ignore it?
No, I don't think either one of these teams are truly that stubborn.
Okay.
It's game 5, You just want to play what you're comfortable with. And at the end of the day, neither team looked comfortable with Wisp. It's not about whether or not they think it's a good hero. We all know it is, but you want to go to something more similar to your bread and butter. My curiosity is, EG, with overall last pick in this draft, who are you saving the hero for? Because they've consistently been first 2ing Abed's hero, but do you really want to second pick a TA now that Storm's already out of the pool? I don't really think so.
They've been last picking Ramses' hero
a lot. When they have last pick overall, they do.
Omni Knight, Bat Rider. I want to say there was at least 1 more of the games where they last picked this.
This is cool because a really nice second pick opener would be Drow +1. I like that quite a bit. It also then kind of activates Abed's hero pool, right? Because all of a sudden, any ranged hero is going to look solid, or you could even go for something more like a Tunga. I did not, of course. Tiny first pick, that makes total sense.
I don't think EG would have banned this Arc Warden if Naga wasn't banned.
Yeah.
I agree.
I actually think they would have let it through. The question is if Secret get a secondary hero that Naga would have been good against in this first phase instead, together with their Tiny.
Tree and Drow.
Oh, the Drow after not seeing it at all in the first phase.
I really like this from both teams. Secret first pick Tiny, recognizing, look, our 4 position being active has been the key to winning in this series, but EG obviously were prepped for this, right? Like they saw this Tiny first pick coming and had a snap pick opener prepared. Their last band's also tailor-made for this Drow Ranger. I love Tree and Drow. Root into the arrows. It's BKB piercing damage and control.
But now you can get Monkey if you want to on the side of Secret. If you just want to comfort, you've won 3 out of 3 of your games with it.
But into a Treant, though, like, this is much more difficult from a Tumpa Man. I just like EG's. Whenever you're in a game 5, I feel like you want to simplify things. And Drow lineups to me right now are just the most natural. Like, this is good. And no matter what you pick against us, this will still be good.
So Wyvern is kind of always good against Drow Ranger, for example. So if you want to simplify things there.
We just don't, I don't know if you want to look Wyvern when it's lost the last 2 games.
Ooh.
That makes more, yeah.
First Phantom Lancer of the series.
With no Nog in the pool, you know EG is going to be looking to ban it. They did in the last couple of games, and it's your go-to drought counter. Also very good against the Treant because you're a natural Manta buyer.
This is a really good PL pick, actually.
Yeah.
I think EG need to spend 1 or 2 picks specifically targeting this guy, or they need to all in on winning the game before it goes too late. And in this series, that hasn't really seemed to be EG's approach overall in their drafting. They haven't been like, okay, let's pick mega push or something.
Well, you have to ban Leshrac now if you're Secret, right? Like after that last game, certainly. And we've watched Liquid play it against PLs and dominate. I think you've just got to get rid of it.
We've only seen one game where Jar Ranger really demolishes Phantom Lancer, and I think that was the Vici Gaming. I think it was Eurus who like made those early rotations into the PL lane. But we've seen EG, whatever they have the Jar Ranger, they do play it a lot slower. They like to be able to play those jungles. So I think EG, they're going to either have to go outside of the comfort zone when it comes to playstyle for this lineup, or draft a better win condition.
Yep. It's going to be really curious to me what hero Abed plays and which direction they're looking to go with this lineup. Do they want to pick another core for him?
I don't think
or do they put him on something
anymore.
like a Kunkka?
I think
Definitely can't TA here.
TA is a mistake if they go that route, so. Kunkka is an interesting idea. I kind of like it.
I'd actually like an off-lane Lesh, like a mid playmaker for Abed. I think that's when EG is feeling confident, specifically Kunkka. We haven't seen the hero in this series so far, but it's definitely still tier 1.
It doesn't really fit the bill with what they've done with Ramses, though. I feel like Leshrac is not independent enough if it gets left alone. Leshrac has to have a good start. This hero, when it falls behind as a core, it's really weak.
You do have Treant, though. You could even look to tri-lane.
Sure, that's a totally different story. But then you're leaving Arteezy alone. So
if you're banning,
Arteezy could play the Lesh. Like, that's also entirely possible. Or sorry, not Arteezy. Yeah. Arteezy kind of has to play the draw.
If you're going to ban Ramses heroes, what about the Underlord? Long looked at as one of the best counters to the Phantom Lancer.
It's really nice with the drought, too. It's just, you want front line for him.
Yeah.
I think a Timbersaw is also a very distinct possibility. We've seen how effective that hero can be with the Treant.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So where are you going to take
I think the Timber
this?
ban is the best, actually.
Okay.
It's something EG are very comfortable with. They've played it multiple times in this tournament, compared to, say, a Leshrac, which I feel like would be a little bit out of their comfort zone, at least so far.
Yeah.
What was the other hero we were talking about?
Underlord.
Yeah. Underlord. Yeah, same story. I think
it's good. I mean, Lelis dominated against the PL with that Underlord.
Real quick, isn't it so cool how usually this like second ban phase is kind of a snooze, but there's so much like pressure, it feels like. This is where the game's
I don't
coming
know
down.
if you've been watching Dota lately, but it's not been a snooze for sure.
Well,
this
what
is
I
the
mean is, like-
time where, for example, for Vici Gaming, we always see them take extra time here because this is where they define their game plan, right?
Yeah.
When the
I
teams
think
know each
just
other-
more mind games going on now, perhaps.
when the teams know each other this much, every ban becomes really important. Like, there's been so many adjustments made.
And they give away more information too, right, as to like where your draft could be going, because now we kind of understand how certain heroes match up, because we've already seen so much Dota from these squads.
Oh, it's interesting. They don't ban away any of their Draw Ranger combinations. They don't take away Viper. They don't take away OD or anything like that. They're just trying to protect their PL pick.
I think they're too slow. The key with Lesh Omni is they're incredible team fighters, and they're very strong once they get that first item online. That's what you're worried about if you're Secret.
Should you be worried about the Templar Assassin, or is the PL already a good counter?
I think so.
PL's strong enough counter, and it's just too slow for the way these games have been playing out.
Okay.
You get PL +2 second phase picks, and you have Tiny mid to gank the TA early on. I think that would definitely be a mistake for EG's.
Yeah, say you were to Huskar that pick, then like she has no game, both in lane and outside of the mid game.
Evil geniuses turn to
They banned Timber themselves. Wow.
Okay, I expect to understand this soon, but right now...
We can give you some time. It's all good.
No, so what are they scared of themselves with picking it? Is it that they're going to get counterpicked by like an OD mid, or you won't get Slark when you have PL?
I mean, it's really annoying to play
banned OD and pick
against
Timber, right? I think that would have been something EG would have done 2 games ago.
Yeah.
Probably.
I think you go your support here for sure. It's just what do you want to grab against this PL?
Oh, maybe they're scared of making Batrider too
They
good.
do take the Underlord.
Well, they still made Batrider very good. That did not help their cause against that.
It's really curious to me that they're saving the support pick. Like, you know what it is? Underlord is just very solid for both teams. It's very good against the PL, but it's also very good against the Drow and the Treant. And I know Secret love putting Xi on the Underlord against the Drow. You play aggressive, you buy a Crimson Guard, and all of a sudden the Drow damage output just disintegrates.
But what's the argument for taking Underlord over Timber? If you picked Timber, you had a ban.
And it's great against the Underlord.
You could have banned the OD, right?
Well,
And
you were looking.
Is there something else left?
If it was Timbersoft, they're thinking about Underlord, and then they mix it up with Shaker as well. Then you've got 3 different strength heroes on top of that. Timbersoft looks really good. You want their Shaker versus the Phantom Lancer. It's also one of those supports that actually helps Underlord because you want to leave him alone, but you need that first couple of waves. Creep equilibrium's important there.
Bench, this hero first phase banned, what, the first 2 games, I believe. Now it's been let through almost every time. And Secret, they'll snatch it up. Xi, as we said, MVP last game. The hero does a lot of damage, not just in the mid game, in the lane. Now that you get impetus at level 1.
Like this Eng might be 5, actually.
Yep, I can see it as a possibility. It's just really good. You can remove the tree armor, and your impetus is going to go through the massive. Wow.
That is genuinely not considered a good hero against PL.
No, it is not.
Why is that?
Your ulti, the Bedlam, you hit illusions. You can Manta dodge or Doppelganger out of Terrorize. You can Manta out of the Brambles.
They do have this area of effect. You've got an Underlord, a Dark Willow, and a tree, and also the Gust. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have a Tiny and an Enchantress. You've got a lot of single target.
I mean, this like Dark Willow is really good versus the Enchantress, but if this Enchantress then turned into the 5 that you're talking about, that makes that pick look even worse as a result.
They take the Kunkka themselves.
One of Nisha's most classic mid heroes. I was expecting maybe to see that a bit more from him on Secret. I think this was one of the heroes that really made Puppy understand how good this guy is when he was playing with Penguin. Nisha's mid Kunkka was kind of unbelievable at the time for a tier 2 team.
I think he had the fastest Radiance ever.
He did some, I think he kind of, I don't want to say he necessarily pioneered an armlet build because that's not really the case, but it was at a time that people weren't really going armlet on Kunkka. He started going for this combat build and just making tons of moves around the map, playing a lot faster than most other players.
It's just so good here as well against the Drow. If he goes for that armlet or just rushed halberd build specifically, you disarm the Drow, the damage output of EG disintegrates, and in addition, your mid game is just so strong with the X and the boat.
I think one more thing is that damage reduction is always really strong against, minus armor, or in this case, Drow Ranger ignoring armor. You want to be able to tank up somehow, and I think this is a great way to do it.
Yep, I like the Willow still. We haven't really discussed it, but this is just massive team fight, right? Crit also, he's on one of his favorite heroes, and he gets an opportunity to potentially ball out. Yes, Manta, you can't Manta out of everything. That's the thing. You have Pit to deal with, you have Tree and Root, now you're gonna have the Willow. If you land the Bramble into the ultimate, it is a ton of burst magical damage, which is excellent at taking out a hero like Enchantress, although as we said, it could possibly be a 5 Secret. Running out of time here, have to decide which hero is Xi's.
I really like the look of a Batrider, honestly. I think it's really good. What carry can you even, or what mid hero it would be, right? Like Batrider would have a good lane no matter what. It's against Treant, Drow, Willow, and Underlord. 4 heroes that I would say it's pretty good against in side lanes. If you pick any mid hero that is good against Batrider, what mid hero can you get that is good against Bat and Peel in the game? And that also deals with Kunkka. I think that would be a really solid pickup. But I guess it doesn't have the best track record in this series. It hasn't looked that
and sometimes,
great.
right, you just see it lose and you're like, is it good?
Whatever.
Yeah, you question yourself, right? Both teams all the way down, by the way. Every single second used. They do the bet. Good call, Sin.
Oh, that's good.
Do you Viper here if you're EG, perhaps?
And you've got a classic Viper versus melee matchup. Hellstrom's really strong.
I could
There's Emperor and Storm.
Quap, perhaps?
Quap? Against Kunkka?
I'm not sure. It depends. I think you want a playmaker that's mobile, but at the same time, you don't really have any hero that wants to be lassoed. I think perhaps Underlord, it's like, you can go the Viper archetype, or you can go for something that Abed can style on.
I mean, you want a Maelstrom hero, I think, right? I don't know if you have enough answers to Phantom Lancer otherwise.
They do the Viper. I think it's a good pick.
Okay.
That's good.
It's just that Secret have way more potential to make plays around the map.
But on the other side, right, EG, if it is a 5-on-5 fight, they probably have the answers. So we are going to see a little bit of tit for tat, I think.
That's the way we want it.
It is, absolutely. It's game freaking 5.
It's game freaking 5. Guaranteed final game of the series. After this game, we will have our major champion. So for the last time, make some noise, guys. Grand finals, game 5, here we go. Let's go, baby.
Perhaps Underlord, it's like you can go the Viper archetype or you can go for something that Abed can style on.
I mean, you want a Maelstrom hero, I think, right? I don't know if you have enough answers to Phantom Lancer otherwise. They do the Viper. It's a good pick.
Okay. That's good. It's just that Secret have way more potential to make plays around the map.
But, and on the other side, right, EG, if it is a 5-on-5 fight, they probably have the answers. So we are going to see a little bit of tit for tat, I think.
Yeah.
That's the way we want it.
It is, absolutely. It's game freaking 5.
It's game freaking 5. Guaranteed final game of the series. After this game, we will have our major champion. So for the last time, make some noise, guys. Grand finals, game 5, here we go. Let's go, baby.
It is time for the final game, Game 5 between Team Secret and Evil Genius here. And my goodness, what a draft to set it off from both of these squads. We're seeing sort of a return to some of the ideas that we saw throughout the rest of the tournament. EG, they're coming in with this Drown Viper strat, and Secret, they're falling back to one of this cores that look to have incredible performances throughout this whole LAN. It's the PL for Matsu.
It hasn't been picked in 2 days. It completely disappeared out of this tournament somehow, and we were all shocked by it. But now, when we see that opening draw pick, Secret does want to bring it back. But we have seen people start to find some solutions to deal with it, in particular this Underlord. It did seem to be one of the better solutions at dealing with that Phantom Lancer. But we'll be able to see also, we have another intriguing pick too, is the Crit Dark Willow. You were, of course, they highlighted that one for a second there, but yeah, he is playing his master tier Dark Willow, so I'm sure Rich is very happy somewhere in the crowd.
I'm sure he is. I mean, and Crit, literally one of, if not the best Dark Willow in the game of Dota 2 right now. And bringing it back here for this incredible finish to this best of 5 grand finals. We'll see if it's going to be enough, because I imagine looking at this lineup, you would imagine there's pressure on EG to play this quite fast, right? I can't imagine. You don't want to try and scale this down against a PL, do you?
Oh, I'm sorry, I just got distracted by Yap's play there, walking in to check the ward, and then Abed placed it right afterwards. I don't think you do want to, I think you're saying about taking it late to the PL, I don't think so. I think EG does want to play a pretty fast pace when they are playing with Viper and Drow versus this Illusion-based hero. Even if they can itemize for it, they want to get a good advantage to that mid-game, and they do have a lot of team fight coming in. But yeah, about that little mid-play, Yapstar walked into the spot that where you check, where you can tell if they do have a lane ward. It wasn't placed just yet, and then the Viper placed it right afterwards, so that was very unlikely to get dewarded in the mid lane.
And that mid lane will definitely be an interesting one to watch. You imagine on the early levels, it's not going to be too easy for the Kunkka. A lot of pressure will be there from Abed's Viper. Nisha, he's just got to play it safe. Make sure that he doesn't feed early on. He's going to be able to quickly clean up neutral camps. But the beginning of this matchup, it is going to be rough for Nisha.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just going to constantly get hit. You see those 5 stacks already built up of poison attack. Abed constantly to do so.
He's taking a lot here, Nisha. He is. He's just dead and gone. That's first blood. Crit will pick it up. Maybe they could get Abed in return. They do. Okay. So they get the trade, but it is first blood for EG.
Both that we're trying to play around, and I think this is what we come to expect already from the last 4 games that we've seen. The 4 positions are going to influence that mid lane a lot in this game.
I mean, it's just an interesting play to be made for Nisha. I guess he sort of accepts that in this matchup, he is going to die. So the least he can do is make sure that when he does die, it's not him running away. It is him getting in there and at least getting a trade kill with the backup of his teammates.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to maybe get the level 2 a little bit faster so he gets that torrent play on top of the toss. It didn't just quite happen as Abed just got too much damage stacked up on him. Crit, moving it again.
Gonna make another move with the Bramble. That little bit of setup allowing Abed to continue lay it down. Crit, he's hit 2. The Curse Crown is there on Nisha. It puts the fair fire, but they're in. They'll kill him again. Can Yapzor set up any sort of trades? The courier also being sniped away from Yapzor. Abed does fall as Yapzor at least able to get a look in. So again, this mid matchup continues to be chaos. We are seeing each time Nisha is the first core to fall out of the 2 of them, but Secret, they're getting some trade kills, and Yapzor is getting some good amounts of XP because of it.
Yeah, he actually was still only level 1, even though he got that kill there. Now it's a Yapzor versus Crit 1v1 in the mid lane for a moment, as the 2 actual mid laners have to run back since their TPs are on cooldown because of the battling. This is a crazy start already, having a 2v2 pretty much in the mid lane because of it.
And I really feel this is just an interesting approach from Secret. I think a lot of the times you'll see this matchup being left to as it is, and the Viper will just purely dominate the Kunkka. Sure, they're getting the kills on the Kunkka, but he's able to sort of equalize what both teams are getting out of it because he's playing aggressive and they are going for the trade kills, making sure that every time Abed gets a kill, it costs him his life.
I mean, look at these 2. They're actually just standing there, still just positioned around that mid lane. Yapzor has to be sure not to sap too much experience since he's already level 3 and Nisha's only level 2 in comparison.
Yeah, when Abed hits the 3, that's when this suddenly becomes a lot harder to get the kills in trade, because with that additional damage from the poison attack, you just die that much faster as it starts to get layered up upon you.
Yeah, that doubled up damage really does make quite a big difference when you hit that level 3. And I mean, Crit, he's level 3 as well, so a lot of kill potential that comes out from the Willow when you hit 3 on top of having your Curse Crown plus Bramble. You do have that additional from Shadow Realm. We haven't really looked and paid much attention to it because it's not really a whole lot of fun to watch Ramses suffer and try to attempt to get some creeps, but we will be able to watch Zai suffer and die, and he gives us an affirmative.
Probably trying to push him away, but he'll be able to drag the wave around. Oh, another bit of harassment here. Crit's going to lead with the Curse Crown, allow Abed to start to build up the poison attack once more. Tossback is there, dragging Crit underneath the tower. Nisha's going to go for the TP out. Bramble, Crit, perfect positioning, holds back the Kunkka, and this time they'll get that kill, and they won't have to lose Abed for it.
Give him the tip as well, so he can feel that pain. But yeah, Crit, it's literally just 2 heroes sitting in the mid lane. So looking at the side lanes really quick, both of them are free farming. It is still 24-11 on the PL and 24-7 on the Drow Ranger, so still even in those matchups. But yeah, Crit being the big winner here, as he's also able to move to the side during this and actually stack up, I believe, both camps for that Viper.
The slow walk back to lane, of course, once again for Nisha to be made.
He can't lane now, though, versus a Viper. At this point, he has to just, I don't know, like, kind of jungle in a way, which is really awkward, as Abed is already level 4 and change.
On down bottom, doing a good job of staying on top of Zai here. He's trying his best to slow them with the sticky napalm. The Firefly will end soon. Artesi's going to get another Frost Arrow in top lane. Puppey with his army of creeps. He gets the kill alone. Down with the Golems and the Hellbear Smash, and that'll do it. Back towards mid. Zai going for the TP out. They've got no cancel, so Zai will escape and has drawn Artesi a long way away from his creep. He will TP straight back down bottom, but he had already lost some of it to the push of his own wave.
He only lost a couple, actually. He lost, I think, like, what, 3 creeps, and then he missed one of that additional wave, so 4 creeps total. As you see, the PL just pulls a little bit ahead of him. Not the most time lost for him. And EG looks like they will at least claim 3 of the bounty runes for themselves as well. And yeah, Nisha's just jungling, so he does have a stack for himself at least available, but that is That's pretty devastating as Sirkunka starting out already this early. I guess YapzOr's now just going to be the mid-solo Tiny at this point. So we'll probably see EG look to make some aggressive moves onto this Tiny and maybe even look to find Nisha in the jungle, maybe even just a ward to watch where he is going to be.
I mean, if Crit gets any sort of control, YapzOr is going to be in a whole lot of trouble. He does his best to juke out the Bramble, and that will keep him safe. Back to the tier 2 he goes. Fly's also here to make the move onto Nisha, as Nisha will be held back. Actually, Nisha maybe looking for the setup to turn things around. Exma into the combo of himself and YapzOr, that'll do it. They punish EG for trying to poke at the mid lane.
It is a very high-level Tiny at this point in the game, already level 4.5, so he does have that extra damage that comes from the combo. And Nisha is very thankful to get any type of comeback that will come his way. And he's just continuing to stack. He stacked jungle camps and he's able to farm decently, so it's actually not that bad. He's keeping a decent pace, at least in gold, to the Viper. It's pretty much even. Levels, he's a little bit behind, but that's just fine for Team Secret at the moment. Well, like we said, both side lanes, both of those offlaners are suffering. Pretty much same level, though, level 4.
Yeah, very even action, really up and down the map. Both carries, free farm indeed, Matu and Arteezy. Just Matu with a slight lead. He's been able to make better usage of the pulls towards the neutrals, so he has that edge. And it really sort of, you know, you've got to sort of pick your poison. Which one is going to be scarier coming into that mid game? Will it be the free farm PL or the free farm Drow?
It's just depending on what EG can make of it. Once this Drow is starting to get online, once their lineup all starts to get together for them to group up and be able to push, will they be able to keep that push going to not allow Secret to just farm up on this PL? Because PL, like we said, this hero can become the king in this game. Although he is versus some, like we said, some counters. The Viper, Nether Toxin can be a little annoying at times. It's not the best because it's hard to keep him inside of it, but they have Underlord and they have a Willow, so they have a lot of different ways of controlling the PL. Rotation, YapzOr, level 4, Ramsey's very low.
Well, they're hunting. They're diving deep for this doppelganger in to clean the trees out. There's TP backup coming through. Matu instantly TP's out. There's nothing to cancel it. So Matu can retreat. YapzOr, he's going to try for the TP himself. The Curse Crown, it won't hit in time. YapzOr's there, instantly TPs to make sure that he's out before the Curse Crown procs.
Very heads up play by him there. Couldn't wait any more time for him to do so, otherwise he would have likely gone down. Zai.
He's getting aggressive. A TP over from Ramses will come in. There's a little low on the mana though, Ramses, and Zai.
5 seconds on Firefly.
It's a lot of napalm onto Arteezy. Abed was in the jungle and he can now turn. They turn with a multi-shot and shoot Zai down. A dive too far. He was not ready for the movement from the Viper. I guess he forgot about the fact that Abed, he's just been sitting in that whole jungle area, and it's very easy for Abed to sort of take a moment to step away and help out his carry.
He would have had to dive pretty hard under a tier 2 as well versus a Drow. Maybe would have gotten the kill, but probably would have died himself anyway.
A bit of a dive, but this time they're going on Ramses, and Ramses, he's got all his friends here to back him up. The multi-shot cleans out the illusions. Matu, he's got... Not the ideal move for him to make. He was having free farm to start this game off. He comes down to the bottom lane and ends up handing his life to Arteezy.
Maybe not expecting all the rotations to come out from EG, but yeah, gets punished, and Arteezy, like you said, he gets the kill. Very important for him. YapzOr, as well as Zai, they're going to go and Fly here in the meantime. Fly will be able to survive with those stick charges with the backup of Ramses' Firestorm. EG making very heads-up plays. Somehow Secret, though, still having that gold lead slightly.
Nisha keeping himself to the jungle, has phase boots done, and with that Iron Talon, he's able to work for creeps at quite the rate. Abed, though, the stacks have been made, and his farm will slowly catch up to that of Nisha's.
Yeah, this is what I was mentioning earlier about the Willow crit. He was able to not only help the mid lane, but also ensure that he'd get a couple stacks in the jungle for that Viper. Always nice playing a support, as we always say. You stack those camps, you get a lot of gold actually coming back for yourself as a 4 position, so it's always worth stacking for your mid laner.
Both supports, I mean, they're loving life in the mid lane.
They really are.
Puppey and Crit, they really have become the 2 new mid lanes this game. As Puppey hits the level 6 nice and early because of this one.
Yeah, he was like, you know what, YapzOr, you've got your level 4, your level 5, just go. You go make plays, I take the farm now.
10-minute runes coming up and the outpost. We'll see G start to bring the 3 of them down bottom to secure these 2 runes and the objective.
Are they going to bring Nisha to try to contest one of them? They are. They're going to bring Nisha bottom to try to help out.
Zai's already said that. He leads him with the Firefly. Arteezy just, again, stands his ground, shoots him down, and is able to cover Fly and kill off the Bat Rider. They'll look towards Crit instead. The full combo being used, dragging him back into the boat. They'll bring him down.
will force a 1-for-1 exchange, at least on those outposts, but Nisha looked like he prioritized just killing Crit instead, for good reason. It was a very high-level Willow, as we've been mentioning, level 6 early on without even eating the tome. So Nisha already jumps up to level 8, and yeah, both teams do get one of those outposts.
Back for another bit of a look in on mid. Abed knows that with these sort of moves down bottom being made by Secret, he's safe to show himself in that mid lane. Nisha continuing to stay down there, shoving the wave in. Doesn't look like they'll go for any sort of pressure onto the tier 1 tower. Just some space for Yapsor to reclaim the outpost for himself. Crit's got a TP over, see if they can set up something with Fly. As they've got to be careful, Yapsor, on showing himself down on the bottom lane whilst there's so many members of Evil Geniuses around. And he's going to come back into the lane. EG, they'll start to head back towards him. At the same time, I guess they're just focusing on making sure their cores are farming fine, and at the top lane forced in on Ramses, he can start to soak up another wave or so, get himself back in the game, as he did have a slow start on that off lane, but he is now slowly finding the farm. As him and Zai, it's still a lot of catch up. Zai actually coming up here with his level 7. He may even look to do something against this Underlord. He needs a bit of damage output, and Matsu, he'll be able to provide that. They come in, they move forward, and that is sets up a big kill. Zai and Ramses have been suffering for pretty much the whole game, and Zai makes sure that Ramses is just suffering a little bit more than him.
And I think we're probably going to see Zai look to make a lot more aggressive moves than we did see Ramses in the last time. I think it's a lot more natural for him to be able to versus some of these heroes, in particular the Tree, the Underlord. Batrider very good at versus both these heroes to just get on top of them, and I mean they die very quick to all this magic damage. See the PL immediately make the move away out of top lane as EG starts to focus more up there, going for that Yasha build as we tend to see, going just for that straight farm in the jungle build rather than look to get involved too early on. And it will be a straight halberd, of course, on Nisha. Playing versus 2 ranged carries makes a lot of sense. And he's look how well he's done. He's 1,000 gold above Abed on the Viper because of those rotations he's been able to make.
On top lane, EG, they'll start to group up and go for objectives. As the Drow Viper lineup, they know that this sort of early point of the game is still a time where Secret will not turn up to defend these outer towers.
Yep, and Secret can actually look to make the same trade.
And Avalanche in the trees from Yapsor. Wow. Actually cancels the TP out of Fly. They'll set up for the kill on this one, and they'll just surely take it. He's trying to juke it out, but Zai's got the vision on him.
Puppy looks like he's trying to get some type of trade in the mid lane. He continues to hit this tower with his max level enchant, that creep that we talked about last game.
Again, sweet moves around the Bramble Maze. Still not enough to get away from the initial bit of poison, but far enough away that they won't continue to chase. Top, Arteezy's trying to push back Nisha, but he's already got the setup. Ramses takes the boat to the face. Yapsor's combo finishes him off.
Secret's really starting to ramp things up. A 4K gold advantage in no time as they're just, it looks like there's a much easier way for them to actually make moves. Yapsor, 3-0-3. He almost has a Blink Dagger again. Same time as last game. He's going to have it pretty much at that 14-minute mark, and there's a lot of squishy heroes on the enemy line.
Oh yeah, I mean having these sort of item timings against this Drow and Viper heroes that do not deal well with you getting on top of them this early. This is a very, very tough beginning for EG. This Drow and Viper core, it's going to struggle to really get things going back their way. A Secret can stay ahead. Matsu's farm is getting out of control. This PL, without a doubt, is going to be a huge problem for Evil Geniuses this game.
Absolutely. And as we were talking about Zai wanting to be more active, he's queued up a Blink Dagger, so he wants to look to get involved. I think this is the right move by EG, though. I think they're recognizing if they do group up and go for these tower pushes, it's going to be pretty hard for Secret to actually turn it. They do bring Nisha now, though, as Crit is able to get his Shadow Realm off. Can't get X during that.
And they really are grouping up, but already on the back of it.
Oh, he's onto the high ground.
He's able to clip Fly. Fly, he's going to be stuck here. They'll slowly bring him down, stacking up the napalm. And that means that Fly will suffer a slow and painful death on the cliff. 6K lead for Secret. This game continuing to slip out of EG's realm.
They're telling Arteezy to go top 2 to split, push the waves a bit so that they can actually make sure that he stays farm, because during all this, Secret, they're responding with like 3 or 4 heroes, and like you said, PL, Matumba Man getting all the space in the world. He's got almost finished